Oi, 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 oi. Uh-oh. Today's the day. Alright, it's time. It is time. It is time. It is time. The final series to decide it all. The final series to decide it all. There is a meme that is a perfect meme. The perfect meme summarizes how I feel about this series. Hopefully I know what the meme means. Wait. Farewell, T1. It wasn't supposed to be you. It wasn't supposed to be you. But I'm gonna have to do it. Somewhere my things are cooked. Wait, hold on. Wait. I guess I just have to do this. Why do I look so small? I swear I've gotten smaller in this camera angle or some shit. What the fuck? Can we talk about something real quick? Can we talk about something real quick before the series starts? Can we just talk about the Chronicler? So Chronicler tweeted, "It's almost time. The final day. 24 hours remain." Then he quote retweeted it and tweeted, "Can't believe a caster is showing such blatant favoritism when he's supposed to analyze the matches today. Unacceptable. When is this idiot getting fired?" And then he wrote, "I know, right? It's gotten worse. For real, for real. You're just a salty fan. Lamau, just looked at your bio. Blocked. You're so soft, lol. It'd be fine if you had any game knowledge, but it's honestly been grating. Had to swap to the Korean cast. I mean, the game knowledge is so-so, but come on, they're pretty funny. Just ignore them. These people don't even know who Monty and Doa are. It's not that deep. They talk about beans and soup and black garlic. You just don't understand underlying themes, to be fair. You have to be very exceptionally high intelligence. DK Fighting, if you're reading this, don't listen to Timur Crony. Fuck off, moron." I just want to know how long it took him to do all of this, because it goes on for a while. I can't. Spits out drink. My team is going to stomp the everling shit out of you. I'll stay angry. Waking up to this, what is happening? He's finally lost it, I think. Generational crash out. First time on the internet. If we don't win, I'm going to go into hibernation. He's a fucking liar as well. Challenger enjoyer, as if he hasn't streamed CL in months. Keeps saying we're getting streamed and it's just never true. Bro, he has actually just gone crazy. He has gone absolutely off the rails. And he needs help. He needs help. Listen, I didn't want it to have to be T1. But today's the day. DK proves you all wrong. And they do the unthinkable. They do what you thought they could never do. Then you can join the DK hype train after that. You can. The DK hype train will stop at the station if you want to join. It'll stop if you want to join. Lucid Al-Gaib. It's not even Lucid Al-Gaib. Today is Shiwu Al-Gaib. That's what it is. It's Shiwu Al... Ooh, we're starting early today. We're starting early today. Ooh. Wait, this person wants an unban. What did they get banned for? Ooh, I don't know if you can get unbanned for that. Ooh. Ooh. I'll let the mod team decide. Good old Babkiss. Alright. Check Chronicler's Twitter. I already saw it. Chat, who are you supporting today? Are you a T1 enjoyer? Or are you a delusional, crazy-ass DK fan? We may be outnumbered, but we're not outgunned. Listen. Wait, what is the meme? There's a meme for... There's a perfect meme for this. What is it they say before like a UFC fight? They're like, listen, I want a clean fight. I don't want any of that messy shit. I want clean punches and I want, you know, what? Touch gloves. That's DK and T1 today, okay? Deal? I want 5 games. I want full degeneracy. I don't want none of that clean gameplay. It's crazy it comes down to this. Crazy. Do you want the defending world champs at Worlds to save the entire tournament's viewership? Or do you want DK? Oh my. This is all KT's fault. You should have sent KT to die in the DK shredder. Because if KT lost, they would be here and T1 would be here, even if T1 lost and T1 would be locked worlds. So it all is KT's fault. Yep. Yeah. 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 Chad, I can spit some bars here actually. It is time. Ooh, that photo goes hard. That photo goes hard. That photo goes crazy hard. It's time. The frauds versus the clowns. Yeah. Yep. T1 Hate Watchers, Gen G, me, AL, Top East, all the LPL teams, and me, and the T1 Hate Watchers are on the side of DK. And the T1 fans and the T1 rats in Riot, it's not DK versus T1, it's aiming versus DK. Basically what most League's players look like. I never played Heroes of New World. And I don't know what the fuck that is. 6 AM alarms. Wait, I saw this. We've got 2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes. I want to show you this real quick because I watched it last night. Look at this, bro. This video is from 17 years ago. And it's a vlog of them going to pick up Halo 3.
Midnight tonight. We're going to set up the TV, my monitor. It's going to be amazing. We're going right now to the grocery store to get all the junk food we can think of.
Damn.
Can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
It will be amazing. We're going to finish the fight.
Damn. See, now that would have been cringe if someone said that today. Then everyone's queuing outside. Damn. Holy. A piece of history in this video. A piece of history. A piece of history. Okay, we can't watch it all. And they run home.
Oh, fuck! What's this?
It's my
Halo 3!
This is my copy.
And they plug it in.
Lights off?
And they plug it in.
Halo
And then they play for 20 hours straight.
I must get back to it, but I'm sure you understand. So delirious, I don't even know what's going on.
Then they get to the final mission.
Holy fuck, it's crazy! It's the craziest shit I've ever seen! Oh! Oh shit, no! Oh,
Damn. That's crazy. That was peak. That was peak. Chat ads now, then ads in 50 minutes, and then ads after draft, and then you're sorted for the rest of the day. Apologies if you get hit by them. If you want to sub to avoid them, you can, but we're just going to be yapping while you're doing the ads are running. Today is a special day. Today is a very special day. Today is the day. Today is the day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the biggest match of the LCK playoffs here in 2025. It is D plus Kia and T1 to continue on their LCK championship journey. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wolf to break down this big matchup. And I
Holy
promise
shit,
we'll
we
try
are
to keep
here.
the bias to a minimum. I know that there might be someone here that might feel a certain way. They promised me earlier they will be a complete consummate professional.
Some might say biased desk. Some might say based desk. That's what I would say.
I would never be biased. I have never been accused of bias.
Yes.
I don't even know how to be biased. What I am, though, is excited because the fact that it all comes together here today for both a chance at that final
I don't know
spot at
what
Worlds,
being
but
biased
also
is.
a chance to
I don't know
make
how
that
to be
run
biased.
towards an LCK
I would
title.
never be biased.
It's
I'm a
mind-boggling,
professional.
truly, that it's
I'm
T1
not
and
schizo.
DK, and it's all
I'm
thanks
not losing
to the
my mind.
valiant efforts
I'm
of
not
KT and
off
Hanwha.
the
That's right.
rails.
So
I am
if you
safe for
win
broadcast.
today,
And
you
I
go
really
to
have not
Worlds,
tweeted
you
to
will
myself
face off against
100
Gen G
times
on the
about how DK is
21st
going to win
who's gonna go
and
to
address
that lower
every
bracket
possible
finals,
comment
go to
that he will
Inspire
receive if they
Arena.
do
So
win.
very big best of 5 today. I'm hoping that it's going to be as unhinged as Chronicler's Twitter is right now. If you guys have seen
Don't know what
his
you're
X
talking about.
posts, it's been pretty wild over there. I'm thinking this series is probably going to deliver about the same amount of insanity. It's a best of 5 between these two teams that we had earlier this year. Obviously, it went the distance. It went to 5. It went down to an aiming, getting caught by a blitzcrank hook game, which was the ultimate decider. But we'll see if history repeats itself or if it's going to be a more one-sided series tonight.
You know what? There's been a lot of other things that happened other than that.
Oh
Blitzkrieg
yeah.
happening to Aiden. You know, there was opportunities,
oh.
questions about the draft, but
What happened at the end of the series?
yeah, okay.
What ended the series,
Well,
D-Gon?
let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two squads because they have done battle multiple times, but not as many as you think in best of fives over the organization's history here.
Aren't you gonna
because of
support
when
your
DK
coworkers?
was promoted, we actually do. This is every best of five.
Every best of
they've
five.
ever played. And as you can see, a lot of them are bangers. More recently, outside of the blip in 2021,
This is me to my
and then in
coworkers.
2020, obviously DK was the best team in the
This
world.
is my meme of the
But it's
day.
been T1 favorite. DK always take a lot of games, but then you look at that Worlds qualifier, and that was kind of an out-of-nowhere win for DK as well. So I'm just hoping that today we go to 5 again, just like the last 2 times these teams have faced off.
I'm thinking we're going to feel that sort of tension in this series.
Oh, yeah.
It's essentially a Worlds qualifier here that we are playing in this best of 5. So
Is
I think
Chronicler
this series
okay?
goes the
No,
distance for sure.
no,
Notice when we
no.
talk about
The
these teams
DK
in the
fans are
world's history,
mega outnumbered
D+
in this
has
matchup,
never
and
missed
they're
Worlds
all
since their entry to
absolutely
the LCK in
schizophrenic and have lost their
2019,
mind and need
16
mental health
appearances.
help.
T1
They're
have
fucking
4
crazy, these
back-to-back,
fuckers.
but have 5 world titles, whereas D+ only have the 1
If
in
you're a
2020.
DK fan, you're
And
ill.
it's insane
You're
to think that the
absolutely ill.
defending world champion of the last 2 worlds is at the precipice of getting knocked out, right? Due to that win from Humble Life, due to the fact that KT won over Gen G.
And one of these guys is not going. Chronicler won.
Yeah.
Carrier and Showmaker will miss Worlds
Oh, that
for
feels
the very
wrong.
first time. Isn't that kind of insane?
That's
I don't
fucked
like
up, by the
that.
way. That's fucked up.
don't like-
That's
that feels
fucked up.
bad.
KT needs
Same
to
with
put out a
Shiu.
statement
If
saying
D+
sorry. They need to
make
say
it,
sorry.
Shiu
That is
would also
crazy.
miss Worlds for
That
the
is
first
crazy.
Good-
How
good
dare
stat
they?
there. You
How
talk to
dare they?
Atlas?
Yeah, just,
How dare they?
Just throwing those out there, you know. We're just setting the stakes for the heartbreak.
Either
that is
T1
going to,
or
come
DK's
here
not at
for
Worlds.
one of these
That's
squads. As we
horrible.
take a look at how T1 has fared in the playoffs. This was their second series against Hanwha Life.
What is your
Esports,
unbiased opinion?
And we found some
My
difficulty
unbiased
in the
opinion is that
drafting,
T1's going to rock up today,
in these
play Galio,
undamaged
Zaya, Rakan,
compositions.
Corki,
This game, obviously,
Ambessa,
a
Renekton,
because Gumo had to carry the whole thing,
Zinzao,
which really damaged Gumo in this
Jarvan,
draft,
and they're just going to win.
ended up
And it's
being
going
a
to be
bit
fucking
aggressive, and it cost
it
the team
piss
big.
me off.
But I think
But my
it's
hope
not
today
just
is that
this
they go
game in
back to
particular or
playing
Guma in
a
particular
pick
that's the
here, a
issue
pick
here.
there,
T1
you
are
know,
drafting
see
these
what this does,
compositions
see
that
what
have
that does.
extremely narrow
A
win
little less damage
conditions,
than
and it
usual,
makes
a
playing
little
the game
more
out
reliability
super
there.
hard, especially in a volatile meta like the one we're playing in right now.
It's basically, we've already been pretty critical of 2 carry compositions because I think they're hard to execute. This was a 1 carry composition, and I think Kai'Sa isn't a traditional. If this was a Jinx, I'd probably feel different about it, but Kai'Sa isn't a hyper carry in
Bum,
traditional
bum,
sense,
bum.
right? She has a very specific subset of skills, has great backline dive, is very self-sufficient. But what we see is that T1 is leaning into these styles of drafts that don't really work for them, and I think a lot of
Hey,
that for
lock
me is
in. I'm
because
locked
of
in. I'm locked in.
how
I'm locked
good
in. I'm
Hanwha's
locked
draft
in.
plans
I'm
were
locked
coming
in.
into that series.
I'm
Yeah,
locked
I mean, you
in.
saw in this game they were able to get a pretty early lead with the Kiana, but they weren't able to snowball.
Unironically,
enough, and
whether you're a fan of
Smolder
T1 or
eventually
DK,
happened,
this
right?
series is
The
gonna
break point
bang.
was reached for Viper
Whether
on
you're
an amazing
like,
series
nah, I don't know if
there.
I should. This
T1
series is gonna go
again,
fucking crazy.
drafting a composition
This
where they have
series
to win
happened last week.
constantly.
You went to
They
5
always have
games.
to have control.
This
They can
series
never give
happened
up for a
last
second.
year
Hanwha Life
in the
just plays
same
super
spot
defensively,
almost,
super
and went to 5
passively,
games.
And the game plan for
Like
Hanwha
this
couldn't have been
series,
simpler in that
the
type
T1
of draft. I think
DKs,
T1 really need to have broader
they don't come
scope
often,
with what
but
they're
when
doing
they
in these best
do,
of fives.
Yeah, like that was actually one of my favorite games.
Sit
in all
down
the
and get the
playoffs.
fucking
It just
popcorn,
unfortunately
yeah?
was a game 3
And when you think
that
it's done
didn't
for
quite
one
go their way
side,
for T1 after
it's
they
not.
had lost 2
It's not.
with some weird compositions. Now on the opposite side for D+, also 1-1
Some crazy
in
shit's
the
gonna go
playoffs,
down.
only losing to T1 in their very first round. They bounced back well here against B&K Fearax.
Yeah, we also got a Barrel Bard, which is always a roller coaster ride. Truly
Chat.
never know what you get with that man. And it kind of showcased, I think this is kind of the pinnacle of Barrel's journey because he was, and I've been very critical of him to the dismay of Atlas, because I think that Barrel actually had a really tough time throughout most of this year. But this play-ins and playoffs, I think he has actually leveled up, as has Shiu.
Yeah, and Shiu playing in the match
DK wins,
yesterday,
go
some
bold.
tanks playing the
No.
Sion in particular,
No.
showing up in a big way.
No.
I think this is great stylistically against B&K, but it's good to know that one of Shiu's biggest weaknesses may have been resolved, at least it was yesterday, so that could open up some strong points here in draft. We don't know how the form of Doran is going to look as well, had a bit of a rougher time in his last series, but some level ups individually here for D+, get them across the line, and we are seeing the coordination, I think, getting better and better bit by bit here for D+. That was the biggest issue I had with this squad in team fights, but it looked much better yesterday.
The biggest challenge for DK is obviously going to be that they have faced off against T1. That was close. But BNK is definitely didn't look nearly as strong. And we saw the struggles for aiming still continue, and that's something that I'm really going to be looking towards today.
Who are the casters? The casters are probably Atlas and Orcs, I presume, with who's on the analyst desk.
And if that comes to fruition,
some guy in chat said, I sacrificed my physics homework for this. You fucker.
Well, that's exactly where
do
we
your
start
physics
in
homework
this matchup
now.
between these two
It's 20 minutes until the game starts. I can help you with your physics homework if you want. I can help you. Just write the question in chat, I'll answer it. I'm crazy at physics. I'm crazy at physics.
On Ziggs, which is something that Guma hasn't played.
And these two players have opposite issues. I think that Guma, on his champions, is absolutely stellar. The problem is that, as we have seen, when he gets pushed, I think he can struggle, versus Aiming, who plays way more, but hasn't really looked that good in any of it.
Yeah, he plays a lot of champions that require a lot of finesse, and even if you look at Aiming's Jhin record, it looks like maybe he's the better Jhin player of these
this
two.
This is
but we know that's
Chronicler's
not
final
true, right?
DK versus T1
Jhin
before he
in the
retires.
Rise group, and his Jhin
How
performance
dare
left
they
us a little
decide
bit
it's a
worried
3-0
at
on
times
either
with his
side?
individual performances, even though his team's able to drag him across the line. I think this matchup is going to be quite critical. T1, by the way, have not won against Ziggs. They're 0-5, and Ziggs right now in round 3 to playoffs has a really high win rate, sitting at nearly 80% here at 11-3. Really pivotal pick, really strong at the end of draft to counter teams who have been really greedy with how they're setting up their bottom 2v2.
There's also the fact that I think DK have been prioritizing this. Plus, if your AD carry is struggling, Ziggs is a great pick because you can play towards it, but you really don't have to. He's very
today is
self-sufficient.
big lock-in day.
They even won with it, with Veigar, which I still don't think should
Is he moving back to Europe or gonna look for jobs? I don't see him on the LEC. No,
he's
done with esports. Chronicler's outie, bro. Chronicler's going. He's completely out of esports. He's done.
Now at support, the partner for that
I think he's gonna be a teacher or something and live with his wife.
Games were played here.
So going back to
he's away from his wife right now.
T1's drafting, the Bard has been Karia's most played, right? And he has a lot more games even before round 3 on this pick. So something that's definitely targetable in draft. We've seen a little bit more tech come out of Barrel. On the other hand, you can see his Janna pick, right? He's playing the Tom Kench. We know this guy will pull out the Taric. He has a ton of games of Karma as well, so he's really the only support right now that's picking this. So there's a lot of draft depth here for Barrel. It's also two supports that are trending in different directions right now. We saw in Karia's last few series a little bit lower impact on that Nico.
You should go
Barrel
cast LCK.
Me?
What, you want me to replace
but
Chronicler?
It's looking better here in this last few best of 5s.
Yeah, that to me is kind of the big takeaway. As I mentioned, there's still the Barrel moments, but I think that up until previously, until like the last 2 series, those Barrel moments were not offset by him finding amazing engages. But in the last 2 series, both against T1 the first time and against BNK, I think Barrel has actually stepped it up massively, has been a lot more consistent. And to me, jungle and support, I think, is the most deciding factor currently in the meta because of how teamfight heavy and objective heavy it is. Which means that if your support is doing well, like it is right now, for Barrel, that's a good sign.
I think for Caria, there was a lot of greed in the series against Hanwha. A lot of overextensions, misreading situations, and playing through the 2v2
He's playing a lot of Lucian, though. He is playing a lot of Lucian.
Getting punished like you see here. See it again when they lane swap.
Is there a chance T1 loses? Yeah, definitely. T1 needs to be very careful.
On the Nico. And so, even
the
though
favorites
is,
at T1,
I think historically has been one of the best Nico players in the world, hasn't shown it recently and has been pushing those advantages in lane a little bit too much. And a team like D+
in T1 DK doesn't exist.
Yeah, and this highlight here,
this was wonky.
You kind of wonder, it's like, okay, what's Guma supposed to do if he follows you into the pit, or is that, you know, a distraction? We're not exactly sure, and I think these are the types of things that are happening to T1 right now that they have to solve today.
The Riot officers right now are all awake. The LA officers, they're staying up, they're watch partying. They're all holding for their lives. They've called in sick tomorrow. They've gotten themselves some teas. They've made sure that like the air around them and the ambience in the room is good and clean. The air purifier's on. They've got it on a massive screen. The volume's turned up. They've got their phone on loud and they're watching the series with their fucking stress balls in their hands.
On average, I think the best player for T1 throughout the whole year, but unfortunately hasn't been able to keep up that form in the last couple of series.
We've seen a drop in performance from Owner.
Because if T1 loses this,
pivotal when you look at the performance of really strong junglers
sound the alarms,
kind of returning to form, but also players like Cuz and Raptor who really found a ton of success. And I think right before play-in started, we were like, oh, it's an 80 carry meta. 80 carry is the most important role, but jungle has been so pivotal since play-in started. hard, and we've seen the rise of these players like Cuz just taking over series, making upsets happen. And if Owner doesn't perform like he didn't against Hanwha, if Lucid outplays
World viewership is going to tank if they lose
this.
this.
Why D+ wins this best of 5.
Yeah, it's no surprise, right? We look at all the POMs. A lot of POMs this playoffs and play-ins have been going towards the junglers, as Wolf is highlighting. So I think that matchup today is something that I'm really going to be looking towards because we have seen Lucid kind of go up and down. I think for Owner, when the pressure is on,
been there for the last
this
4
player has been
years
able
in
to
a row.
deliver, and he needs to hear today.
All right, well, we've broken down a lot of the lanes. Let's hear from the coaches who are going to be pivotal in the draft preparation.
안녕하세요. 티원 감독 김종현.
Koma.
그때도 그 이후에도 이제 경기가 계속 있었기 때문에 일단은 뭐 보완해야 될 부분들을 좀 많이 이야기했었던 것
You should be
같습니다.
nervous about no
기간이
viewership for
그렇게
you.
길진 않았지만
Hey, it
짧은
is what it
시간에
is.
수정을 많이
I'm
했다고
DK till I
생각하고
die.
있고 선수들도 이제 좋은 경기력이 나올 거라고
If
생각하고
DK win
있어요.
Worlds,
그래서 오늘 좋은 경기 나올 거라고 생각합니다.
The amount of
이전 경기
shit I can
생각해
talk to
보면은
this chat
문제점들이 굉장히
is
많았어서
worth
일단은 뭐
anything.
하나를 고치기보다는 전체적으로 좀
They
어떻게
can never say anything to me
나아가야
ever
할지
again.
좀 그런 부분을 많이
I am
대화했었던 것 같습니다.
absolutely fathering them for the rest of their
하나의
lives.
전체적인 흐름이
It's
가장 중요할 것
ridiculous.
같고 또 세트 끝나고 그때 수정과 또 이제 방향성이 가장 중요할 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 스코어는 3대1 승리 예상하고 있습니다. 이전 경기에서는 좀 실망스러운
Same for IG.
보여드렸는데 오늘은
IG is the
정말
same.
팬분들 만족할 수 있을 만한 경기력 보여드리겠습니다.
Because you fucking hate both of them in a minute.
파이팅!
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아
Admit it.
감독 뱅기 배성우입니다. 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 있고 중요한 경기니만큼 꼭 승리하겠습니다. T1전 이후 조금 안 좋았던 부분도 있었어가지고 뱀픽적으로도 조금 더 얘기했었고 그렇습니다. 뭐 일단은 뭐 다 중요하겠지만 바텀이 제일 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 사실 첫 세트가 제일 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 첫 세트에서
Game 1 is the
세트가
biggest
많이
key.
갈라진다고 생각해가지고
He says
그다음
today
세트도
being a game 1
중요하지만
envy is
제일
important.
중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 3대1로 예상하고 있습니다.
Another 3-1. Another 3-1. He said that yesterday.
롤드컵을 위한 중요한 경기인데 오늘만큼은 꼭
Crazy it's
이기고
Bengi
싶고
versus T1 for
이기도록
Worlds.
하겠습니다. 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
The second time hearing Bengi in the last 2 days, and the second time he and his opponent coach
Chat,
predicts
the final
a 3-1,
ad run is now, and then it's
3-1
after draft,
Andes
okay?
all over the place.
I
So
hope
it's
you understand
time
the stream
for
started early to buffer the
our
ads so you don't get
predictions
cooked
here
by the
on
ads
desk. We'll
during
save
the games.
casters for
Today
them
especially.
themselves, but
Kind of avoiding the sub,
Chronicler, of
but yeah.
course,
If you want to go get
going with
food,
the
go
D+ upset
chill,
at 3-2.
warm up, do the fish thing,
A lot
whatever
of
it is.
pressure here for him.
Chronicler
We're on the
3-2.
3-1, and I'm
Come on now, I
the
had
only
to.
Giga Chat here.
I had to. What do you mean Giga Chat?
I am the
I
only
think
Giga
if
Chat.
anything, it's an Andy angle.
Yeah, it might be an Andy.
I mean, I took the Andy angle like the coaches
What is this?
both did. I think T1 is
What
going
is
to be
that?
the stronger team ultimately today, but I
What
do
is that?
worry about the drafting.
All right, Chronicler. Give us your one-liner on how this one's going to go and what's important to you in this series.
For me, I've already talked about a lot of the other matchups, but Showmaker, my man, I think you are kind of the core of DK in so many ways.
You
For
are.
me,
You
he
are.
is always happy and always ready to swing for the fences. I think
Yep.
sometimes it really hits the mark, but the difference, even though I think Tryndamere worked in that game, between that and his Zoe, even though they're both kind of off-the-wall picks, is that I want him to actually be able to have an impact. I don't want him to have to be reliant on the rest of his team, because he is a difference maker. There's a reason why he's gone to Worlds every single time.
Facts.
I want to talk
facts.
more about the draft.
Not English, just
we've
raw
seen
facts.
T1 a little bit predictable in draft. A lot of drafts that have narrow win conditions. So fearless draft or reckless gamble is kind of how it's been going
Fearless
here for
draft or
T1.
reckless
Does
gamble?
T1 have a plan for this best of 5? We just talked about a few of the drafts, but I want to zoom in on 2 of the ones that we did see here in BO5s. This one in particular, the famous game from that D+ series where the Blitzcrank pick ultimately was able to grab that Smolder and win the game. Otherwise, they didn't have really
Grab
great tools to
that
lock this dragon
Smolder.
down. They got caught off guard there. Here, similar story. Go for the Xayah and then leave themselves wide open to the Ziggs pick that they don't really draft. If you look at the T1
The
draft,
Ziggs pick,
as a
what a
whole,
wonderful
it's got some
champ.
angles,
I
has
think
the
Ziggs
range
is
support
like
there, and the
S-tier
Renata has a
champ in the
strong
patch
lane there.
right now.
But the Ziggs just outranges them, and they just had no answer for it. And T1 keep leaving themselves open to these scaling R5 picks that come into the bottom lane that they just cannot answer, can't engage on,
Absolute
or can't
rat
reach. And
champ is what it
T1
is.
need to fix this problem.
Now, D+ have had a great story of raising young talent over the last 2 years, with Lucid winning Rookie of the Year, Shuwu being a fantastic candidate. But my goodness, Doran, you have to remember, you are still in Seoul, Korea. You are still in Lowell Park. You are still domestic Doran. And that guy you're going against is a rookie. You are part of T1 and the T1 legacy, and that means you've got to continue on today. Again, an easy 3-0 for T1 is my
Cast your
prediction.
bias,
But
cast
it's
your
not
bias,
about predictions
hey!
anymore. It's about one legacy here in the LCK, and these two storied squads will do battle one more time. One team will go home, one team a step closer to Inspire Arena. It's T1, it's D plus Kia for a spot in Worlds.
Boot it up, boot it up, boot that shit up now. And I'm gonna miss this intro. Every time the season comes to an end, I'm gonna miss the intros. The intros always go so hard.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies, can't let me down a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
I'm not ruining the song. I know you're singing at home or some shit. The difference is you can hear me. Oh, this is my favorite part. 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 Makes me stronger. Oh yeah. Try to get in there now. Like, retweet, whatever you do. Mod, there's a guy spamming about him. That was a close up. That was a close up shot.
이거 완전 비상인데요 지금. T1 같은 팀을 상대할 때는 목을 노리기 전까지는 안심하면 안 되겠죠. 이렇게 연력 끌어버립니다 T1이. 아니 T1진짜. 나이스. T1이 쓰러지지만 않으면 그 T1에게 내려진 시련은 그 T1을 더 강하게 만들었어요. D+Ki아입니다. 에이스를 띄우는 D+Ki아. 오늘 D+Ki아 진짜 준비 잘해왔는데요. 교전의 신. D+Ki아가 기어를 또 한 단계 올립니다. T1 나와. 이제 달려가야죠 북쪽으로.
Here we go. Here we go. Bro, the LCK music, the intros, the aura, everything is just different. It's just different. It is just different.
T1 멀지 가자 화이팅. DK 파이팅.
This guy tweeted me at Caedrel, y'all, you really want T1 out of Worlds? Be for real, Lamau. The only reason you and Dryad still have jobs. And then look at his profile
ladies
picture.
And gentlemen,
bro, are you okay?
2025
what the
LCK
fuck are you
playoffs.
tweeting at me with that profile picture
the
for?
Lower bracket.
Can you shut the fuck
it
up?
is do or die.
Are you fucking crazy?
And there are records that will be broken here today, and by that I mean streaks that will be broken. DK has never missed a World Championship since qualifying to the LCK in 2019. T1 have been every year since 2021 as well. That's 4 in a row so far, would be their 5th consecutive Worlds, and they have also won a whole bunch of them in that time.
Back-to-back winners, so if they want to be back-to-back-to-back.
Back-to-back to almost back.
To attend, that is
getting there is important.
Yes, that is the generally seen as the first step.
However, I have a counter argument.
Yep.
If they don't go, they also cannot lose.
He's not wrong.
Yeah. So there's that. But there's so much on the line, and this matchup is blowing my mind entirely. Let's get into some of our points of the match and try to understand what we think is going to happen here today. It is, Lucid, of course, do or die, high stakes, lower bracket match. And if you just make it through this series, we have all 4 of our world's teams already locked in. And we thought it was going to be so incredibly cut and dry. It was going to be so easy. And then KT happened.
Yep.
Our defending MSI champions, they're through, right? And our defending LCK champions, they're through. The defending world champions now have to try to battle against DK to make sure that they're going to be there.
Oh
and
my
KT
god, bro,
already there.
this series and it's also made this ball look crazy.
This is what the entire
Genji are waiting the next step to even make it to
win or fucking get
the
knocked
Inspire Arena.
It's crazy.
For that spot to take the LCK title. So a lot on the line.
Absolutely is.
Ona against Lucid. We've seen both of them picking some flashier picks. Both of them having some good
illness,
man. Maybe not so good at times, but both of them definitely capable of putting some banger performances out when it comes to their best.
Yeah, and I'm very, very interested in what the Kiana is going to do, and also
crazy how many
what
wins
this
Doran
guy
has.
is going to do.
He's at 400 wins.
Doran approaching 400.
That's insane.
LCK wins. Just needs one of them here. He was also this close last time we saw him play. Just wasn't quite able to get over the line. Unfortunately, that matchup against HLE is something that I imagine T1 and T1 fans would prefer to forget about. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah,
and now
show me the
this
predictions.
Is an important stage.
It's gonna be
Let's have
10
a look
to
at
4
what
in
the predictions
T1.
are going
I'm
to
predicting
be. As
that.
we see, we did in Chronicler. Both 3-2s
9
in
to
favor
5.
Of D+.
Every
Kia.
DK predictor is saying 3-2.
Oh, no,
and every T1 predictor is like, yeah, 3-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, yeah, 3-1, 3-1. There's a couple 3-2s.
I know, you saw that, and your heart just sunk, didn't it? I can feel it. I can feel the sinking of hearts in this stadium right now.
The fan vote is 90% or something.
Like
70%.
You know, and they've gone for D+. That's dangerous.
That is very
Don't
dangerous.
say Jonah Strong based.
He
is a fraud these days.
As you can see,
his time is up.
T1 predictor,
Unk is washed.
but I'm starting to doubt my decision. As on X, you guys certainly have been voting in favor of T1, and I think logically, if you just like watched a smattering of games throughout the LCK, you'd be like, yeah, T1 should definitely be getting there. Transitive properties, I actually think DK should be the favorites. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out.
DK should be the favorites.
So, 3-2, last time these two teams met. Okay, we're gonna let the players walk out while I
don't put
the
none of the
DK
favorites
everyone,
on DK.
Okay?
Whoa.
We're gonna start with T1, and maybe I'll talk about T1 while they're walking out, and then I'll talk about the DK Cope after that. Because this guy is going to be absolutely pivotal to what
How much
T1
pace can he
need
bring?
to achieve here today, and I think he was pretty
Will
stable
he
the
ambassador
last
into
time
5 in
they
game
met
5?
as well. I think Zeus kind
Or
of popped
will
off in
he
that series,
wait
but I don't
for
think
his
it was
team
necessarily Doran
and not tweak?
underperforming that much. Would that be an assessment that's right?
I think that's fair. I mean, I think Doran... I think there were moments in the most recent series where Doran wasn't
sold out,
necessarily
of
at his
course
best,
it's sold
but
out.
I think generally he's been such a rock for this team.
Here comes Shiwu.
I think Shiwu
Bro,
has
Shiwu got so much better.
Been really solid. You know, got my vote, got the
He got
global
so much
side's
better.
vote in their most recent
Wait,
series.
what the high fives at,
the
bro?
match. Was really popping off. Having
Hey,
some good
W high
performances on the
fiver.
Sion, and we've been critical of his tank play. His
W high
finally
fiver.
sort of
There we go. There's the
coming to
pace.
his own.
Hey, yo, Siwu, let's get it.
Phenomenal on carries, picked like the
Let's get it, Siwu.
Didn't die on Sion, and he was so good at dying on tanks.
It didn't make use of the passive.
Yeah, that's that's actually a really good point. It's like when you play Cogmore and you
scarf.
don't die.
Yeah,
it's
sure
just
about that.
it's an absolute waste.
Minimizing DPM.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay, here
it's
comes
really
the
not
biggest
quite
aura
working
farmer
out.
in esports.
As Shio also making his way out there, and so I'm hoping that we don't see very much tank play out of him.
I love it how the rest of T1 is just sitting down next to them. Did you see them all just sitting there
I was mainly
in the
drawn
corner?
to the Viger that was
You see the fake little head? They're all just sitting on a chair.
I think Ona has generally this year been pretty phenomenal for T1, but in that series against HLE, Pina had his number. So it really needs a bounce back today. We know he's capable of so much. We know he has extremely high highs. Needs to show that level today and bring strong performance up against his counterpart.
And his counterpart has been having
a bit of a resurgence. And thankfully, I have you with me here, Ox. Take it away, leader of the Lucid Fan Club.
Yes, so obviously, as president of the Lucid Fan Club, I have so many things, so many positive things I can say about this player. Someone like Chronicler may admonish him, but fortunately he's not here to say such things.
Lock in.
I think Lucid
Get it done.
has
Get it done.
so many strengths since he's joined
here comes
the LCK.
The other biggest
and
aura farmer in the
You
LCK.
have moments like the 47,000 Zins out.
Try and spot Kerry Aguma sitting down before
He's
they do
just
the camera
shown
pan.
what he can do when he pops off. An absolute monster when he has games that go his way.
Yo, cameraman.
Certainly does, and that has actually been building in form at exactly the right time. And speaking of a man who's pretty good at building form at exactly the right time, it is the GOAT. And Faker going to make his way into LoL Park here. And honestly,
I had a dream that I was playing on
like
T1 and I was playing
when
Lissandra
backs
support,
are against
and
the
me and
wall,
Faker
which
were
they are,
debating whether I
just to
should
be
go
clear,
Zhonya's or Proto Belt.
incredibly against
Was a
the
good
wall
debate.
now. This is when this team
wrong.
comes alive. And you
My
cannot
Lissandra.
actually adjudicate them when Faker is on this roster
My
until
Lissandra.
they've lost.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, everyone on T1 contributes, but when you think back to the 2 world titles they just won, you think back to Faker's clutch plays.
Yep.
He always brings that clutch factor.
Korean? No, he spoke
And
English.
this guy always
does
brings
speak
the
English.
weird picks. We mentioned the Viper
Showmaker.
already. He also
Listen.
dabbled in the
Listen,
Zoe.
no
him and BDD,
Tryndamere
both
today,
looking absolutely
buddy. Okay?
fantastic
No
on that pick that
Tryndamere
they
today,
have.
okay? Put
Been
the fucking
known
Zoe
for
in the bag.
the past many,
Pick a
many
mage
times. But this guy
and play
played
the game.
Tryndamere on purpose, debuted the Viego, all sorts of stuff.
The only
Viego
player in this
mid,
series
Tryndamere
to
mid,
only have
Seth
played
mid.
unique picks in playoffs so far. Everyone else has had a little overlap, but he has only played unique ones, and sure, some of them haven't worked. The Tryndamere.
Yep.
Some of them have had some great success to the Veigar, which we win.
Here comes
Guma.
Now I love Guma, but he has
extremely
stolen my
well.
haircut, so I do hold him accountable for that.
And we have to go to the
And
other
that annoys
side
me. He used
of
my
the
barber
champion
without
pool
asking.
situation.
He went
This
to my
guy,
barber
an absolute
without asking.
specialist. Gumayushi making his way down, and we know if he gets his hands on the Jhin, even the Varus with some nerfs is still something deadly in his hands, but we have been critical about the breadth of champions that he can employ.
But even we've seen him bring things out like the Kai'Sa. I feel like the game wasn't set up for him to be successful, but his performance individually was pretty good.
Yep.
And I think he's been widening that champion pool. We've seen him pick up things like the Yunara, so excited to see what he can bring out today and demonstrate what he can do up against aiming.
The one man that is most counted by Blitzcrank in the world.
Especially Chronicler has been
Anything with a
very
hook
critical
scares
of
him.
over their last few series.
Completely lives in his head
I feel like
rent
Aiming
free.
has gotten feedback from like Bengi or from CVMax saying you need to be more aggressive. You need to position in a way to do damage all the time. And I think he may have taken it to heart a little
cameras
much,
in the phone. What phone is
and
that?
has been finding himself caught out of position.
Hey,
quite
W
often
selfie.
As
Mom,
I
I'm on
that, you know,
TV.
taking a selfie with yourself while you're on the TV.
Love to see it.
That's a pretty cool move. I don't know whether he was actually on the TV at the time though. Very confusing because when you saw it in his... Never mind. Let's introduce Carrier here, who is, I think, going to be make or break for this series. Because he's up against
That
Beryl,
motherfucker might just carry the whole
and
series by himself. I'm
it
gonna keep it
really
real.
hurts me to say this.
You better not.
But that could be the biggest mismatch of this series.
Whoa.
Oh, I hated it.
Are you walking down Carrier like that?
What? Oh, no. No, I was trying to do it the other way around. Yes, normally if I was to be myself, I would be saying it the other way.
Oh,
No,
Beryl.
I'm
Oh,
saying that
Beryl.
unfortunately,
The CEO of getting caught
Beryl
and turning
may
it into a
not
good
be
fight.
The best support on the Rift today.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I'm shocked at you,
Beryl's
Max.
a free
This is
kill.
a
Or is
shocking
he?
thing.
Or is he? Yes, he is. He is. Actually is.
If
Just
I
kill
was
him.
at
He
home
will
on
die.
the couch,
9
I'd be
to 10 times
screaming
he's a free
at
kill.
myself saying this.
Yeah.
But I'm not. I'm here trying to be a professional as best I can.
I will say, you know, Carrier's had some phenomenal form this summer. Obviously, great performance on things like the Bard. But Beryl has really started to step up as we've gotten into play-ins, into playoffs. We've started to see him be more
Is that a
proactive
plane ticket?
and waking up a bit. And I think
Passengers,
that has
Paskia
been a big
to
difference
Peck.
maker for the team. Him pairing up
From
with Lucian
Incheon to
well.
Peck.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, you know, Beryl
So where's Peck?
has won 2 world championships on different teams.
Oh,
At his
worlds.
best, he's an enigma, but he's hard to understand. We just have to,
Holy bro,
we
that
just have to
chain
see
every
him bring
time I
that
look at
level
it.
today.
Every time.
Yeah, and speaking of understanding things, I can now go back to that thing that I was trying to talk about before
we finally
the
look back.
walkouts did come out.
Where's
and-
Atty? Where's
okay,
Atty at?
so transitive properties
No
of
Atty.
this matchup between these two teams. Because we've seen this before. It was a 3-2 in favor of T1 on the day, but honestly, it was a messy series. Felt like it could have gone either way, to be perfectly honest. But afterwards, that's the biggest deal. As we do have a look at the key player matchup, I think the jungle matchup is going to be absolutely pivotal. But I'm not going to be distracted this time around. We have to talk about the fact that T1 then went up against HLE, who T1 were able to take down in the Legend Group many, many times, but were unable to do so in the playoffs, thus dropping to the lower bracket. On DK's side, as they were already in the lower bracket, they managed to take down B&K that they lost to previously in the play-ins. And they did so in quite easy fashion, to be perfectly honest, in comparison to what happened in the Slugfest 3-2 that they managed to pull out last time. So what it means is theoretically the performance of DK has improved, while perhaps the T1 performance has not improved.
Chilling.
And therefore, I predicted T1 to win today because none of it matters.
Benji, lock in.
Yeah, I like the conclusion.
Thank you.
I feel like
do you like that I made sure that I brought that out and then it had zero actual actionable information?
I swear I got a Bengi troll today.
I appreciate that because I feel like that's been honestly, I feel like especially after the KT Gen G series, I feel like applying logic to your predictions isn't always too forthcoming. I
Here
feel
we go.
like you just have to
T1
go with
blue
your
side.
gut.
DK, I can tell you already, if you're red side, Azir ban is needed. They did Azir Talia trade before, you don't do it again.
It's the same sort of thing.
Azir ban now.
Often doesn't
I think
actually
giving
hold any
Yunara
water.
is doable.
Yeah.
Giving Yunara is doable.
Yeah, okay. You got what I was saying. Let's
Azir ban, Bard ban, and Pantheon ban.
Because
just take the KT
Deal?
logic into every series. That's what we need to do. Unless you actually have access to the script.
Otherwise,
which
we're
my,
trolling.
my
What
license
would
was
T1
revoked.
ban against
Unfortunately,
DK?
I was a little
Jarvan,
bit too brazen with it
yeah.
the last time out. So
Aurora
that
is a
was
good
taken
ban
away
against
from me.
T1 against
will
DK.
be taking away
They
some
could ban
things
Jarvan,
themselves
Yunara,
in the
Aurora.
Yunara and the
Blue
Jarvan,
side Yunara ban.
as DK,
Nice. Now we can
ban
ban
away
Bard
the Azir.
or
We'll see whether
Pantheon
they
for
can
free.
sneak in a Nico ban that a lot of teams have been taking away from Carrier, even though his win rate
Nico
isn't
as well.
necessarily
Fuck
massive.
that champ,
His
Nico.
impact is gigantic.
And
on the
Rumble,
champion.
oh my god. Fuck this. Drafting versus.
Yeah, so Jarvan getting banned out, and still things like Wukong open and available.
Okay, they do the
see
Bard.
Getting
Rad.
away from Carrier. Obviously something that Barrel can play as well, but not want to give that over when Carrier's had so much success on it. It will be Wukong banned by T1 as well.
So there's what?
So
There's
hammering away
Pantheon,
at the jungle
Nico,
pool.
Rumble.
Pantheon is still open and available, but it's been
Talia,
definitely
Ryze,
lower
Galio,
priority significantly when it has come to playoffs.
It has
I think
been
Nico
often
ban, maybe. Or
Jarvan,
Pantheon ban.
Yeah.
And so I do think the Jarvan ban is a bit of a masterstroke here by T1. I do really like that. And now there are a lot of things, because it feels like now the Pantheon is worth a look in as far as bans are concerned with that Jarvan removed.
Orianna
But the
ban.
Orianna was still there.
It's
a
Armageddon
champion
in
that almost
draft.
always gets played in
It's Armageddon.
game one. And now there's a lot left up. Rumble standing out. There's a lot of things.
On paper here, you first pick Pantheon.
Faker's most played in
but
round 3 to
they're
5 is
first
Orianna,
picking
and also
Ryze.
definitely going to appreciate this.
So I mean,
away.
DK
But with
could
the
get
Ryze
Pantheon
pickup
Rumble right
for
now if they want.
Faker, Talia is open and available as an option.
Pantheon
but,
Rumble?
Faker definitely happy to get his hands on this.
Why did
his
they first
second
pick
most
Ryze?
played in rounds 3
There's
to 5 in the Legend
Annie,
group
Talia,
was
Ryze,
the
Galio.
So giving some strong mid lane pressure.
I think
It does
Pantheon
mean
Rumble
that
here
the
is
Rumble
crazy
could
for
go
DK.
over to Shiu if he does want to lock that one in. Rumble plus
But I think
Jungler is
maybe
something
they're
that we've
scared of
seen,
Poppy.
picked up fairly often. Oh, the good old
So
blind
they're blinding Trundle.
Blind Trundle. Someone send someone to
And the
help
reason they're
Chronicler.
blinding
He already
Trundle,
had
I
a
think, is
monstrous
because
crash out on
since
Twitter
our Poppy's
earlier today,
open
and, this is
Trundle
not going to
counters
help.
both,
Yeah, we haven't
but
been
now they're just
super
going to take
keen
Pantheon,
on
surely,
the
right?
blind Trundle.
No.
Being picked up obviously does make it awkward to pick tanks.
But now
in the
playing
top lane.
Rumble with
But I
Trundle
feel
is
there's a lot of
so...
picks open where
but
you
if you
don't
do
really
go
need to pick a
Trundle
tank in the
Rumble,
top
the
lane.
counter to
I think
Rumble
if you pick the Rumble,
Ornn
I
and
like
Galio.
Rumble Trundle together.
And Trundle
so
counters the
that
tank.
might salvage it a little bit, but that's not what they're
What
going to
is
do.
going
Really
on?
locking off the Corki
What is
coming
happening?
in. So
Is this
Corki
real
obviously has
life?
been super high prio. A lot of safety with the pick.
Apparently
Pretty
it
good
is.
lane, scales pretty well.
Apparently it is.
But just very
What
early
happens if
to
they
have
go like
taken
a
that, not
Nico
giving
lane
any
right now?
look in really
Can you
to
play
mid
Corki
and
Karma?
top. Side
Nocturne Nico?
D+.
Oh my
Nocturne's
god,
gonna
don't
come
do
through.
Nocturne
So not
Nico,
one opt
please.
for
Or
something
Nocturne
like the
Ambessa.
Xin Zhao. With the fact that you play into Trundle,
Okay, well,
they can get a circumvent.
T1's
the
already
pillar,
really ahead. I think DK needs to
doesn't
pick
need to interact
Renekton
that
here
much
now,
with the
or
Trundle early
Gwen,
game.
or
And
some
Ambessa
fucking
gonna come through
Rumble,
with
or
Doran.
some shit on
Not
3,
only a great
surely.
pick, but also denying it from Shiwu for the whole series.
Yeah, it's
But then
absolutely
Showmaker's
fantastic.
dropping.
And Doran, I think, has been our best Ambessa player, especially over the last couple of rounds of the regular season. He was just so good at this champion, and the backline access here from T1 is revolting.
They're running
basically everyone can
fucking hate DK's comp
go
already.
where they want and
they're dropping
really try
mid.
and target.
All right, Nico ban now, DK now. Nico ban.
Nico
ban and Zaya Rakan. Hello.
Showmaker and aiming
they will play Nico
like
or they will play Zaya Rakan. And when you ban both, they will play Jhin. That's just the way it is.
We'll see whether that does get banned away, as the Renekton is going to be locked in as the answer to Ambessa.
But we don't play versus Zaya Rakan, and we do not play versus
Nico. At the very
Nico.
beginning of the year, when Ambessa was first released, Renekton was considered the option into her.
Yeah.
Didn't often work. I don't think it's a hard counter or anything like that, but has had a better time in the matchup.
All right.
Yeah, I do feel like Ambessa did get toned down a good amount since then, so definitely a lot more ability to shut the Ambessa down now. But D-Plus now in a position where they have this
what mid laner can
obviously strongly
play
into the Ambessa,
into Rise, Nocturne,
Trundle,
Ambessa?
So a lot of power around that top side in the early levels. I'll be interested in the fact that they haven't prioritized mid lane. So if you were set on getting like that Talia pickup, it could end up getting banned out here. It will be the Nico taken first and foremost, though.
Please ban Rakan at least. At least Rakan. Deal. You're playing Trundle.
Strong bot lane.
Rakan ban deal.
Lucian taken away by D+ here. I wonder if they do.
You have to counter support, because if you ban Rakan,
like the Jhin.
These fuckers might just play like Poppy.
Jhin could be the option. With the amount of dive that they have already, you need someone that wants to follow up, but it will be the Sivir taken away instead. So obviously thinking about a different angle here.
I think it's so
And now
fried.
T1, one final ban. Will it be the
Like,
Ziggs?
I get it,
Will it
Sivir's
be a
annoying.
different support? Alistair is something
I get
very
it.
popular to be banned away from Beryl.
Maybe
and
I would
there it
swap
is.
the Lucian
That one
ban
is
for the
going to
Sivir.
hit the deck. So now, aiming, let us know.
Because
we put
now
the
they have
Corki in the mid lane.
now they have
or
Zaya
are we
Rakan
going to be picking
4-5.
an AD
Surely
carry?
they're just going to
Or
do
are
Zaya
we gonna
Rakan
be saving
4-5.
the whole thing
Lux.
until much
Lux.
later, as that is a Lux. So that is likely. Look, I want to say likely a support option, but you don't really
Ari
know.
is the only
And,
mobile mid
this
into
would be a
Rise, but
mid
it's
lane
just
choice.
not winning, is it? It's just not winning.
Not
it's
sure
just not
about
winning.
that. Just doesn't make me feel all that much joy. As instead, will be the Cassiopeia, the classic into the Rise.
It's a bit more damage.
Does mean that we're not going to be doing any shenanigans by putting a.
I guess
Ziggs towards
Poppy is
bottom side. It
open
would
on
mean
5
that
to
it's
stop
a lot
Zaya
of AD
Rakan, and
on
they
the
just
top
picked
side of the
Ziggs
map.
Poppy.
Gumiushi is going to lock away the Ziggs himself.
Okay.
All right,
well,
Carey going to be taking the Poppy here at the same time as Beryl
Ziggs Poppy, it makes a lot of sense
actually
because Poppy's open, they don't want to play Zaya Rakan.
And I love it because we had
Cassio,
the
and it's the double
whole
mage.
pre-show segment
The double
set up
mage,
to
man.
talk about
It's the double
T1
mage.
and the fact that they haven't been able to beat a Ziggs. If you can't beat him, join him.
It's such a good pick, actually, because I feel like the composition from D+ was kind of gearing up.
I did not expect T1 to do this in
game
Game 1. Chairman and Ed, if you know what ads, you can use the T1 or Twitch Prime, subscribe to the channel. You don't have to sub to the channel if you don't want to. Back for the game starts, pick this. If you sub now, you won't get ads for the next 30 days.
Cassiopeia, the way she functions as a champion is horrific to play into Ziggs, because you want them to come into you. He's never going to do that. You know, they pick the Poppy, the Nautilus makes sense as a response.
I think T1's comp is crazy broken, isn't it? They have Nocturne ult, Ziggs ult, they have Poppy ult.
Now you have this Ziggs Poppy.
The Trundle does have value, and in a straight up 5v5, let's say Poppy ult misses.
Now T1 don't
in a
have to play
straight up
into Ziggs.
5v5, DK has more damage.
How it was
But T1 have more side lane,
it's
more
now
pick,
blocked for the rest of the series, as is the Ambessa.
more
So
creativity in playing the game with Rise.
With this. Even if they end up losing this game, they've denied some massive
I'm really
tools
surprised
from
the way the draft went, though.
And honestly, looking at how the draft is
I thought
shaped
T1
out,
would
I
look for
think they've
Nico in
given
that draft.
themselves pretty strong tools. I think they've put themselves in with a good spot. I think
But Carrier really
the
thinks
Ziggs
Poppy support is OP.
Really make
I think this is Carrier specific.
for D+ to find
Because
footing.
Carrier does blind
feel
Poppy a lot. Even into fucking.
Too inspiring. It's
What
like
did
a
he play
mid-jungle.
Poppy into? He played it into some crazy lane.
It's a sort of composition where you just wait until you get to a point where, like, okay, the enemy team has to run at us, and hopefully we put the slows down, we control the game. But
they never have to run at you.
They never have to do it. They never have to. And you have solo laners with point-and-click CC who can kind of set up the Ziggs ult.
And you've got non-committal options as well, like the public
Oh, yeah,
execution.
he played into
It's kind of a
Kai'Sa Nico.
masterclass here from T1. Draft looking good, but let's get onto the Rift and see what happens.
He played Poppy support versus Kai'Sa Nico from Genji and won.
Okay, I don't know whether my headphones are just not working as well at cancelling the noise from outside, or whether it's just way louder in here on both sides. Lowpark kind of just erupted, but you love to see it. And this is, of course, a pivotal match. This is either Worlds or go home. Stay in the running for the LCK trophy.
Wait, how is
or
Atlas
just go
talking
home.
while he's drinking?
Yeah, that was me. That was the live reaction to what had happened. And then I made sure that I hydrated. You guys should.
Stay hydrated, yeah.
Got to make sure you do that.
This is a sort of game where if you don't remind yourself to drink, you will just be staring at the screen with your mouth open, captivated.
Exactly. And then it goes dry, and then you won't be able to commentate, okay?
Well,
and you want to be able to commentate.
Yeah.
Or at least
DK has a bit more early game with Trundle.
Speaking for experience.
Yeah.
T1 has lanes that just
want
want
to
to
might
chill.
also be commentating at home. I don't know. That's a great way to practice. If
DK
you
has
want to be
winning
a
top.
commentator, it's totally
Mid
a
is
good
contested.
idea. You don't need to
And
be
I
recording
think
everything
T1
you do.
probably
Sometimes
pushes
it
bot
is just
with Ziggs
about
Poppy
getting
after like
the
level
reps
2,
in.
level 3.
But that's not what today is about. Today is about T1 or DK. Which one of these teams is going to Worlds? Will it be 7 in a row for DK? Or will it be 5 in a row for T1? And can they defend their World Championship? We mentioned
Bro, I'm already like
the
tweaking.
MSI champions, they're already there.
I'm already tweaking.
LCK champions, they're already there. Defending world champions still yet to make it. KT's also there.
There is 6 TPs in this game.
They're just there. Just KTing.
And it's
their way
game
there.
1.
Off the back of an incredible
That's when you know it's
performance
gonna
and
be
one of the greatest
fucking
series
degenerate.
that we've ever had the pleasure of witnessing to really add some turmoil here to the LCK for
It's so sad that
2025.
one of these teams has to go.
We've got a lot of action
Wait.
happening here.
Oh
Showmaker
my
gets Faker
God.
down below 100 health. Is looking for
It
a
is
bit
sad
of
that
an
one
angle
of these
as
teams
Faker's
has to go,
sticking
but I want a fair
around.
fight. I
Little
want a
dangerous.
clean fight.
Does have some potions to
No
get
macro,
through, but,
5
Showmaker
games, full
does get the
degeneracy,
poison down.
made a best team win,
And
hands
Faker
diff
really does
deal.
need to be careful. Couple of Twin Fangs, and he could be dead. As we do see, there's a Nocturne lurking, but
Deal.
yeah, level 3 Nocturne ganks, not a thing.
And you know, we have seen this matchup a good amount, the Cassiopeia into Rise.
Showmaker basing for
We haven't really
tier.
seen it be this favorable.
Faker's
It's
gonna
kind of
match
been the
and
matchup
base
where,
for
you know,
tier
you
as
pick
well.
it because it does well later in the game. The
Team
lane
back
can
from
be
Showmaker.
successful, but
Doesn't
it's
have the
been a
gold
lot
for
more
tier, buys a
even
Sapphire
than
Crystal and a
we've seen
potion.
this is really Showmaker
Must have had
putting
the
the
gold for
hit
tier.
onto Faker, which is great for D+.
Faker did.
For that odds
No tier Cassio.
in this game.
Barrel.
Now
of a
bot
wander
slow should be contested.
as Keria had
Levels on the
left the
Ziggs
lane
Poppy.
for a few moments.
Level
Andy
3.
and Barrel actually
Hook.
playing pretty far up here as the
Big
hook
hook
is
onto
going to
Keria.
connect. Fair bit of damage
Ease
onto
him,
Keria, but he
ease
dodges
him.
the fast bomb pretty nicely.
Top
Here
is
towards the
fighting
top
a lot.
side, we
Renekton
have
favorite
a lot of
matchup.
damage being done by both of these top laners. Cannon is going to be secured, and I assume secured.
Siwu yesterday
Dora not going to be able to get
played
it.
like a god.
And she was going to be
Pens
winning
yes
that
up,
lane
Pillow's gonna
for
land,
now.
Ground
The
is
Pillar
gonna
comes
hit,
down to his
Faker's
mid
gonna
lane.
get
Ona turns up, flash out
pushed
from
out,
Faker.
no flash.
As Ona wants to be able to do battle with Lucid here, but
Big
there are
early
a
game
lot of
pressure
minions
from
and there's an
DK.
angry
Very
snake,
big.
So get out of there.
Top
As an
winning,
Australian,
bot
I know,
pushing, mid
snakes,
2v2 winning.
That's serious business. Just do not, like, just don't risk it.
And this is the fact that Faker's already TP'd back to lane, and he's in this bad a spot. I mean, it's a great gang from Lucid, forcing Oda to show up to try and help, but Faker's having a horrible time in this lane matchup. Showmaker really putting the pressure on. And considering top lane's going so well, mid lane's going so well, this is exactly the start D+ need if they're going to find
Casters are too
favor
loud,
in this
should be
game.
better now.
Yep, and I'm
T1
really glad that you
pull the
brought that
swap.
up because I think that as this game
Game
goes
is too
on,
hard on
T1
sides.
have
Pull the
a
swap.
lot of different
Look at
avenues.
top
They
CS.
gave themselves
Jesus,
out
Shiwu.
in the draft. And I want to go back to what Wolf had already highlighted, right? He set this up, and that T1 have been picking drafts with narrow win conditions. This is not one
Barrels
of those
hide
drafts.
on
I feel
bush.
like you have ways back
Doran
into
might
the
think
game
he's
with a
not
comp
there.
like this.
He's gonna walk
You
up and
can
auto attack him.
mess with vision. You can
Waiting.
side lane if you'd like to.
Waiting.
You can control
Waiting for the
midway
worst moment
pretty
possible.
comfortably with the Ziggs. I think they have a lot of
Hit hook, though.
flexibility. As Doran maybe doesn't as much here towards his bottom side. And DK, I think, will need to have a pretty good early game to feel comfortable in this one.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and I think it's
Some guy in
important
chat
that-
just said, wake up T1.
Important that like the
And
Renekton
for some reason,
is
it made
having
me
this
think of
lead,
like Ash Ketchup when he's
and
with
obviously did
Pikachu
start
on that
with a
fucking
bit of an early
movie.
advantage, but now the swap
Wake
has
up,
come
Pikachu.
through from T1, and Doran doing a decent job of picking up the farm now. Obviously, he gets chunked out a bit, but has a lot of sustain with the biscuits, with the potions he has, so should be able to farm up on the tower.
God, that
and
scene is like...
Shiwu right now being zoned out pretty heavily, but the wave is going to crash into him.
Yeah, that's a lot of minions they're going to be making their way over to him.
What a beautiful scene.
As Ona is going to be collecting his raptors. We'll see whether he does
Early Drake for DK.
try to contest this
Should be
dragon,
pretty free.
As Lucid is on full vision. As now Showmaker is doing once
Showmaker.
again a lot of damage to Faker. This time, flash advantage for the
Ona
Cassiopeia
trying
as
to do a
Ona is
quick
going to move
mid-play
over
here.
vision. Dustbringer comes down, spell shields, the Noxious Blast, and the flash has to be employed as Keria was making his way over. Barrel finding out exactly where Owner is.
Oh no.
I think
This
his
might not be
position
free
is
because
also
Carrier's
no,
being a
and
rat.
Another Dustbringer comes down, as now Beryl does get spotted on that ward, does need to use that dredge line to get himself
Carrier
out
flash
of there.
stun
And
is a
the
bit
Dragon
scary here.
will be given up. And will
Beryl
reset
just did
as
that.
the flash away as Doran was making his
Ambessa
way
was
over.
coming.
Beryl now in
Carrier just...
trouble.
Oh
Does
my god,
manage to
what? That
buffer the
hook
hook
was
pretty
crazy.
Nicely as Ona flashes towards him, aiming, trying to
Ambessa
get
ult.
this Nocturne out of there as a public execution. Max range from Doran. And they're able to take down Beryl for first
Why does
blood.
Beryl always
Honestly,
get
the
caught?
buffer from Beryl was kind of insane.
Yeah.
And it looked like that could have
Always
potentially
gets
saved him, but Doran just catches him with that max range public execution.
It looked out of range. I thought it wasn't going to land.
Right on the cusp, you know, that honestly, that's karma for
It
a
absolutely
Nautilus.
is, yeah,
You know,
exactly.
the amount of times you've been caught by a dredge line that looks like it shouldn't have hit, so he's on the receiving end of that.
Speaking of which, though, Beryl is going to be able to make his way to lane extraordinarily quickly and does manage to find a cute little hook onto Doran there.
But it's big because not only did they manage to pick up a kill for the Nocturne, which is an ultimate hunter stack, that was
Kill
by
to
way,
the Nocturne.
6 Nocturne as well, which is massive, but they stole
Still
out
no
this
6.
dragon and stopped D+ Mail to pick it up.
Showmaker having no
And this is a
flash means that
situation where they'd gone
I
sort
think
of
T1's
lent
going
towards
to
the
Rise
top side,
ult
put that bot
Poppy
lane
onto
there,
mid, or they're going to
and
Nocturne ult mid on
they
the
were sort
first
of
cooldown.
losing in the mid lane, and yet they managed to find this favorable play. Beryl, the dredge line buffer was great, but just catches him. Doran moving over perfectly, and the big
That
difference
hook
maker
on
being
Beryl
Doran
was
level 6
insane,
compared
actually.
to a level 4 aiming, so much more
That was
power
insane.
there. And obviously that Renekton, not part of that equation.
And also Showmaker just losing his flash in the preceding play.
Showmaker
right?
is about to
So
get
it's
Nocturne
T1
ulted, Rise
making a
ulted.
play, and then
Everything's
going to
land on
move
his head
onto
in like the
another
next
one
2
very
minutes.
quickly without investing extra resources, right?
Yep,
Carrier was
Carrier-
already in the area.
Yeah, Carrier's moved
Get the cannon,
down
get the
to
cannon.
punish Showmaker into forcing Beryl into that uncomfortable position was just a great sort of translation of pressure down the map.
Yep, very nicely done here by T1 to get themselves some control back in this game. The gold lead, not really anything to speak of just yet. And we still just have 1 kill so far. As the Grubs
Lucy's trying to
are
get a
going
bit of
to spawn
vision.
here towards his top side.
Cover him a little
Owner
bit.
level 6 is going to wander over some vision. Faker does actually manage to
Yeah,
get
you know,
himself a
I
CS
think
advantage as
that's-
well in this lane. As Lucy's
No
going
flash.
to come on over and
Yes,
try
phase
and
rush.
punish him for it.
I think they're going to
Honestly,
give
this is one of the
Grub
frustrating
DK,
things
surely,
about
right?
playing Trundle
Ooh,
into
but they have
Rise.
Renekton moving
He
up the
just
river.
phase rushes and just sprints
Yeah.
out of the pillar.
Renekton's
Doran is
first.
about to have TP.
Yeah, but he is right now locked in the bottom lane. And these Grubs are going down. Bouncing Bomb. Not gonna be
Oh,
enough to
okay.
steal this
Siwu
one away.
diff.
As 2 Grubs
3
will be
Grubs
taken.
to
It looks like
DK.
a third is going to go over
Just
to
TB bot now,
DK here
or
as
run back,
well.
I guess, yeah.
So a little bit of extra side laning power as Mega Inferno steals it away. Never you mind. And, yep, Gumiushi is pretty good at doing that.
How does he just every time? It's just such a consistent factor. And, you know, even
He
on
had a
champion,
ward is probably how.
But even so, I mean, it's just always him.
Yeah,
It's always the one stealing objectives.
Why doesn't every Ziggs do that? Because they're not Gumiushi.
That's not him. They're not
Hurting
that guy.
them in.
But yeah, able to steal away with the ult, able to get that 1 grub, which in the grand scheme of things isn't massive, but it does make a difference. Obviously stops D+ from getting the whole 3 in a situation where T1 just weren't really able to contest. We saw the move up from Shiwu, kind of securing control over the area and denying
Lucid
it
is
from
in that bush. That is his
T1,
bush.
so
There are many
nice
bushes on the
little
map
sneak
like
away
it, but
from
now,
Guma
nope,
just
he's
to grab
changed
that.
bush. No, he's going back to
Tasmania's
his bush.
down that ultimate, and
He wants the
teams are
Krabby Patty.
posturing towards this dragon.
Level 7 on the crab
Owner
here.
is looking to try and put
Shiwu
some
is the
pressure
difference
on
maker.
this Crab as Lucy's going to get slammed into the wall. There's a Paranoia as well.
Got
and
the ult.
Subjugate not going to be
What
enough
the
to
fuck
save
is
him. I'm
Lucid
not entirely
doing?
sure what the plan
What
was
the
there. As the
fuck
Realm
is he
Warp
doing?
comes out. Faker is going to
What?
make his way over. Slows down
What?
Shiu here, but he is going to be okay. But it should mean that Dragon Control is
What
well
in
and
the
truly there for T1.
He just
a bit
died.
disrespectful, I feel like, from
He just
Lucid.
died.
It was a great stun.
He went
coming
full
out
crabber
from
and just
Carrier,
died.
And then Owner like pre-ulted, and they got the vision over the wall. So as soon as Lucid flashed, he just ulted straight after him, was there to follow.
Bot from Renekton.
It just felt like they completely read Lucid there, and there was really nothing he could do.
Lucid
so not
didn't-
only
right,
do they
fuck-
manage to get the kill there, they get the scuttle, they also get the dragon. It's a big influx of gold, and the objective as well for T1.
And we
Massive
have,
reward.
yeah, we have to go back to what we were talking about earlier on, right?
Did Riot
T1,
slip him a
this
tenner?
draft, very flexible, has a lot of options.
World viewership.
Hook is going to catch.
Hey, it's a
Doran
one-shot,
once
no?
Again, and even
What
the
the
Valkyrie
fuck?
damage is going to be enough. That was an overstep. And that is 1 on the board here for DK.
Wait, aiming's
Yeah, a
farmer
little
gold
bit
up.
disrespectful. I think another factor is that Beryl having the
There's some-
spellbook ignite.
It's
Yeah,
T1
the extra
DK.
damage, I
There's going to
think,
be many
are
plays
not
where you
fully
look at it and you're like,
respecting that. He's so mobile in the Ambessa, I think he could
Question
maybe get
mark
away.
ping. And that's just the way it is.
Bonk. Very nicely done.
Just nicely timed as well.
Yep. This had got one.
Guma!
Here,
So Lucid knows what's coming. He sees
Lucid
them.
wanted a crab.
Yeah. Gets a bit too
Like,
close to the
he
wall,
opted into getting
and then
stunned.
you see the wards come over the wall before he flashes. They know where he's going to go. And Oda pre-ults, so he has it immediately ready just to fly over after him. And then here, Doran, bit of an overstep for the wave, and it's just read by Beryl extremely well. Like, he pre-fires the Q for when he's going to come in, so...
Corky W is a rumble.
Obviously, a bit of a misplay from Doran, but also a great read from Beryl there to punish.
Yep, it was also the second time Beryl did that. Did that also towards the bottom side of the map. So, has his eye in. Did also die for first blood. So, you know, we're not going to give him an entire pass for how he's feeling on the
Doran's
day.
dead again,
I think
isn't
we're
he?
going to
They
have to
just
have
play the dive,
a
no?
full game's worth.
They're scared of what? Nocturne covering it?
To really make an assessment.
They're standing
as
in river
Amy,
again.
looking for some extra
They have to
plates,
pull the
does
trigger on the
manage
next
to get
wave. They see
another
Poppy
one
bot.
here as the Corky is very strong.
is-
Meanwhile, here towards the bottom side, this Renekton in a bit of trouble, doing a decent
Pretty
job
fucking tanky, what?
to try and keep himself alive, but it doesn't quite work as Faker
What?
just barely
What?
survives. With like, what,
Faker,
double-digit
rat.
health, single-digit
Holy
health?
shit.
He was very close to
Okay,
dead.
now DK do the same thing. Now DK do the same thing.
yeah.
Now DK do the same thing, right?
In trouble yet
Clean
again,
dive,
as
right?
Depth charge going to come down this time around. Will be absorbed there by the ulti, and I don't think he's going to be getting out.
Beautiful.
That's another kill going over to aiming, and both of them go into his hands.
Bro,
His Mayor
that
Inferno
Ziggs
Bomb
ult.
not going to be enough
I think
to
DK gets
save
first
that
blood tower
turret,
here.
and it looks like DK
So
will
it's
be able to
pretty
get first brick in
even,
this
but
game.
slightly DK favorite
It is
because of
already
first blood.
feats
But
of warfare
they both
over to
get towers.
T1, so we are
How is
one
Owner
apiece as
1
far as
point?
feats of strength are
The
concerned.
last time I
Still
saw
just
Owner play
battling
Nocturne and he
over
was
these
this far ahead,
objectives.
Yeah, and
he
it does mean a massive
right-clicked
gold
enemy
lead for
crouch
aiming
and just
because
died.
he was picking up plates in the top
He
side
just stood
while
there and died.
T1 was
Can't
making
remember that.
plays on the rest
And
of the
he
map.
threw his whole
It
lead.
was just aiming, just whittling away at that tower consistently. Also means Beryl's picked up that redemption already. So the bot lane pretty strong for D+.
Yeah. We're in prison here. Onda Shu is being held at arm's length by Faker for now. Trinity Force and
Big
the
spikes
Rod
for
of
DK.
Ages now complete though. Big item spikes to come in. But let's have a look at this from Faker's perspective. As he's tanking up this turret.
높여. 아, 저기서 있겠다.
Whoa!
Went to 9 HP, so the potion's definitely saving him there.
No reaction. Stone cold.
Yeah. And
9
he
HP.
buffers the ult with his, but then the problem is he ends up in a position where he's like, okay, I need to flash away from the damage, but he pulls away from the tower.
That's
I think
refillable
he was just
potion
kind of
diff, it is.
doomed
He potted on the
regardless
dive.
there.
If he didn't have that dead.
Did his best to try
Don't
and
forget to
outplay,
drink your potions.
but a difficult situation.
Aiming he's storming the IKEA, man. Like, he's just got plates all over the place.
Yeah.
Wow, we're just
and,
4-man laning
you know,
bot.
feels bad for the Ziggs when he's not the one
Faker
getting
has
the
flash,
plates.
though.
Oh, Faker.
Yeah, Beryl making his way in. Faker gonna
No
flash.
flash,
That was a good
Faker.
one because there are a lot
Doran,
of
no
DK members
TP.
down here. Carrier could be in trouble though. Steadfast
Carrier has
presence
flash.
comes down. She catches him with
The
stun,
ground, the chain
and there is
CC
nowhere
dead.
for this Poppy to go.
Aiming catches
More
mid wave.
plates going
Bot
over
tier
to
1 is
DK.
dead.
It's
Faker
like
can't farm.
It's a Greek wedding.
And Bessa's
And
getting
if
top
there's
tier
anything
1.
that's going to get D+ family ahead in this game, it is just picking up
TP
these
top
gold
from Vuma
advantages,
to rush
getting
the
all
tower
these
down
plates,
with his
although,
little
I mean, it's not going to be
Ziggs
plates,
W.
but T1
But
will be able
T1,
to pick
can
up
they,
this top
DK
tower
get
with
this
the power
tower?
of the Ziggs. Oh,
Well, we're getting a bit paranoid here towards the
Oh
bottom
my
side
god,
of
his
the map.
spell shield
Persona
just done.
does go in, then immediately goes out.
yeah, ends up regretting that decision when he sees the Renekton there, and the redemption comes through to dissuade. The Ziggs just instantly
Owner could have
explode the
actually
tower,
died
but
there.
look
He
at
had
the
no flash.
difference. 500
If he didn't
gold
spell shield that stun,
is that
one shot.
difference in how much was achieved from the plates there.
They have no
Yeah.
Nocturnals for Drake now, though, so I think
much of
T1's
it,
going to have to
going
give.
over to aiming, like you were saying.
But
it's
they're
almost
T1,
just a
so they're probably
500
going to fight
lead
anyway.
for
So
the
Beryl,
Corky,
I swear to God, if Beryl
comparison
clicks
to
into
the
bot
Ziggs.
side river right now and gets
Of
caught.
course, Ziggs would have liked to be collecting those plates himself, but it just hasn't been how this early game has been played out here by T1. So we're going to check this one out one more time. Faker flashes away, but unfortunately, Carrier is sort of left to his lonesome.
I think there was maybe the thought process that, hey, we can Realm Warp in, we can Nocturne ult in, we can maybe defend this tower 3v4. But I think the call was made, sorry, Carrier, you're on
you
your
seen
own.
Chronicler's
I'm gonna
tweets?
let
Yeah,
you go. I think that was kind of the thought process of why he stayed under the tower.
Chronicler is
and they
unleashed
quickly
on
just
Twitch.
made the call that, no, we're not going to
Why is DK not
commit
putting
to that
vision?
and
Oh,
lose
Herald's
more
up.
members.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
still
we
very
can
close
fight
in
top
terms
side.
of gold, right? And T1 have the advantage. in
T1's
terms of
just
Chris
starting
Dragon.
it with no Nocturne
No
ult.
one has feats of strength
What?
yet fully.
Do
It's
they know
still
aiming's in
even
base?
in that regard, so
Aiming has
We
absolutely
still need,
massive
like,
items for this game.
What, 2 more objectives to be taken by either team?
So
They're
Rift
just
Herald
doing
is
it.
getting taken down very low.
They're
Beryl
just
in
clicking
position,
the Herald and
he
doing
just
it.
gets
Is
evicted.
Lucid in the pit?
Alright,
Okay.
goodbye. Lucid comes over and steals it away though. Never mind, there was a troll just waiting in there. It's like it's under a bridge. as we have a redemption coming down. Lucid gets all of his health bar back as the
Doran
teleport comes in from
deeping into
Doran.
Cassio W.
He is
Cannot move.
And
now
there
DK
is
can get
nothing
mid-wave
they can
into
do
trade.
about it. Highway
They can even
robbery
herald
here by
mid.
DK.
Lucy just able to get into the pit. I imagine
love
from
how
a blast
anything that
code,
goes
able
right
to
for
slide
DK,
in,
the chat
take
just
the
spams dot, dot, dot,
and
dot.
then Doran as well caught out, him having an uncomfortable game, playing into the Cassiopeia, playing into the Trundle as well. Now D-Plus going to be able to get a ton of value off the back of this Herald.
Yep, and takes down the outer turret in the mid lane.
And they're going to go for 2 or what?
Taking the dragon
Just
at
a
the
crash,
same
I
time
think there's no 2 towers here.
Oh
my god, Carry is dead. Is he? Oh yes,
cleanse.
cleanse. What the fuck?
To the Poppy, but Carry is going to survive. We get a bit of a
Yeah,
zoom in
cleanse
here
for
from
the
Jonas
Cassio.
Strong, but not any joy going to come of that. But Lucid is going to be taking this Drake, and so that will be feats of strength over to DK in what feels like the blink of an eye. We were just talking about the fact that, oh, we're really far away from feats of strength. Well, never mind. It's actually happening right now. It's also a Cloud Soul, which is fantastic.
Yep, Blast going over the wall, and they just don't have vision of him. Just slides in.
That's actually
Ends
rat
up
behavior.
being a missmite from Ona
That is
there.
rat behavior. Respectable rat
Yep,
behavior.
he also knew that Ona had the 1200 smite there as well. Really interesting stuff. Lucid playing it out very, very nicely, and then they just set up. They see the teleport coming in, and unfortunately just an optimistic teleport angle there from Doran.
Yeah.
And T1 just weren't allowed to do that, right? Because it was 5 members of DK. So it's not like T1
Small
could
volume
go in
increase.
early because they were at a man disadvantage.
Chew
They
if you
probably
show
would've
you're
lost the
dead,
fight
by the way.
anyway.
If you show you're dead.
So
If
just
you
a little
show
bit
you're
of a
dead.
misread
If you
there,
show you're dead.
unfortunately, for Doran.
Well, they set up a trap here. I think they may have found Shiwu.
Yeah, the Crocodile has certainly been sorted
Maybe he can
out
live here for a bit.
as the heroic charge does come in. Public execution
redemption
comes down as
Q.
well.
Oh my god,
Redemption
big one.
this time from Beryl is going to work, but the paranoia comes in.
Oh, he flashed the bomb back.
Manages to get the Sun as
Oh,
Ona
1 for 1.
overcommits
Big knock.
for it, and
Knock hits
now
onto
we get some
Shiwu.
knockouts
Rise
to
ult
come
out.
through Beryl, but the realm
Aiming's
walk,
pushing mid.
and
Mid
that
tier
gets
2
into
dies.
safety, and Aiming is
Oh
taking
my
an
god,
inner turret
DK
in
is
the
kind of
mid
running the
lane.
map.
This is
They're
what
kind of
Ziggs is
running the map.
supposed to do. You
Hook's
know,
not going to
just
hit.
a tower killer, but Aiming is just
Beryl
been
doesn't have
playing
ult.
Tower destruction
TP
during this
from
whole
Faker
game,
out.
getting plates for days, getting towers for days, and now Doran in trouble.
Oh,
Flashed
another
into the
hook gonna
wall.
connect.
Oh my god,
Beryl's,
Doran's having a
like,
stinker
Anchor
in the
is
first game.
magnetized to Doran today.
Doran is not having a good time. 0, 4, and 2 on the Zambesi. He's just being bullied out since the early game. The only Fed member on the side of T1 is Ona, and he's just struggling to make any headway, diving in to get blown
Yeah, Ona is kind of trying to carry right now.
And another turret going over to the
Oh,
side
Cassio
of
is
D+,
4-0 and
fourth
Corky's
of the
2-0.
game.
Cassio and
That
Corky
control
are
heavily in their
3k
favor.
gold up.
And we've been talking about pendulums
just
and things going
completely
back and
cooked for
forth.
T1.
This has been some massive swings in both directions.
Shiwu lived
over
for
the
so
last
long
few
here. He
minutes.
played
Let's
it
check
really
this
well.
out one more
Ease
time,
to the right to
as
dodge
they
Poppy
did
W.
manage to get Shiwu. That's
R,
true, but the
Qs,
amount of time it took
W's,
and the investment
flashes
was
back.
just too low.
Owner has
The
to
fact
flash
that
and
Ona
kill
has
him,
to
otherwise
flash
he's
at
out.
the end to finish him because Shiwu flashed
Into the
out
rise
of
ult.
the
Faker.
ult.
Oh, Shiwu doesn't have ult
once
this time.
again in trouble here. Doesn't have the
Oh, he
dominance.
didn't get the
and is
reset,
gonna
did
have
he?
to try and get himself over this
Oh.
wall. Yeah, not going to
Doesn't
happen.
matter.
And Mega Inferno Bomb was going to be there to confirm the kill. Unfortunately, Gumushi was unable to get that because he was dead too fast.
Yeah, well, I will say T1 are trying to make use of these proactive sort of global
Mirror
tools.
mana for aiming. He has a
they didn't
straight to
have
dirt
use
too.
them there, but trying to find these picks onto Shiwu. They have the Nocturne ultimate. If they can just keep finding picks, it is definitely a way back into this game.
Why
with the
are
depths
you
that they
rooting
have.
for Worlds to
Certainly
fail?
is.
Imagine
I'm just
viewership without
looking at
T1.
Oh, Beryl. Not going to quite
You're
find
rooting
the
on the
cannon
downfall
there.
of League
But,
of Legends here,
Showmaker is
Caedrel.
4-0-0.
Just because you want
He's
your
on this
favorite team to
He's
win.
a very large
You're rooting
snake.
on the downfall of the whole ecosystem.
I don't know which what are the ones, like anacondas get quite large.
Yeah.
A lot of pythons.
Pythons,
get
pretty
quite
big.
Yeah. Maybe he's one of those. This Cassiopeia is very, very scary. Owner is also pretty scary.
This is
and
KT's
that is
fault.
why
I've been
the
saying
Crocodile
this.
got feared.
Yeah, the point and click CC hard to
I've
deal
been
with,
saying this
especially
all
if
the
you're in
time.
a 1v2
It's KT's fault.
situation.
This whole thing.
Now D+ playing aggressively in the enemy jungle here.
Lucid
If they want to
has
switch
been
guard.
not afraid.
Yes, very not afraid on this.
I'm upset because DK was robbed of a
I don't know, we have got
DK KT
some big
elimination
spikes. So
series.
Aiming has the
That
spike
shit
for
goes
Corky, which is pretty
crazy.
massive. Showmaker
But it had to
approaching
be
that lot of
you.
ages being fully stacked. I mean, Fake is pretty on par in terms of items there, but Guma a decent amount behind. You know, going for that Seraph second, still a while away.
Is T1 going to do the thing where they
Faker
click
does have the
Atakan?
boots advantage.
Are they going to do the thing where they click Atakan? Nah, surely not, right?
You know, you have to. Every time there's a Cassiopeia
Surely
in the game,
not.
you have to do it. That's
Actually,
how it works.
going for the Horizon focus second, so just sitting on the tier.
Hmm.
I actually feel like the
Is
Seraph
T1
second
out
with
of
the
Worlds if they
Blackfire
lose
torch
this?
is
Yep,
pretty
T1's
okay. You get a
out.
lot of AP from it.
No Worlds with
with,
T1
like,
if they
the
lose
double
this.
mana item.
I really do like Blackfire Torch, so I'm already okay with it for that reason. As now Faker is looking to get himself out with the realm
that
warp,
was a good flash.
Chomp not going to be enough.
Yeah, flashes
flashed the
away
pillar.
from the pillar knockup because that would have stopped him.
Yeah.
The meal to realm warp, so just survives that. But it's still a big win for D+, getting the flash.
Flash and realm warp. Big deal. But the Otacon, I don't think
everyone's sitting on 2 items.
Without getting a little
T1
bit
is
more
really
than that.
sweating for an Otacon fight.
Shoemaker is going back home. We'll see whether that's 3
DK's not
items
giving it to
done
them though.
for
They're not
Cassiopeia.
giving it to
That
them.
would be a huge deal. Not quite
you
there
win
yet,
that
but
Shiwu?
getting pretty close.
Wait,
Looks
she
like
was
Cosmic
0-3.
Drive
What
going to
happened?
be
I swear
coming
he
in
was
pretty
smurfing.
soon.
How is he so
Gonna have a
useless now?
massive amount of
What?
AP. As DK will be able to take their red buff. Lucid and aiming, going to have that. Aiming is just, he's been gold kinging.
He really has.
Like,
how did he become
I feel like he felt like his title was going to get taken away.
Yeah.
And he's like, I need all of the money, all of the time stat, I think is what he said.
It's kind of, it's fantastic when you're on a Corki, and a Corki is so strong, but it also has the sort of caveat that he really needs to play with a lot of responsibility.
Yep.
And we think back to that Smolder game. Obviously,
There's a
Corki,
fight
you have
brewing.
Valkyrie, you should be able to play and operate at a decent range.
Oh,
if
no.
you misplay
There's
and you
a
get
storm
caught, it's
coming.
so much gold lost for the team.
Oh, that flap. Oh, it was not. I didn't need reminding. Didn't need reminding.
I think aiming needs to have that in mind and think,
Yes,
don't do
he
that.
needs
I don't know
to
what
be
happened to
reminded
aiming
of that.
from getting
do that.
hooked
But
to
no one
Smolder
else
to being
seems to be
250 CS in
reminded
22
of
minutes,
that.
but
Second dragon comes through here for DK.
glow up.
As Otacon has been started.
Barrel,
Some
don't
vision
get
is
caught.
still here though for T1. They're
Put some
teleporting
wards
in.
down.
And the Zig's already here. Doran going back first before he decides to teleport over.
Pulling the
as
oh.
DK just back away.
Not
they get
doing
the
it.
teleport, and they wait.
But guys,
DK
T1's
just
gonna click it.
making a measured decision.
Yeah.
DK,
This
you
is a
left.
good play
They're
as
gonna
well.
do
I
it.
mean, they
Hello.
really would have loved to get Doran's TP. I think expending Guma's TP isn't that big
They're
of a
not doing
deal
it,
in
God bless.
comparison.
Wait, it's true.
to
DK
bring
did
the
a play,
top
and
laner's
then they
TP,
didn't commit to the
but
play to
D+
lose
just
the
pulled
game.
away. They're
They
like, cool,
pulled
we
away
got
from the
what we
play.
wanted out of the play.
What the fuck?
And it also pulls T1 heavily over to this side of the map, so it'll steal away some camps, push a wave in mid.
Look at
Does
top
mean
wave
this
though.
full wave is crashing on this inner turret on the top side of the map, so that is
That
money
top wave
sort of
is sad.
going to the wayside. Thanks Jonas Strong for hopping on over there. And no cannon up there, so
DK is
all of these
bleeding
minions
gold a
are
bit
just
here, but
going
so is
to
T1.
go away.
Yeah, so some pros and cons, definitely. on this
Certainly.
situation.
Cassio's
I
almost
think
3
losing
items.
Otacon could have been a big deal though.
No
So
boots, though.
Understandable they are going to be playing for that one, and also they managed to get the Drake at the same time, so understandable trade-offs. You can see the gold didn't actually move towards T1 after said play.
I think as well the movement
Collector
so
Corki.
massive in a game like this where you are worried about the range of the Ziggs. In
See, this guy loved that. He loved that.
Pretty
Lol.
good for aiming as well if they manage to
Nice
get the
one.
soul.
Bro, he
because you
loved
get to
that one.
activate a lot of movement
The
speed,
boots, classic.
all
It's a
the time.
classic.
Yeah.
Your ultimate doesn't quite have a cooldown.
Just going to start it again.
Okay. See how it does work out as Gumishi throws a big
Okay,
old
well,
hook
aiming just lost
at
half
the
his health.
Otacon.
That's great. We
But
just
at
have
the
to
moment,
waste
it looks
redemption.
Like it's just
Nice.
kind of helping. Redemption comes down. Showmaker comes in. He's a lot of DPS represented here for DK, but he's not hitting the Otacon right now. They're looking for a turn. Miasma comes
Hook.
in. Another hook comes down. As
Doran, no
has to
flash, no
away. He's
redemption
been
either.
subjugated as well.
There's the
And they
Nocturnal.
look for the
Shiwu
crocodile.
dashes
He
away.
slices his dices and gets himself
Renekton ult
out
on
of there.
cooldown. Poppy ult
As
still
she
not
is still
used.
looking a little worse
Barrel's
for it, but
free
not
low.
quite as bad as
We're
Barrel,
flipping
who
at the
is
can in game
basically out
1.
of this
It's
fight
game 1.
completely.
It's
T1
still 8
taking
AM and we're
control.
flipping
The
at the can.
Lucid trying to get over there as Barrel finds another hook.
Doran dead.
Doran
Global taunt.
petrifying gaze as
Faker
well.
down 2.
Onto
Poppy ult
Faker.
misses.
They've taken 2 kills.
What? We stole that?
But it is the Otacon secured by T1. Now can they get out of there? That's the big question. As DK, it's a bit of a sacrifice to give it away if they're not able to get a little bit more.
Owner's
As
dead.
the pillar will
3
come
kills for
through pretty
Natcan.
soon
Kind
here
of
from
okay
Lucid,
for
and
DK.
Ona is not getting out of this one. Aiming even able to come over and pick up
Okay
the kill
for
with the
DK,
Gatling gun,
okay.
and DK, that is a big
I think
lead
DK is
now
fine
as
with
far
that.
as money.
A lot of gold picked up from those 3 kills.
Can they Baron rush?
You have Baron spawning in 20, but that timers, I mean, they got Ona
That is a
latest.
tight
That's the
call
big
to make.
takeaway.
Yeah.
They have so much DPS in the Baron. They could just probably do it on
That's a
spawn.
tight call to
And a
make
lot
a
of
Baron rush.
TPs have been used, right? So
Yeah.
Faker is going to be respawning, Doran's going to be respawning, no teleports.
These TP spots from Doran have just not been working out. I think he needs to take a
I
safe
think DK
angle
played
with
the Otacon
these.
pretty
We see
well.
it's a fight on 2 fronts. They are just going to do Baron spawn, and I think likely we'll see if actually T1 can contest it.
I mean, there is a Cloud Rift.
DK played the Otacon pretty well. I like that they fight in bot side. And they stop the waves from being able to crash. Wait, is the Baron actually rushed? It is.
Will just go to DK. There is
And
nothing
they're out.
T1 can do about it. Mega
They also had
Inferno
double
not
smite.
stealing
That
it
was
this
free as
time
fuck.
because
Cassio
Lucid
damage is
does have
crazy.
smite.
3 items
Yeah,
Showmaker.
Cassio,
This purple monster.
The amount of DPS on that neutral really making... Oh, Shiwu Not flash.
Gonna get Realm Warp done, and will get interrupted there by the Steadfast Presence. Still there's a fair bit of health bar to get through, but the Satchel will hold him in place and takes down the Crocodile. A cheeky one back, and that will actually deter DK and put a little bit of a stopper in this Baron push.
Won't be able to get the tower mid, though. You can see Guma very low with
one rocket, whole wave.
around and potentially get punished for staying there too long. So
T1
it's a nice pick for T1, but it's a very small win.
DK right-click. DK has a very easy state here where Cassio pushes top, moves mid.
The Rebel Baron power play sitting at only 1,000 gold or something like that right now. So T1 have done a decent job
the worst thing they
sure
can do
they don't get too far ahead.
is
Remember,
play
you
for
get about 1,500 just by taking the thing.
This could be a horror.
And so being able to get that kill onto Shiu, really
unless they can get it really quick.
We're going to check it out in the replay.
Yeah, I love that we get a Steadfast Presence before the Realm Warp, so he's obviously going to dash immediately. It's already up to block
unless they can get top tier 2 really quick.
He's also incentivized to wait for them to turn up before he presses the button, because otherwise he can't dice.
Yeah,
so it makes a whole lot of sense when it's
guys, it's just like get caught central up here.
Because Owner is going to get a nice spell shield
guys,
here.
you can just go top to mid to bot.
Anchors all over the place.
Hello.
Carrier very annoyed by that big old trophy in his way.
Yeah, a little spooky, but able to.
He's pretty used to trophies.
Like now they're pinging bot tier wave. Like
so
you could have just done that earlier.
I don't think. Still, that one was very annoyingly placed.
I mean, aiming is just so strong now. Approaching that Infinity Edge, fourth item.
He's almost their gold lead.
Yeah,
like alone. As now Carrier is in a lot of trouble. That trophy
Carrier
is
got
just pesky.
Not sure the angle he was really going for.
What happened
there.
to Carrier?
Super overextended.
What was he looking for? A flank or what?
Potentially looking for a flank and just gets instantly exploded.
Where's my numbers on bot? I don't have Baron buff, says Shimu.
He's got friends.
Yeah, he's got a lot of buddies.
And best ult misses. Oh, Doran's dead again. What is happening?
And the turret just evaporates. Aiming looked at it, and
what
it
the fuck is going on this game?
Make his way over, and I think
DK's winning, and they're playing really well actually. But Doran is just kind of running in and dying. To be honest, playing Ambessa versus Nautilus Cassio is pretty impossible.
That means that they have a 7.5k gold lead.
Playing Ambessa versus Nautilus Cassio is impossible, but I still think he should not be dying this much.
For mitigating the pressure, and
oh my god, he almost self-cancelled his TP with W.
Oh, they're running to look for it. They desperately want this
what the
tower to
fuck?
go down, but
that would have been the most ill thing I've ever seen in my life.
Not really gonna be able to
how is that even a thing? What? Did you see that?
Does have the satchel again.
Yeah, another trophy does go down here from Lucid.
Yeah,
it doesn't happen like that. What? If you're TPing and you W yourself, does it not self-cancel? Bro, don't have to tell me about cancelling shit.
Gold lead.
And Soul Point now to be picked up from for DK as well.
Aiming level 16, gonna be able to recall and pick up Infinity Edge.
Oh god,
he is just.
You don't have to tell me about
so much damage.
That is kind of obscene. 4-item spike here for the Corki when he does manage to lock that one down. And Gumiushi does have 3 items complete, but none of them are really those items that make you go, oh, now I'm doing the damage. It's not a death cap or things like that.
Yeah.
Does have the Void Staff, so can get through some of the magic resist, but there's not a whole lot of that has been built up, and he really wants to be hitting.
If I'm T1, for example, after this game,
about aiming,
Doran's on a little bit of tank duty, and bot lane's playing Zyrakan no matter what.
Just so strong.
But DK's draft was pretty solid. I think Poppy being open meant Zyrakan was blocked, so it gave them Nautilus on 5, or Poppy on 5. Also, this Cassio pick value was very high. If they went Ahri, I think they would just lose. But the Cassio is doing so much.
Yeah,
that's a hook.
Showmaker would treads is Showmaker,
and he can't build them.
Beryl stopped getting caught.
Unfortunate.
He really did.
But a lot of them
He actually stopped getting caught.
And the AD damage, you know, Ona's not doing that much AD damage. I mean, he's quite fed, but it's hard to spread it as Nocturne, and Doran is 0-6.
Yeah, he's just eating anchors.
Yeah, oh.
As Paranoia comes down, we've got a Realm Warp to join.
Oh my god, he got the flash off.
They look for aiming, but he just gets himself out, and Beryl is going to vacate as well.
Our flash hits 1, but it's 1 is Guma. It's over, GG. It's over, GG. DK wins game 1.
And this game, ladies and gentlemen,
Pillar?
is
Where's the pillar at, Burr?
Faker is the last man standing. Teleports
oh my god, DK take game 1. And it's a convincing game 1. It's a convincing one. Aiming was very solid this game. Showmaker was very solid. Lucid made 1 mistake in River. Beryl got caught once, and Shiru was weak side. It's a very clean game from DK. Very clean. DK is very happy about that. T1 wasn't really in this game. Doran just constantly died. Faker had to try and pull out plays. Owner was the only one doing things, and Carrier was Guma was just clearing waves.
It was back and forth at the beginning.
It's a good game one
but as
from
soon as
DK.
that Otacon play happened, DK just took control and never let go, and it was control.
Don't be game one endies.
Like that's the thing that blows my mind.
Don't
this
be
is
game one
not
endies.
a team
But that's the
known for
cleanest DK
cerebral
game I've seen in a
play
week or
and
two,
measured
at
play,
least.
But it was.
There's been a map
That was
play,
such
you
a
know,
clean
and it felt
DK
like
game.
Aiming
What the
was
fuck?
leaning into the Gold King style, and you know what? He was very responsible with his gold lead.
He was.
Very, very responsible with his gold lead, so...
He took that bag of cash and he Valkyried with it.
2 games until the Riot officers are on
all
fire.
credit to him, because obviously there was a lot of criticisms from that Smolder moment, but this was a big point of redemption coming in clutch.
Speaking of redemption,
final moment.
Beryl wasn't late
true.
with his redemptions as well, which I think is a huge improvement as well.
Yeah. So obviously it's only game one, but it was T1 having side selection in this game one as well. So a pretty big first game to take for D+. I will say though, the other side of it is obviously the Ziggs denial, the Ambessa denial. These are some picks that T1 did take away from D+, so there is that element to it.
Yep.
It's not really making them work because obviously Ambessa, Doran had a very rough time in this game, and the Ziggs just fell really far behind.
The other thing as well is that now DK can't blind pick Trundle because they can't pick that again either. So there are positives on both sides, but this is a best of 5. There are a lot of opportunities to come back. We'll see whether T1 can do just that as we go to a short break.
All right, let's see what happens next game.
It's going to be the space breaking that one down, and then we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
여기 나 보여. 왼쪽으로 빼. 왼쪽으로 나 살았어. 높을 안녕. 야 직스 다 맞췄어. 야 너 안 뺏어. 야 이거 미드라인 텔 코르케 밑에. 잘 빨았다. 야 노플 하나만.
I'm just finishing food real quick while we wait for game 2.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done.
For draft in hindsight, I think Doran blinding Ambessa into Renekton is just not it. He needs better matchup. You can't just throw him on a bad matchup.
Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Prove them wrong and change my life, then told the story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Inspiration really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
Sorry, I'm just one-shotting my breakfast. Chat, are you having a good day so far? I hope you had a good morning. I hope you had a good morning. I hope you're cozy. I hope you're enjoying the series and chilling. Chat, don't be game 1 endies, whatever you are. Game 1 is the most useless thing of a series ever. Rolled out T1 is like a sausage roll without a sausage. I know that all the LPL teams want T1 to be at Worlds, because all the LPL teams want to beat them every year. They want them to be there to get their revenge, which is kind of funny. Boaster's playing today? Really? Against who? MIBR, it's a free win for Boaster. Who is Aspas? Who's that? Well, Degon's prediction of 3-0 T1 is already gone. The GOAT of Valorant? How is he the GOAT of Valorant? That's Boaster.
After a very exciting early game if you're a Nocturne jungle, and a very difficult game to play if you are a top laner for both sides. It's D plus Kia striking first in our playoff match here over T1, 1-0. Degon alongside Chronicler and Wolf. And if you're a KT fan, you might know what word not to use. We're definitely not going to use that one on this desk either. If you,
why am I getting to zoom in?
If you,
I'm not showing any emotion.
Might want a D plus.
These are calm waters. It's game 1 for DK. This is what they do. No, not the 2-shot either. No Degon face. Clean game 1. I was a little bit worried after the draft, but I think that DK have shown that they can look very different in the first game in the series, particularly their composure. I think really blew me away. I was not a fan of the Trundle buy and pick as the casters were highlighting. I was in fact losing my mind when I got locked in, but they didn't actually get punished for it at all. Like, I think Trundle's
what happens to T1 if they lose?
Anyone on that team.
I don't think it's worth talking about that yet.
But
it's not doom and gloom. They lost the game.
Didn't get punished, and Barrel
There's definitely a discussion about what T1 roster will look like next year if they lose this series.
Were the main takeaways from this draft.
I mean, the performance we saw in the Nautilus, where he was able to even threaten Doran in sides, was actually pretty huge. But on
I think
top
they will
of that,
definitely
it's great for turn, and the
I don't know what ends you're
really
looking
ended up
for,
being a slam dunk
but there will
in this
definitely be
draft.
roster
Sure,
change if they
outranged by
lose
the
this
Ziggs
series.
in a big way, but this comp has to go in because it's Ambessa Nocturne. So even though it has a lot of scaling and ranged elements, but like part of this draft started off really well for T1 because the side lane pressure it employs, but it's a little bit tougher to actually have full cohesion with the Ziggs later on, especially with Guma usually who's not really well known to be playing Ziggs, especially in a big best of 5 like this.
But for me, a bigger issue is that I think T1, again, and this is what has allowed them to win towards, have a very specific style. And Ziggs warps a game. If he's in your game, you play against him, you need to play differently. But if you play with him, ideally you play differently as well. And I feel like it means that you get value from that passive, that you rotate him in a way and dive for him in a way that he is allowed to get plates, because Doran also made a lot of mistakes. But if Doran is going like 0-5 and they're perma-diving him, how is Ziggs not further ahead? Right? And I think that comes down to the fact that Faker had a really rough lane, and T1 as a whole look kind of disjointed.
Yeah, 2 series in a row here where game 1, they pick a champion for Guma that they don't normally play, and the team doesn't play around him. They fall behind. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Starting off over at the Herald, and we first view this one from Lucid's point of view.
Lucid able to get the steal on this one, actually has this blast cone he can employ, and does have his flash as well, so it's a relatively low risk play for him. Just watch him walk up, take it away, say thank you very much. And then they're not in the advantageous position. T1 like overcommit here. And when you see how this plays out for T1, they overcommit to try to make something happen, then back away. But guess who isn't able to back away? It's the teleporting top laner, who does end up getting left behind here. And so D+ just get a free kill.
What baffles me, though, is that, like, I think that TP is fine. Like, if you pause at the start of that, but they completely cede all positioning, and it just means that Doran, like, TP's in to die, but either he needs to not TP, which would have been a fine call, or the team just says, okay, we commit. And that's what T1 does normally.
Exactly. This is the kind of call that Chronicler's talking about, where T1 just look a little bit uncoordinated, a little out of sorts, and it's calls like this where you have to be super decisive, either all in on backing out or all in on being aggressive in that moment.
Yeah, exactly, because while watching the replay, you see Doran pushing like one more wave. That extra 5 seconds was the difference between the TPs there. Also to note, it was a 1,200 smite damage there for Owner and only 900 for Lucid. So again, just not only not being cohesive in terms of team plays, but individual plays as well, Chron.
That one I think is a bit more excusable because they didn't know the Trundle was there, right? So like he appears, I think that in that context as a jungler trying to go for the early smite makes sense. Was I think 111 off, but it's really everyone on T1 seems to really be struggling, I think, in this first game.
Well, you know who it's not struggling? Discipline by the side of D+ Kia. Atlas called it out on the broadcast. We were freaking out back here. Look at them start up the Otacon and then peel off, realizing this isn't a really good opportunity for us.
This is unironically Rise group practice. They threw a million at these.
I mean, this is a really good call. They end up getting the TP, they back away, and then are able to then start it up after T1 decide to back. So they have full control here on this, on the TP comes through from Showmaker, who at this point is extremely large on this Cassiopeia. It's really difficult for T1 here to actually wrestle that control away, and Barrel just having such a phenomenal game of this Nautilus, and Doran, this isolated, forced to flash, gets away, but the ensuing fight is so difficult to play out into this choke point, into this Cassiopeia. As you guys will see, T1 not quite able to close that gap. And I mean, even with the low health Barrel, he's like healing, he's zoning, he's getting on top of this Ambessa, and then the follow-up here from Showmaker, phenomenal as well, onto Faker. And sure, I'm done eating! But you lose 2 members on the bottom side.
Meal down!
Just no winning here for T1.
Also leads into the Baron immediately afterwards. And Barrel, my POM in this first game, absolutely impeccable Nautilus game. Even the first death, like he gave up first blood, was more of a team thing. Wasn't really him being where he wasn't supposed to be. That just got out-rotated by T1. Now,
yeah, DK's draft was in the end turned out to be pretty good. I see the value in it.
This was on Twitter, but
for T1,
it's a 44% win rate for DK, game number 2. So DK fans know.
For T1, I understand their logic. They first pick Ryze, they go Nocturne 2-3, you play double global, you blind pick a strong top laner, and then you pick Ziggs. And Ziggs wave clears, and this 3-man just plays the side lanes. The problem is, you picked Ambessa, and then Ambessa got hard countered, and was pushed in all game. And they made like 1 or 2 picks on Renekton later on.
Yeah, it's so hard. I imagine it must have been very difficult for the spaces as well, like the zoom-ins onto Chronicler early on, because how are you supposed to react after they just win game 1? Because we know that that's what they do. Like, that's just how it goes. Yeah. So I just don't really even understand. But Korea's tourism organization's YouTube team is here in the audience. Kind of cool. Visiting to capture and share excitement of the LCK and LoL Park with viewers across the Arab-speaking audience.
Oh, very.
That is what I'm getting on the caster prompter here. So there they are on your screen right now.
Arabic on the side. Very cool.
Pretty cute.
First time I've seen that.
Yep. Thankfully, we have
All right, then.
Jisun there to help out Oyundo. I can't actually tell who's typing, but I know that there are people in the control room taking care of us. And hopefully, there are some people taking care of the T1 fans and the DK fans, because this is the weirdest part, right? Because T1, they lost that first game. You can imagine their fans are feeling worried. DK won the first game, but it's the first game for DK, and so they're also
I'm guessing
worried.
T1's blue side, yes they are. So DK
It's just anxiety.
need to be careful of Nico this draft.
Both of the fandoms,
They should
both
ban
of these
Azir Bard.
teams. I think it's only
I think
KT
the
fans
Jarvan ban will be
that are
dropped,
feeling
yep,
fine.
from T1. Aurora ban makes sense because DK flexed it. Aurora ban also opens up Rumble. Very likely.
They're just still anxious.
Yes.
But not
Very
more or
likely
less.
Rumble Prio exists. So there's the Azir ban, which is pretty easy to get a bit more info. Yunara ban on blue, I think is going to be a perma ban for T1 through this series if they're going to ban it 2 games in a row. Sounds like Yunara is just out.
All of
Bard ban, I think, is good second. If DK want to fish, they're going to ban Ori second. Okay. So Bard is open, Nico's open, Rumble's open.
They are
talking about
Jarvan's open, Pantheon's open.
Okay.
Fair.
I think we know that they're going to be fine. All right. We do have the Aurora and
What did they last ban
Yunara
last
both
game,
banned
T1?
away
I can't
here as
remember.
T1 remain on the blue side. Orianna and Azir still continue.
I think they banned
to be
Wukong last,
banned.
actually.
Okay, so J4 was banned by T1 last time. Bard was banned by
They
T1
banned
last
Annie
time.
this time.
Annie gonna be
Okay,
banned, so Jungle's
so
being left open by T1. It was the J4 and Wukong ban
this
last time. They're
game
both being
is...
left up. But the fact that the Aurora's being banned,
There's a
makes me
Galio in
think
this game,
maybe they wanna
100%
look
surely, right?
for a top laner. So Wukong gets taken away by D+.
They're trading Jarvan Pantheon, DK. They're trading Nico Bard. They're trading Rumble Ornn. Could be a Sion first pick.
Yeah, if you want to get Prio on that.
And they're also trading...
I wouldn't mind a Rumble, but the J4...
So there's the J4. I
that
presume
this
they'll go
is- it's a
Pantheon.
great
I
pick for
do
Ornn,
think
don't get me
Lucid
wrong,
should
but I
swap
think
to
it's a phenomenal
Neferi
pick away from
if he
Lucid,
can.
Because Lucid has been just putting wins
But
together
here
on this
DK can
champion.
take
I think it was
Rumble.
like 7-0 or something like that. Something ludicrous. I don't know what the scoreline is.
Actually, you can't take Rumble because they're going to go Galio. Unless you go Rumble Galio, but I think that's quite int.
Let's see.
You could
what
just
D+
take a Sion
do
here
wanna go with here
and make life a bit
as their
easier.
next decision.
Since Sion's
Looks like
Jarvan,
Demacia
sure.
in the jungle.
Yeah, Zinzao makes a lot of sense.
What do you blind here? Because if you go Sinzao Rumble, they just go like Galio something, Galio Gwen or something. And that doesn't feel good.
If you do want to take the Rumble yourself.
If you take Sion, they'll go
And if there's a
Gwen.
priority mid laner
If you
that
take
Showmaker
Gwen,
wants to
they
go
will
with, you could
go...
also collect that one.
I guess you could
also
take Gwen, you know,
away,
Sinzao
like,
Gwen.
I mean, you can't pick a Sivir.
They'll just take Rumble Jarvan though.
Surprisingly.
But at least it makes Galio on 3 doable for yourself. They take the Rumble. I think that's a headshot from T1 though. Won't they just go like...
Not a combo you want to give
Won't they just go Galio Gwen? Oh, they swapped to Lucian last second. They don't want to play into it. I think this is better. It looks really ugly, but they were walking straight into Galio Gwen, and this would have been a GG instantly. Now it means that T1 have to pick Xayah Rakan here, I think. Or they could pick full topside.
Or they can go for different lanes.
So they're not going Xayah Rakan. I thought they would because, you know, Poppy's out and Nautilus is out. So Rakan blind is very
I was
strong.
thinking you could maybe go something like the Nico.
Ooh, Sylas mid into the Alistar.
And instead say, hey, you're picking
I think
Alistar,
you
we're
just
taking
take the Braum. I don't think you take the Sylas. Surely not, right?
Alistar is kind of the enabler of the Sylas to the enemy team.
Or the Rumble, sure.
I mean, this is also,
But why you wait? Hold on. Why are you picking Rumble? Wait, what are you gonna play with Lucian?
Just seen Lucian Braum in almost every time we've seen Lucian.
I mean, here they can ban the Orns and the Gwens and the Gallios, right?
They've cooked. I assume they've cooked, right? There's another.
And
plan.
here you can
There's
ban the
something that
Broms and the Bards maybe.
They'd be brewing it up.
Or Braum and something else. What else would you ban? I don't think you'll play Nami. I think Braum Rakan maybe. I think Rakan fits their comp.
If you ult, you can put the equalizer out. So, you know,
I think Gwen ban is good, by the way.
Exactly how that works.
Or maybe
You
Galio.
put a Nami wave over the top of the barbecue goes out.
Yeah.
There's Gwen and Galio here for T1, which is a bit concerning. There's also Sion. They decide to take away Victor instead. So on 4 they're gonna pick support. They do ban the Sylas in the end. I don't think they were gonna go Sylas, no way. Sylas in the end, banned. Here you pick support, right? I think that the only other support I see is...
This Rumble, and
Nico into Jarvan is a bit scary.
So not a traditional
I mean, there is a
pairing.
few supports. You can play Lucian Nami, you can play Lucian Melio, but I think Rakan, like I said, is the biggest. Because Rakan is mobile, follows...
Very powerful. That's Janet, and that will be locked in.
What the fuck are we doing?
Okay, that was the plan. And
We're
Beryl's
playing
already played
Janna
this.
Rumble.
I think he's 1-0 so far this year
Janna
on the
Rumble. Janna and Rumble
with the
together.
Eye of the Storm,
Janna
Lucian
is playing
could
with
actually find some pretty
Rumble.
good value.
Yeah, so you have
What the
shielding
fuck?
to
Those two
obviously
champs are on the
empower
same
his
team.
autos. Into Jarvan, into Alistar, Janna gets so much value. You also have that Enchanter plus Xin Zhao pairing that we often see come to great effect. Playing into the Talia though.
I think they'll go Talia Gwen, surely, right? The only... What is Doran playing here? Renekton and Bessa's out, Orin's out. You're not playing Galio top, I think, so you just play Gwen, right?
From T1 is nullified heavily by
Unless
it,
you're a Psycho
but you don't
and you play
exactly
something else,
outrange
like
T1's
Volibear or
composition.
Jace or
If you
Gnar
had a longer
or
range
Jax.
carry, it could be,
Surely
you know,
it's
a
just Gwen.
situation where it's like, oh,
He's
they
a good
can't
Gwen.
reach you can just hammer down on them. But that's not really a thing right now.
It's not Yasuo top.
Okay. I'm not sure whether this is going to be the thing. We're looking for what Doran's going to play.
It's Sion.
And it looks
Okay,
like
he plays
it's
full
going to be a
weak side.
Sion there towards the top side of the map, just going to absorb
Okay,
the
Showmaker,
pressure.
what you got for me?
As Ari going to be the consideration here for Showmaker. He has really loved this pick. Ari Zin has been a fair bit of power in the duo as far as mid-jungle is concerned. But Ari just kind
Chat,
of
I'm on ads. If you don't know what ads, you can use a tier 1 or
feel
to try and subscribe to the
Yeah,
channel. You don't have to
so-
sub to sign up if you don't want to. If you sub now, you won't get ads for 30 days. I
Mobility
appreciate all the
into
subbers.
T1's
Here's a big kiss.
composition, a lot
I'll
of,
see you in a sec. You know the
outplay
drill.
potential good into the Talia
Okay.
generally.
I'm
Not a pick that
surprised
inspires a
because
lot of joy. I think
if you just
T1's composition is
if I
good
just
plus,
put my mouse over
and
this,
what you
the
typically kind
comp
of
makes
expect,
sense, right?
You have two
Charm
pretty
someone,
high-tier
go
carry
forwards,
picks,
culling,
you have
engage, rumble ult.
a lot of frontline, a lot
But
of
now
engage potential, and I feel like
there's a Janna in the game.
for D+, you have more
But the
threats on
Janna is
composition,
normally
and it's
picked
like
into champions like
multiple threats
Wukong
into
and
the,
Zac and
you know, make
Alistar and all that
Ruler's life
stuff.
difficult, if you make Faker
So
fight
he's gonna
for
stop
sure.
the
I think
Jarvan
it
and
really
the
just
and the
comes down
Alistar,
to
which is
Beryl's
good.
Janna and what he can do on this
And now they're playing a
pick.
bit more disengaged for the Lucian.
And we know that I think he woke up on the right side of the bed.
Yeah.
The Nautilus game was fantastic, and we'll see whether that trust is going to remain in Beryl moving into the second game. As you know, the space already pointed it out. The win rate not great as far as game twos are concerned. If they can get to match point here without side selection 2 games in a row, that would be insanity.
I'm just a little concerned about T1's laning power into what D+ have. And if D+ get an early lead, if they start to get some momentum in this game, can you claw your way back into this against a Janna? Or are you just going to get shut out and be facing a 0-2?
And that would be well and truly backs against the wall. I want to go back to what we were talking about prior to game 1. We were saying that T1 are a team that are very, very good at being there in the clutch. Well, there are not too many extra lives as we jump into the rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the rift for the second game of this series. It is a best of 5. No one's gone home just yet, but match point with 3 games to play would be a pretty huge advantage here for DK. And T1 have the opportunity to move this over to just a best of 3.
Yep. That's the thing, that with it being fearless now, it's like a spicy best
Whose
of
draft
3
do you prefer?
trio.
Well, I prefer T1's
the
draft.
added element
T1
of
has
this removed
Sion,
tanks
Alistar, Jarvan
definitely makes
with
it,
Talia, Sivir. So they have a
more
global to
interesting
bridge,
come down
3
to the
tanks,
play
an
with
early game
1-1.
jungler, and a scaling AD.
And also, DK don't
This
have
is
that
like
free
if I
Ziggs
made
game,
a cake
that they've been
with
relying
good
on quite a
ingredients,
bit
okay?
over the last couple of series.
DK's comp,
So
think
to be
of
the case.
brownies,
Of
right?
course,
You know what
already
ingredients
picking
you
up a
make
win
brownies with?
With the Ziggs game.
DK's comp
just
is like
wasn't their
Sally's
Ziggs,
brownies.
so
It's
maybe
like I
we
made
include it
chocolate brownies with olive oil.
as
Like, why the
Aiden
fuck is there a Janna with my
is
Rumble?
just gonna get a
It
ward
makes
down, and
no
then his ward goes
sense.
down.
You know,
No
we
sense, Sally brownies.
had a scenario where aiming obviously got a massive lead last
That
game.
did happen, yeah.
I feel like D+ allowing him just to hit plates constantly.
So I
We're
think
not really
T1's
given
comp
much of
has
an
way
opportunity
more
to do the same in
direction,
return. With
has good
T1
scaling,
having,
has
you
good
know,
playmaking, has
2
good
carries, and obviously Jarvan
team
can do a good amount if
fights.
he's ahead, but he's
Bro,
not
the
like
audio
a
sounds like I'm
carry in the way
underwater. Is
that
it just me?
Sivir is. I really feel like Guma needs to be strong. And when you're sharing a lane with an Alistar,
No, it's not
going to
just
be
me,
on the back
probably,
foot
right?
early.
Because Orcs is fine.
But T1 need to set him up for success.
Yep. Okay,
Because
we're
if
back.
he ends up in a scenario where he's 2,000-3,000 gold behind again, if aiming
back.
starts doing the goldkin things, this might just be a blowout.
It really could be.
So the
And
beautiful
I
thing
wanna go
about
back to
Janna
what I believe it was
in this
Wajid
lane
talking about this
is the lane
a
is
couple of series
unplayable
ago,
for
and that's the
Alistar.
fact that
That's
T1
the
doesn't really play around
that's the
Gumayusi all that
basis of
much.
this, right?
And
You perma push, Alistar can never combo in, and you get a CS lead. How big is that CS lead going to be, and will it win you the game, is the question sometimes you have to ask.
Sort of like the microcosm of a team fight,
and Janna's dead.
We are going to see a good little headbutt back onto Beryl.
Or is she? EQ flash from Owner has to hit the flash of Beryl.
Tornado as the flash forward from Owner as well. Beryl holds the flash.
Ooh, I don't like that. I think he needs to EQ and then flash the flash is the only way.
Almost not so lucky.
If you flash auto, it only works in mid lane. I think bot lane has too much space.
It's going to be a big deal for pressure in the bottom lane for T1.
Yeah, I will say Beryl played that about as well as you can because they really wanted to get that final knockup, but because he gained so much distance on the back end, Ona couldn't follow him with the flash. Is on a 5-win streak, and do you want to know, all of those 5 games, we're actually in playoffs. It's 5-0 in playoffs.
That's crazy.
Yeah, on the counterpoint, Pantheon 0-5 in playoffs. So if you're wondering why we're seeing no Pantheon, a lot of Xin Zhao at the moment, that's why.
Yep, we've had enough nerfs, as it turns out. Speaker is going to be going back home, but as you
crazy
can see,
if you just contextualize the year. T1 was at MSI Finals, and they were toe-to-toe with Gen G. They actually got to a point for the first time in, like, obviously I know they beat them at the Worlds last year, but Gen G always had T1's number. They got to a point where they would take them to 5 games multiple times in a tournament. And then 2 months later, they're sweating for a 4th spot at Worlds,
looking a little worse for wear,
and they're down 1-0.
I mean,
like, what the fuck happened, man?
I guess, when
what
that
happened?
eventually comes in from Doran, because
people are saying no Zeus, no Worlds, but this team was fine without him.
Anyway, though, so hasn't really achieved too much.
Sometimes you just want to take a few Janna auto attacks.
Yeah. Well, either way, we get a swap coming through, so Guma avoiding the matchup that was a little bit tricky.
Like, their year was pretty solid.
On the bot side into the ranged, double range matchup as ranged melee.
Yep.
Doran now,
oh my god, this guy is back in chat.
He
keeps writing, I'm so high.
Scion in the lane swap matchup,
Degenerate. Alright, swap for T1 is good. Okay, I don't mind the swap though for DK either, because Rumble on weak side is fine. He just bases here, TP's back, cooks a bit, gets 6, plays the weak side. Oh no, I know what I'm doing. I'm falling for the T1 rage bait again. Yeah, I need to stop talking.
Blaze was very satisfying there from aiming, as they will be able to crash this wave in. As you mentioned, I mean, Doran should be fine. He's Scion. He's kind of built for lane swaps. It's kind of how it works. As we'll see whether Shiu can actually collect this.
The cannon, Shiu, the cannon. It's worth to lose flash for, I swear to god.
Doran taking a bit of damage towards the bottom side. Thank you, Jonas Strong. As the cannon will be denied here on the bottom side of the map, I assume the same thing happened.
Okay, all good, you're chilling.
Showmaker does get shoved back. Threaded volley
Free
also
Drake
doing
for
a fair bit
DK.
of work as Lucid. Speaking of work, getting to it here on this
Wait, is he gonna fight it?
bottom side, and already
is the owner thinking about fighting this? Carrias crossing.
Just in the laning phase alone,
I think they're too late, aren't they?
Rumble and the Lucian that are having a pretty
too
good
late,
time,
surely
T1's
too late. I'm not sure what they're doing here now, because what they've done now is they've crossed Alistar from top to mid to try and fight Drake, and now Rumble gets top push. Lucian catches, Lucian gets a free base. This is really good for DK.
So he's very comfortable now. Hit level 6.
Yeah, he's back in it.
And really just able to farm comfortably there. So Doran in a pretty chill spot right now. I mean, I say chill spot, he is under the tower right now.
Yeah.
And they are trying to make the wave push out away from him, putting him in an uncomfortable position going forwards.
And the tornado is very annoying when it comes to interrupting backs.
Yeah, also just not really fun to play Scion into Janna, who can just, from a distance, stop you charging up your decimating smash. Very easy to do.
Yeah, it's been like, Janna was so incredibly strong at the very
You're
beginning.
6 Shiu, and the wave's... is it frozen?
So
it's kind of frozen, but it's going to bounce, so he doesn't need to ult, but he can if he wants.
This champion is.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, just resets the lane.
And Doran is remembering as we speak.
Yeah.
It was just so hard to kill. She just ran so far, floated so fast.
When she gave movement speed to everyone on the map, Showmaker.
Yeah, that's the flash.
Have
Has
to
to come
flash.
out there. Good seismic
Isn't it better to just R there and tank the stones? I guess maybe you
I think he
die.
was dead if Ono was able to get that knock up on him as well.
I think honestly he could have just ulted through the rocks and got stunned on the tower, and he could have been okay.
True.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if Jarvan EQR kills him. I don't think it does though.
Get chunked out and potentially
I think
bursted maybe.
Yep.
One piece of logic that could apply is, I've said this before, exactly, the combat power of ulti versus flash. Ulti is way higher than flash, but flash is longer cooldown. So it grubs in 40 seconds.
And I think the ult, as you
The
said,
ult
combat
being up
power
is...
more important to
okay,
have
the cast is talking about it.
for, that.
As Beryl will actually tank the
WFS.
Q.
WX.
So Doran is able to at least get some value there. As we see, because of those grubs coming up, aiming now moving towards the top side. Faker does get control of this mid lane. Will be shoving this one out as Faker actually in
Atlas is really smart about the game, by the way. Like, he's... I know he does like play-by-play and he does all the shouting, but he actually...
Charm is going to connect,
he
though, as in goes
fucking locks in, man.
the rocks as Faker has to flash to get himself out. Beryl was making his way over, but Janna ganks aren't necessarily the most impactful things. Still getting a
no flash Talia on grub spawn,
with grubs just
and
coming up
DK is
now.
catching top wave. Shiwu has no TP. Sion's ulting mid. I think T1 is sweating a bit to get something here.
So now D+, they can
So
immediately
DK
grab the
reset
grub.
them.
Yeah, they will be able to take one of them. but
Aiming
Carrier's
pushes
gonna be able
top.
to sweep
Faker
out
has
this
no
pit, and it looks
TP.
like
2
T1
grubs to
have
T1.
Retaken position.
Yeah, the big thing was because Beryl was assisting with that mid play, he wasn't helping aiming in the top lane. Aiming's grabbing that wave, so they'll take the one grub. They won't stay around for more.
Shiwu is underneath the turret here.
Shiwu?
As the equalizer
spot to be
Was
in.
machen wir hier dann? Das verstehe ich nicht. We're diving Faker? I think we are, right?
Equalizer placement was a thing.
Is he dead?
As they're setting up for a potential dive here onto Faker. Wind becomes lightning, and Lucid gonna flash out of the way, gets a nice
guys.
knock up, and Faker
W. Oh, he kills him with red buff. What?
By the horde of minions that had been
Flash.
prepared earlier. The flash
Out.
has to come
Nice
out
dive.
here from Shiwu,
Well,
as
scuff
Doran
dive, but
makes
it
his
wasn't
way
dive.
down. Still, first blood going over to DK. A good start once again.
Shiwu just needs
double
to...
summons has to be
Isn't
committed
it better
by
for
T+,
Shiwu
so
to
they
just
managed
save
to
his
kill,
ult
they
for when
managed to
Lucid
get out,
knocks him up
T1
and just
moving
push the
down
wave
to
instead?
respond to try and get the exit kill.
I guess it
Just
worked,
ends
but
up
it was a
committing
bit
lot of
scuffed.
time, a lot of members to no real benefit for them. So nice pickup there, Lucid. Good execution, dodging the seismic shove.
Yeah, it was nicely played. And man, the aggression from this guy, it reminds me of, you know, Challenger Lucid from back in the day. You know, the guy that would just make any play and make it work.
As
Plating
president
and
of Lucid
out.
Fan Club, I obviously remember.
Yeah, no, of course.
Challenges Lucid.
Yeah. Chronicler was, I mean, he was there, but he wasn't, was he truly there? You know?
Yeah,
I remember him telling me a lot about Dundun and the Nongshim players. So he knows, I know he knows a lot about them.
Yeah, he did this thing where he was kind of starting, he was just like, oh yeah, I'll start a fan club for every player. And he waits for them, he waits to see which one shows up, and then he'll just be like, oh, I was always a fan.
Yeah.
No, I'm not really a fan of that sort of thing.
Well, you're a fan of Lucid.
Specifically, yes.
Yeah. We figured that one out.
Yeah.
As Faker will be clearing out this wave in mid, and we do have the game slowing down somewhat. 26 seconds, though, until the second dragon here. And it will be a Mountain Soul this game. T1 very, very good at getting Earth, Wind, and Fire dragons.
Won't be a Mountain Soul. How does he know? He's just guessing or what?
Happen. Oh. As
Beryl has Ghost.
Flying around a little bit here as Kerry is ghosting for him. Let's see where the Beryl's
going
to be.
Oh my god, Janna!
They pile on top and take out the Janna. Wow.
Oh, why the fuck is there a Janna in this game? What is Beryl
you saw
cooking?
Doran's ult was like a couple of seconds away when he got that decimating smash, and as soon as that max charge smash came in, Beryl was just not in a good position.
Oh, teleport actually going to be employed by Doran to get towards the top side of the map, though, so they're not going to be able to necessarily turn this into a dragon, especially with Showmaker holding on to mid control for now.
I think the thing is, even though they got that kill, they've been Sion ult, they've been Jarvan ult, they've been Sivir ult, and Janna gets back so quickly.
Yeah.
So I think they're like, cool, we got the kill, we're not going to overcommit for the fight, especially because you look at the inventory of the junglers. That is the one thing you look at and you say,
wait, DK get the Drake still. Because
jungler
Beryl
on
just
this guy
rocks back up and
no,
says,
we're not
hola,
interested.
Jarvan
We
ult, take the free Drake. It's such a
and
Beryl
honestly,
thing,
you
isn't
look
it?
across the board,
Beryl dies, he
mid
gets 2
laners,
ults
AD
out,
carries,
but he
idle
gets Drake
completions
because they have no
heavily
ults
in
now.
favor of D+.
And he just still
And
walks
even though
around
you
with an
see,
extra
you know,
death on
Owners
his
just
score.
finished this now. I'm sure Faker and Guma are quickly going to follow.
Look at him.
That little
Look at this
window
Janna.
where D+ had the advantage.
Like,
I think
it's...
T1 making the right
He's
call,
such a
just
psychopath,
not flipping
Beryl.
the game on a dragon. And it is going to be a Chemtech Soul, which T1 pretty happy. It's not going to be one of the strongest souls. I will say, though, that Janna going to get some nice extra healing and shielding value out of that.
That's true, but it's supposed to be a mountain. That was what was written down in the script, but I think I've been given a fake script now because I couldn't be trusted with the last one.
Okay, back massage for Carrier. Oh my god, I think every bullet landed there.
From aiming. And will be told to leave. A lot of vision here for DK.
Oh, they saw him with the blast cone. Jarvan has ult though. Bye-bye.
And now Shiu is going to get
Yeah,
left out
not
to
much counterplay
dry.
here for Shiu.
Equalizer doing a fair bit of damage,
Jarvan
but,
is such a
that's
OP
lot of
champ.
CC, and he will
Get
just
the
be
minions, get the
taken down.
minions.
Scratch
Oh, the
shield
cannon.
will allow him to at least get this wave or the majority of
Did he
it.
get it
As
actually
now
with
a
the-
counter
with the
dive towards the bottom
phase
side
dashes?
as aiming is flashing away. Had turret aggro and did need to be a little bit worried about
looked
that
like he
one.
got
There
it.
is the unbreakable will from Carrier, and that will keep him alive. And so no kills on the cross map here for DK.
It's one grab
Carrier
to
finding a
2.
great
They
angle there to
probably have
punish
Demolish
Aiming,
on
who is under
Sion here,
tower,
so they
so
might
they're
get
going for
plates, but it
T1 on
looks
the
like
top side.
Doran's pressing B.
No
What the
major
fuck?
punishment here. We will get Aiming.
I guess it's because
picking
Shiu
up
has
some
TP,
plates
right?
Again, though.
Oh dear.
I guess
That
this
is
game
a
Aiming
little
is
bit
the
worrying.
main character.
Feels like
Shiu is an
starts
ult
to
bot,
amass a
Barrel's
big,
playing Janna, Showmaker's a charm
lead
bot,
over Guma
Lucid
once
doesn't
more.
really
That could be
scale to
definitely
kill
the
their
win con
champs.
4D plus.
I don't know, man.
Up to
I just don't
600
trust
gold,
this
as we can
Lucian
see.
champ. I just don't trust
As
Lucian.
The tornadoes are just streaming their way over the top of these minions. In comes Sion. Hey, buddy. It's going to be a bit of damage onto Barrel as the Zephyr comes out, and Doran remembers that his life is probably not going to be very fun. Hanging out
Why?
underneath this turret. But
I
he's
don't
doing
know.
a
I
decent
just feel
job.
like this champ doesn't
He's
do
already
damage.
Very tanky, all
It
things
just
considered.
doesn't do
You know, we've
damage.
Sometimes seen Sions fall behind. a good
Lucian
amount,
Braum is just
and
useless
be,
if the
like,
game's
low
even.
econ.
Look at the damage from Lucian.
I'm saying that he's getting bullied out. a
Just
good
feels
amount
so useless.
Exactly.
Look,
Yes,
Sion
three
doesn't
now
give a
done
fuck.
for aiming, so he's feeling a little bit better, but still, it's only 50% of Doran's health bar. He should be able to get
Like
a
if he
fair
was
bit of that
playing
back.
Okay, Lucid's coming down. If they force him off the tower,
a
they could
Zeri or a
probably just pick this
Yunara,
up on
you
this
know,
wave
I'm
with
here
the
for it.
cannon.
They're doing their very best to
Guys,
punish
we're
Doran.
not
This whole
diving this,
series,
by the
I
way.
mean, game
No
one was
way.
another example of it. But in the last passage of play, DK have given up a fair bit of ground. You know, the gold lead has basically disappeared.
Yep.
So certainly some good moves here from T1 to stabilize in this mid game.
Again,
the plates do fall down.
They have those two dragons, but it's not the most meaningful soul. Oh, he has... sorry, Doran, he has flash.
Well, he might have to use it
Does
here.
he have the damage
as
here?
Lucid
Oh,
will
he's
be able
going
to
for
find
the
knockup.
wave.
All the
Of course they have
deception
the
comes
damage.
down and,
He's
oh,
going for the
he's
wave.
just dead. And he knows it. Not going to be able to
On
flash
me.
out of this one, and he will get some use out of the passive.
For some reason, I thought
as he
Showmaker was
runs
Janna. I
towards
was like,
the
does
turret
Janna since out
and
damage?
towards
It was
Showmaker by the
Showmaker.
looks of things.
Yeah, I think it was the right call just to save the summoner. I think as soon as you see the Ahri
Showmaker.
specifically, you're like, well, I'm not going to wait. You know, he didn't have ult. The flash
All right,
only
DK
gonna
is
be
in a
an extra ult
fantastic
charge from
spot right now.
Showmaker.
Absolutely
unfortunately that
phenomenal
Showmaker doesn't
spot.
have to commit the
Showmaker,
ult,
700 gold
but
up, 2 stacks Dark Seal,
the
1st
5-minute
Blood
cooldown
Tower.
obviously a lot longer. And
DK,
now
2
Showmaker's
dragons
gonna
in
be
their
able to pick up
pockets.
this tower. Doesn't get the extra plates that were there
Chemtech
just
Soul
a
with
moment
Janna,
ago.
who for some reason is
Will
in
get
this
that
game.
first tower, and it's going to mean D+ one objective or 1 kill away from Feats of Strength.
Very, very close. Feats of Warfare are available for both teams with 1 kill. See whether T1 can get one here as they're posturing in the mid lane. Teleport in from Doran to get him towards this bottom side of the map, as another time it is going to be a fairly aggressive one, looking to try and punish Showmaker.
They did put Doran on tank
not
duty
going to be
though.
able to do so. And of
After
course,
last
Spirit
game, I
Rush
think
is
it
gonna
makes
be fine.
sense.
He doesn't have TP yet, but oh.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming on down. Shiu does have flash and uses it to get out
Worth.
of that seismic shove. Is now aiming once
No flash
again,
on Alistar.
throwing
the
the
Caedrel
culling
heal.
into the cow.
So much move
As
speed in this
Garishi
game.
with On the Hunt already procced. Fair bit of damage
Sion's
on the
ulting up
Lucid
the
here,
river.
As we've
Block
got
it.
the unstoppable onslaught interrupted
Well, I
there
don't know
by
if we should have blocked
Showmaker.
that. That kinda
and the
hurts,
charm
man.
is going to come down as well. That's going to take the Sion out of the fight as Redemption getting
Uh,
Lucid healthy once more. But
how long on
isn't
Showmaker
quite
TP?
that.
Can we TP back here?
Yeah, his TP's up soon, so I think he's going to try and recall.
Rumble ult is on the way, but Jarvan could EQR you if you go too far, Shiu.
Okay,
Be
he's going
careful.
for it now. They stole out the Herald. He's going to recall TP back in.
Or just walk back in unless they start it.
I love it
So
how
he
someone in
doesn't
chat
even
says
need to
Doran's
commit
inting.
that
Like, what the
just
fuck
yet.
do you
Okay,
want
he
from
is
him?
TP in. Yeah,
He's trying to
kinda
ult
stole
into a
out.
fight.
He got chunked out pretty heavily. It is, though, aiming picks up Navori. And that's a huge spike for the Lucian.
He was
Basically
sitting
means-
on a chunk of gold.
Yeah, it means you can basically just play if on Lucian and have no cooldown. So D+
Actually,
should
the
be
AD
confident
item
with that
diff is
spike that
crazy
they can
considering
really
it's
go
a
for
200
this.
gold lead.
Set up for aiming. His
Look at
flash
it.
is
What
nearly
the
available.
fuck?
That's the only thing. His flash is down for a little bit longer.
Oh, Shiu in a little bit of trouble here. Seismic Shove is going to pick up
Oh,
the
if they had Sion
Rumble.
ult, he's dead, but they
We
don't.
have to
A lot
recall
of damage.
Shiu now
Lollipop.
having TP back in, maybe.
But as everyone's gonna
Yeah,
keep getting
Showmaker did a
caught, can we just
second ago,
fucking
now
lock in?
Shiu.
Yep, double teleport.
Oh, they're just gonna click Drake.
To make this play happen.
When in
Instead,
doubt,
it's
just
looking
click
like Soul
Dragon.
Point on the cards here for DK, and not a lot of vision available for for T1 in the area. It looks like they are
Wait, Doran's clicking
opting
Herald,
in for
though.
a trade, but this will be feats of strength.
Okay,
going
soul
over to
point
DK,
for Herald. It's
no
always
matter whether
worth
they've
it.
won the race or not, for the
Because First
objective.
Blood
So
Tower's
some
dead.
upgraded shoes.
It's funny how,
well
in my
as
opinion, in the
having
T1
that
series
soul point,
against
which is so
Hammerlife,
important
Yeah, I think it's
they
telling
were
that it's a
dragon
Chemtech
obsessed.
soul. I think if this
They
was a Hextech soul, a
sacrificed
Mountain
everything
soul,
for dragons.
I don't think T1 would
Now,
be willing just to give up the third
they
dragon in that
just
situation.
gave 3 of them in
So
17 minutes.
The RNG of the Soulspawn doing a lot of favors for T1, but D+ still one away from that. It's
That's
still a
Soul
fight,
at
still
22.
obviously gonna help them out if they can
Shiwu.
secure it.
Yeah, Xin, Ari, and the Janna all kind of like it.
I guess
Chemtech
Beryl
Drake,
just knew
so
Chemtech Soul was coming, so
we'll
he picked
see.
Janna.
I think that it isn't necessarily the most pivotal dragon, as we all know.
Yeah.
But all dragons are good. I guess. As Doran going to be unstoppably onslaughting towards the bottom side of the map. Doesn't work as a verb, but it's always good to try. As the Howling Gale is going to sail by. Looked great, didn't do much. And T1 just trying to set up some defensive vision now towards
DK's just going to wait for dragons. That's it.
And looking to try and catch some waves. So we have the Jarvan and the Scion with some slight advantages, but it's the bottom side of the map for DK that really are in good standing, and Showmaker once
Just
again
wait for Dragon.
having a
3
pretty
minutes
great
50.
performance here today.
The only
I like
play
the,
T1 have is some
interruption
Atakan
of
Psycho
Doran
play.
making his way towards the potential Herald fight.
Yeah, normally a tankier member is the
That's
one you
it.
want to tank that, but
yeah,
you know, Showmaker will do it. We do now have Atakan spawning on the bottom side of the map with that soul in 3.5 minutes, and then Atakan a bit earlier, so the focus is very much going to be on the bot side. I feel like this game we've had a lot of trading between the teams, a lot of cross-mapping. We're going to get this sort of straight-on headbutting coming soon around that bot side. For now, though, we are getting the Herald coming mid, and all of T1 are kind of moving in. The wall's coming through.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice knock-up onto Carrier there as Doran off to the side.
TP
Teleport
behind
on the
from
flank angle,
Shiwu.
though, is Shiwu looking to make his way in. Doran
For
not going to
some
find any
reason.
joy with that Q as another
Culling
Culling
not
comes
bad.
down. Carrier
Kuma
almost just out of the
ults.
fight before it's even started. And in fact, that is the case. They don't invest anything either. It wasn't an early
Okay.
equalizer or anything like that.
I mean, they
to
defended
start
the
that
Herald
fight
play,
off,
but I
so
don't know if they
just
needed
the culling
Rumble
employed,
TP.
And they get them away from the outer.
Yeah, the threat of the TP was
Showmaker
enough
should
to
have
force them to
item in
back
base. What is it
away.
he's building? What's
And
it
that will
called?
save the
Fucking
tower. It's very
Cosmic
low,
Drive or
though,
what?
as a result of the Herald charge, but it will just buy
Cosmic
D+
Drive
a little bit
Ari.
more time with that mid-tier 1 up and available. Showmaker just get a recall. He's gone the
2 minutes,
Black
30
Fire
seconds on
Cosmic
Drake.
Drive sort of build,
TikTok.
so you just have
Atakan spawns
permanent
bot side as well,
movement
right?
speed 'cause the dots keep refreshing. The
He's
movement
going
speed's a
Black
lot of
Cleaver
haste
Lucian. Oh my
and a lot of
god.
speed. Not the
This
highest
Lucian is
damage
going to get
build
outscaled to
available
infinity,
the
I'm
Ari,
sure of
but
it.
obviously able to
He's
steer
playing
around the
Cleave.
fights quite effectively. Now Shiwu Flash is
Very well.
almost up.
Yeah, just barely does use
Why
it
do you flash?
right when it comes back off.
Maybe you
But
live actually.
there is
Oh,
a
oh,
Cataclysm
that's why you
down,
flash.
still gonna be able to make
TP
his
from
way out of
Faker.
there, and Owner respecting the
Faker
damage of
TP'd
this
in.
Rumble,
They're
and
gonna lose.
Faker even
Do they lose top
teleporting
tier
in on
one?
top of it.
I feel like that's one of those situations where they had the flash down timed and margin.
Oh, these plays from T1 just look sketchy as fuck.
And even the Cataclysm
Nothing
still
looks
managed
clean.
to catch him. But
Something's always
unfortunately,
wasted
he
somewhere.
managed to create enough distance to get himself out of the
They
way,
just
and now
take-
Showmaker
okay.
in this side lane with teleport available. Unanswerable.
Free top
I mean,
tier one.
Doran is making his way up, but doesn't even
Doran
have
might
the
be able to
ability
defend
to
it, actually.
drive up there.
Atakan's
And
up.
so he's going to be catching
All DK
that
have to do
one.
is
The Atakan
stall.
Spawning now.
1 minute 40
and
seconds, that's it.
DK with a lot of tempo, a lot of control around this map right now, especially with the looming threat of the Dragon Soul. They have a monopoly on right now. Feels like DK making some good choices so far this series. Just don't know what that means, and I don't want to infer
Talia
anything
base gets
because people will
Rylai's.
say cast a curse stuff.
Showmaker has
Oh,
TP,
they
he's
will.
a level
They
up.
definitely will.
Not Chronicler though, he won't. He doesn't believe it.
Shiwu basing for, I hope, a stopwatch or some
That's
shit.
right. Culling.
Another
Once
culling on
again,
Carrier.
Aiming is just...
And the haunting,
Yeah,
guys.
Specifically Carrier.
Specifically Carrier, exactly.
And I feel like,
Aiming
to be
is
fair, Carrier
actually
is
smurfing the series so
slower
far.
and also
He's
bigger
permanently chunking enemy
and-
support,
and
which gives a
tankier
lot
than
of
a lot
like
of his
space for
teammates,
Beryl to
so
just run
it
around
makes
on Janna,
sense
listening
that
to
it's
payphone,
Carrier.
putting music down, putting words down.
It does feel rude, regardless.
It does feel rude. It does feel personal.
Yeah. Not very nice.
How much of that damage
Like, Beryl
is
is just
specifically to Carrier?
Well, I want to see that number. I think that's
running
the
around,
important number.
doing whatever the
Maybe
fuck he wants.
someone can go off and get that stat.
We should develop like grudge stats. You know how much damage
yeah.
you dealt person.
And then you could set up like
30
revenge
seconds on
numbers
Drake.
to see whether they can get that
Top
damage
waves
back.
are
And
just
in
being
Carrier's case,
ignored.
it's impossible
Shiwu no
because it's
TP, he needs to
Alistair,
stay
which is a bit
bot
of a
side.
shame.
Beryl
But if it was like AD
swapped
carry versus AD
to
carry,
Ghost
they could, like,
Exhaust.
and top laner versus
I don't know if
top
he had
laner,
flash
those
up or
stats
not,
would be
but
really fun.
he's
Yeah.
against
We should
Jarvan with
talk
Ghost
to them.
Exhaust.
Top always do so much damage.
Don't
to each other.
ask
It's just
why.
like-
Yeah, but like, who got the most
IE on
blast
Severe,
stacks
2 items
against
Severe.
each other specifically, like those sort
This
of
fight
stats.
is everything, really, isn't it?
That would be very fun.
I mean, DK could
need to
just
know.
give, but they get outscaled, so they
That's the
should fight it.
important information.
Just
We'll have a
grab
chat to
stacks per
stats.
minute, just always available on screen.
Yeah. Oh man, that was so good.
Culling not up yet.
DK without too much control of this area. Banana Brush trying
Lucid
to get
stepping
picked up
up.
here by T1.
Pink dead.
They are going to
Mid-wave.
have their control ward removed, especially with Showmaker moving
Top
up
wave's bouncing.
from the south.
Showmaker pulls the
And
dragon
now
for
it
fun.
is soul time for DK. T1
Catching mid-wave on
looking to
Lucian.
deny it if they can, but if they do manage to take this Drake, it is just
Scion
one
Q
Chemtech.
doesn't hit here, surely.
Doesn't mean a massive amount.
Faker
as
gets a bit
aiming,
chunked.
Looking for carrier here with that culling as the
Rumble ult
equalizer
was kinda
goes
useless.
down. Redemption
Charm
comes on
missed.
in, the charm goes wide. Fair bit of damage
Okay.
coming on through, but no
2
commitment
ults wasted
here.
from DK,
As
1
DK
from
will
T1.
back away. A fair few buttons now on cooldown on the hunt,
Rumble
as
is really
well as
split.
the equalizer being the big ones.
What is Showmaker doing? You don't have
Down
time
as
for bot
well.
wave.
True.
Redemption used to heal up a little bit here.
Maybe he does actually. Holy fuck,
He's on
Showmaker.
a
Monster
flank
bot wave.
angle, but a bit distance from the rest of the team.
Really
without
good by
equalizer.
Showmaker
Can
to
be
get that bot
risky.
wave.
Yep, seismic shove as Shiu gonna move now towards Faker. Carrier, 50% health as Showmaker looking
Do
for
not
an
blast
angle.
cone it.
That's a Mega Cone, remember, as the flash
Okay, no
forward
flash Scion,
from
no
Doran
Talia.
Monsoon from Beryl here.
Lucid
Trying
tanks
to
all of
go
that.
through as
Beryl is
infected
so
with the
useless.
Crimson
Janna
Guard.
is
Lucid
making 0
forces
sense
his
in
way
this
out of
game.
the Cataclysm.
His ult got
Will be able to
insta-cancelled and
take
did
him down.
nothing.
Still the charm connects.
Oh no, it's dead! It's dead! Anyone's dragon! Anyone's dragon! What
trying to
Doran?
be a monster in the front line, but Gumi
Doran got it!
is
They
spared
got
on
the
top
soul
of
that
here by
red!
Showmaker. They take down the Scion,
What
but
the
they do
fuck?
not get the soul. That is a big deal.
It was Rumble
It's still a
Ari
big
Scion
win, though, for DK.
for the
Huge
soul
win
and
in the
Scion
fight.
got
Ends
it.
up being Doran who secures the dragon there to deny the soul. But so much was burned onto Lucid, I feel, and Beryl able to keep
I mean,
him
Lucid
alive
tanks
for a good
everything.
amount
Xin Zhao
longer.
is such a
The
OP
Janet
champ.
Field
He
coming
just
in
tanks
clutch.
everything.
And we see with the open
Xin
heart,
Zhao just
Doran
presses
attempts to
R
play
and
on
tanks
aiming, the
all of
ult,
it.
but doesn't get the decimating smash in time, the flash dash to keep him alive. And then Lucid ults so much. They try and focus him. The Beryl Monsoon.
Beryl gets
Lucid
knocked
flashes
away.
Out. Yes, he dies,
Showmaker
but
is
so
frying
much
in
was
this fight, by the way.
committed. Charm
Oh
comes
my
round
god,
to
he's
take
frying.
Owner down in return.
Even
Scion
Fallen
Q
Gale
gets it.
was massive in that
Bro,
fight
Showmaker
as well,
played this
getting the
fight
double
so
knock on
good.
both of the
Oh
front
my
liners,
god.
allowing Showmaker to then get the angle onto Gumayushi to get him out of the fight.
Yeah, and the damage has just been shredded, and you see all 3 of the frontliners
W
on T1
Showmaker.
going down in return for just Lucid.
Alright, top tier 1 should die.
Momentum.
Showmaker has
That's
TP,
obviously
so
given over when
T1
the
could
Ari
force
starts to
Atakan and get it.
Resets is massive, so we don't see Atakan going down as a result with no jungler available and some low health bars. D+ don't overcommit to it. It's a 2,000 gold lead, so an advantage still in favor of them, but not securing
Aiming
the
has
soul,
Cleaver.
definitely
Showmaker's just
big
TPing early.
for
Wow.
T1 to deny
They are a
that
bit
one.
scared, aren't they?
I'll
Do they
teleport
think
in
they're on
from
Atakan or
Showmaker
what?
here, gets him back over towards this Atakan. Still having that one on their minds for the moment. It was also able to take that top outer turret.
It is a Black Cleaver for aiming. We have seen this build, so not as much. Oh,
Double combo. Lucid ults early. Tanks a lot of the damage. Can't move. Owner goes in. What? What? He's alive? What? What?
Comes on in, but still, the damage is
What?
massive. It's just
What?
not enough as T1. They manage the aggro perfectly and wipe out 4
They
members
just
of DK.
4-for-0 them on a Baron
From
spawn?
T1, the low health bar
Did you
so
see Owner
close
in
to
that fight?
going down, but just enough to survive. Showmaker
What?
doesn't get
He
the reset,
EQRs
isn't able
in,
to translate.
hits Beryl, flashes
goes
out,
down, aiming
Qs
to
back to his
follow.
flag, kills Beryl.
We see it ends
What
up
the fuck?
starting off, and it's a little bit haphazard. They get the engage initially on the Beryl.
Q's
the
in.
Monsoon's burn early. And then
Ults
this
the back
re-engage
line.
comes out from Owner. He
Flashes out,
bounced
EQs
up,
back
but
in,
goes back
kills
in. Look at his
Beryl.
health.
Yeah.
Gets on the
Re-engages,
sky on
sets up for
Lucian.
Doran, sets up
Gets
for
on the sky on
Carrier.
Lucid.
Guma
EQs
gets
back to his
focused here,
E.
but flashes
What
out.
the
stun
fuck?
comes in a Showmaker.
Sunder
And
Sky.
it's just T1 team fighting at its best.
This was, it looked suicidal.
It
from
was.
Owner.
He died.
Yeah, well, but like, look at how much he achieved.
It was so good. It was so well played.
What?
My God, he is just,
Actually,
he's something else.
he didn't even die.
No, he didn't.
I thought he did.
He played that fight
When he was on that low,
insane, by the
he
way.
should have.
He should have died.
You're exactly right. But
Wow, he
Owner-
didn't
Owner
even
is-
die. He didn't even die.
played
That's
that
even
fight
more
insane.
I honestly
What?
thought I watched that.
It's
and I
not-
watched the
it's not
replay,
easy
and I
to be
thought he
flashy
died
on
after
Jarvan,
watching
but
it
that
two
was
times.
like-
That's crazy.
But as it turns out, he did die, but it was a different time of the game.
He didn't die because he sundered the sky.
the
There
fuck?
you go.
Oh, that's poetry. That's
He
beautiful.
didn't die
Put that
because
in
he
your
sundered the
palm,
sky.
Norman.
Well,
Or
DK
something
thrown the
like
whole
that
game.
later on. As DK now looking to try and defend as the Atakan's still up and available. Pulverize coming on through here as Lucid finds himself cornered off. But
Oh,
Showmaker
big
has a good
Rumble ult.
angle. The equalizer's down in a great position, is now aiming.
Wait, how are they all
Looking like a
still
TIE
pretty
fighter
healthy? Is Redemption
as he
fair
looks
or
to
what?
soften up T1. The health bars
What?
are getting low, but they do make their way out. We'll just see whether this is actually going to be enough for DK to lock down this Otacon, because that looks like the
They're
prize
faking.
that they're looking for. But you can
They
see
are
not
faking.
actually going to
DK, I
commit
think,
for it.
are really panicked.
And
They
T1
aren't farming top
gonna
waves, they
start
aren't
off
farming mid waves.
themselves
They're just
now as
permanently
teleport to
grouping and
come
fighting
in.
because they know they're getting
DK still
outscaled.
in the area, but
Like,
they
that's
have no
serious at
vision
3
of
items.
this.
Yeah, D+ feel hesitant because they've lost Showmaker's
Oh, they have no
ultimate.
ults, man.
Now
Just
they
give
have
it,
to
give it and
approach, they
fight
don't have
Drake
control
thoughts.
the area
Like,
against Talia Scion.
Oh, Faker goes golden,
Faker?
seeing that charm coming over the wall as now aiming gets flashed into. Headbutt
Bro.
pulverize, and there's everything, but he still
Wait,
managed to
Lucid
flash
just-
away. The
wait.
monsoon's down as well as Faker was
Lucid
taken
is
out.
frying.
Lucid gets
Oh
into
my
the
god,
backline, Gumi
Barrel's
Uchi.
playing Jenna, and he's
He's
flashing
taken
forward
down, now
and
aiming is
Wing
flying
enemy carries to kill them.
into Doran, and
What?
that is exactly what he was looking for.
first of all, how did aiming
Strike
survive?
back and
Second of
find
all, how did
themselves a
Lucid
great
solo
team
kill
fight.
Faker and
Beryl
Gumayushi
flashing
together?
in to help take down
That's Soul
Gumayushi,
and
the
Atakan.
DPS Janna to finish it off. It looked
Did
like
you see
T1
Beryl?
maybe found the angle
Beryl
onto
flashed
aiming.
over the
But appeal
wall
for the
on
coming in
Jenna
clutch
to
keep him
kill the
alive.
enemy AD carry.
And D+ answer back.
Mental.
To be able to cash in on the Atakan, and it's 15
Is that
seconds
Janna value
on
right
that
there or what?
dragon.
Yeah, they are going to look for a back first, I think, because their health bars are very, very
So
low.
how
Let's
did
have a look at
aiming
this
live?
one
Wait,
once
I need to watch
again.
Lucid
So
first.
Faker has to stay
Lucid
this
is
because the
half
charm came in,
HP.
and the flash ult from Doran. Aiming looks like he's going to die, but the monsoon, the flash comes
Lucid's
in.
on the left here,
Lucid
kills
finds
Faker.
looks for Guma, and
Can't
then
kill
look, Beryl
Gumayushi.
At the end, actually flashes
Beryl
the
flash
W
kills
to
Guma.
kill
What the fuck?
Guma.
That's my goat right there.
I knew you'd love that one.
Beryl.
Absolutely insane. As Owner now with positional control. And the best
Now
thing
it's
about
still a
this
soul fight.
is, yeah,
No
DK,
Rabadons
they managed
on
to get Otacon. They've still
Showmaker.
got soul point, things like this. The Rebel Baron power play, not massive, but T1 still managed to get that Baron. And so the gold is still in their favor. This game is anyone's. It's a Chemtech soul as well.
Oh, if Shiwu was
And
level
so
16,
I don't
he could
think
cook.
either team is too
But he's
worried. There
not.
are a lot of pedals in advantage for DK.
Faker
so the
has
Otacon
flash.
does
Guma
feel
flash is almost
fantastic.
up. Showmaker, don't
This
get
is still
comboed here,
anyone's
please.
game as Showmaker
Oh,
has
he
to
lost
use
his
the
ult.
ulti to get out of the way of
I
Faker,
think this
but
Drake
my
is
God,
cooked
the
now,
damage
surely.
From this Ari.
But the Honey Fruit going to heal him back up, and that's
This
Ari
Drake is
ult
cooked.
down. It is a low cooldown at this point with the amount of haste
Level
he has,
16 with
and
Malignance,
the
but
fact that he's level
does he have
16,
Malignance?
but
Actually, doesn't.
The dragon's getting shredded down
I think it's gone.
quickly.
Yeah, we'll
DK
see
should
who's
give
gonna
this.
Be able to get this smite, as it's
They should just
another
take
one
mid
that
tier
T1
one.
Desperately want to be able to find
But for some reason they
want
wanna-
to.
maybe they can 50-50 it?
Lucid is in position. Faker looking for the wall angle, and he
Can't
will be able to
50-50,
get
just
that one
give,
down.
give,
Wind
give,
becomes
give.
lightning, but there's the headbutt to get the jungler out of there.
Charm
Carrier might
misses.
sacrifice himself, though, as
Lucid
the
doesn't get the ult
Seismic
off, he's gonna die.
shove, and down
Insta
goes
one shot.
Lucid.
Aiming, you
Now
have dash.
Doran trying to get it done
Beryl
as
has no
Ona
flash.
finds aiming, but the
Oh,
one
Shiwu
versus
just flashed
Zeus
into his
gonna get out
backline.
of there. It's a good charm as well, but Ona
Showmaker's gonna die.
flashes on top of him, and
It's a
Showmaker
game, by the way, they
has
end.
to flash away. It's a triple.
Oh, yeah, they didn't
for
kill Showmaker, they can't end.
T1 this time
What
find
the
the team
fuck? Why don't
fight.
they just
Almost
give it, man? They have
8,000
no
damage
Ariel.
from Guma, the ricochet shredding D+ there.
I don't think they can
The
end.
Akabok not
They
doing
can't
enough,
end.
and
They can
now
only take a mid tier
T1
2, maybe
will
mid
look
inhib.
to
That's
do a
it.
lot of damage to the base. Can they end here?
Oh,
is
this is the kind of
question.
series I want, though.
I mean,
This
that
is the
would
kind of
be
series I want.
ridiculous. Surely. It's 30 minutes, though.
They're going to do a lot of
Why
damage
is
to the
Owner
base at
so
minimum.
broken? He's
Showmaker,
3-item Jarvan.
I think should be enough to dissuade them from ending, but a lot of damage is going to be done.
It should at least be an inhibitor, and they might even be able to get an avenue towards this top lane one as well. And if anything, it's going to be
I
a
think
gigantic
TK is completely
swinging goal.
outscaled now.
About 4,000 is
Completely
what they were able to
outscaled.
put
Can't
together
win.
here to extend that
Impossible.
lead.
Impossible to win.
And Ona comes along.
Guma's gonna base him by
beside Doran to be
LDR,
able to
and
take
it's just
down this
fucking
inner
cooked.
turret as well. So that is going to make it a 5,000 gold lead, and DK are well and truly on the back foot now.
It's cooked for DK.
Yeah, so we see how the fight plays out, and ultimately Lucid doesn't
Lucid
get his
chain
ult
CC.
off, because he tries to make it in, gets
Lucid
knocked
absolutely
up, the
chain CC'd.
CC ends up coming through from the seismic shove. No ult, dies so quickly. Beryl without flash just gets chased
Xin
down.
Zhao is
Guma,
pretty
the ricochets are
ult-reliant.
coming through.
Shiwu tries his best,
Ends
but
up doing
Guma one-shots
so
him.
much the bounces.
Faker gets Showmaker flash there.
I honestly didn't feel like he actually got that many autos off for how much damage he did, because that's how strong this Sivir is
What a
right
game.
now.
Yo, W Red Bull.
Just
More items.
a
Big
few,
Ws.
a few autos on the right targets and the right positioning, and Guma massacred D+. It's a squishy composition from D+. There's not that much armor between them.
Yep.
And he
I
just
hate
melted
watching
them.
T1. Of course I'm not hate watching. I'm a
Oh
DK
my
fan.
goodness. Okay, so DK now finding themselves
Showmaker has
4.5K goal
Rabadons.
behind.
Aiming needs Infinity
Still
Edge,
with
and then
soul point,
DK ascend the fight and lose,
less and
and
less
go next,
T1, if they can get
and draft
another
better.
one, we could be talking about
And don't
quad
pick fucking Janna.
Chemtech Soul, which is a lot of Chemtech Soul. Is my
I'm starting to
literal
regret
prediction.
skipping my physics homework. I told you to do it in the break. Do the homework. And if you don't know the answer to a question, just ask me in chat. I'll tell you the answer.
Go crazy.
I'm crazy at physics.
Outside of that, not a whole lot more. I guess life
Newton's
steal on
third
the
law of
Scylla.
motion. Anything in motion.
Triumphant Roar.
Yep, works on that. Works on
Wait.
the shield.
There you go.
Every reaction has an opposite or equal reaction.
The redemption, obviously, is
Damn,
the biggest deal.
he
Now
knows
Lucid
his
might find
things.
himself in an awkward position once again. This time has the whole crew with him, but the seismic shove comes down yet again.
Lucid
this
one
time
shot.
he got
Just
the
wrap it
ult
up.
off, but it doesn't actually
Wrap it
matter.
up.
As now aiming finds himself in amongst two frontliners. Showmaker looking to make
Wrap
his
it up,
way
wrap
in,
it up,
and
wrap it
Aiming's
up, wrap it
just
up, wrap it
dead.
up, wrap it up,
Out
wrap it
of
up, wrap it up.
position entirely. Carrier finds the headbutt back.
Carrier.
And you thought you were chasing
Oh my god,
the
my
cow.
Jenna
He was
tornado.
just getting you in position to be butchered yourself. And T1, I don't think they're losing another fight in this game.
How did you know that?
Yeah,
Bro, I just know my
they've
physics.
got control of this
W
one now.
Newton.
T1
Shout out to Newton.
6,000 gold ahead. Going to pick up another Baron here. And Guma just melting everyone.
They're
in
so
T+.
outscaled.
He sees
T1 scaling is
that
good.
T+ really lost control of this game. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to close out and get Soul on this one. In the Janna, I think there was a lot of positives earlier in the game, but it hasn't just really come together, and it feels like this team fight structure.
Lucian with Navori Essence Reaver Black Cleaver has to be a permaban. It does. It has to be a permaban. You can't play that.
And just melts him.
Yeah, and then Aiming finds himself in a very uncomfortable position. The fact that Ona can just flag and drag over that wall meant that there was nothing he could really do. And even though Carrier goes down, it is well and truly worth it with 3 lying on the floor. So that does guarantee the Baron. And now with Baron number 2, T1 should be able to take yet another inhibitor if they would like to.
Barrel's third
But
law of
also
motion is to int
guarantee
game 2. It
position
is.
around this dragon to
DK's
even up
game
the
2
Soul
win rate
points.
is
And I just don't
40%.
think that Soul is going to be something
They
worth
never
talking
win
about
game
in this
2.
game. Especially after talking about it so much for the majority, just hasn't seemed to matter.
Yep, IE does finally come in for Aiming, but
Can you explain how
feels
gravity
a little
works?
bit too little, too late. Trying to defend the base here, but the wall's going to come in and apply a lot of pressure.
Yep, this is the sieging potential of a Talia composition.
Is this
so
bot lane
incredibly
dead? It is,
powerful
right?
as they will be able to wipe out the turret. Still an opportunity for a team fight perhaps here for DK, but it's just not feeling
Gravity,
very good.
I don't know. It's to do with like
they're
how
gonna
heavy
have to really
something
get
is,
their
and
ducks in
then
a row. It's going to
it
have to be
pulls
one
you
of
in.
those miracle fights if they are going
And
to
the
make
Earth
that
is
one
really
happen.
heavy,
As
so
another culling
good luck.
comes through, of course, Carrier, his favorite target, but Aiming not really able to do too much of anything at all, as now Doran just making his way over. Gumishi with a nice spell shield there, avoids getting knocked up. Could have been a dangerous one, as now in goes Lucid, finds the angle as Doran's going to get pushed back.
Oh, the double, the
Kyber
double,
wants
the
to
double,
be
the
able
double,
to
the double, the
pulverize,
double.
and
Oh
they
my
take down
god.
Both of the solo laners in an instant.
The
She
double
does go
combo.
golden, though, as Aiming picks up a double, but then he's
Wait.
lying on the floor.
Oh, I actually thought DK was
And
cooking there for a second, but they
Lucid,
can't
the
cook.
last man standing. It's a quadra kill for the Jarvan as they're
Is it
looking
an
to
owner
set up
pen down
an
Jarvan?
answer for Owner
What?
If there's ever anyone
Look at that guy's
who is
items.
deserving in this
Just
game,
honor
it
owner.
is Owner.
Complete
He has
1v9
been
machine
so
this game.
good and
What
gets
the
to
fuck?
celebrate with a
I think
jungle
this game was
pentakill
so
at the
lost
end.
for T1.
A crazy performance.
So
from
lost
Owner, delivering
in
the
some of these
bounce
states,
house
but
onto
Owner just
D+.
carries it.
This J4 performance, an
Oh my
absolute
god, Owner.
masterclass. And T1 answer back 1-1 in the series.
Oh,
Look at
man.
the aura, bro.
And Owner's scoreline at the end there was
Look at his aura.
9-1-1-1. And that's like the like you call the police and then you call the extra police.
I'll never forget this picture.
Yeah, you're really panicking.
This picture
He's
goes
the guy
so
you
hard.
call if you've got a
Oh
problem.
my
If
god.
there's an emergency, it's Owner. He's right
Holy.
there. He'll have you back. And man, what an incredible performance. And that is going to even
Every time
out
I think
this
of Owner, I
series
think
as
of this
well, Which
picture.
is the best part because we're guaranteed 4 games at least.
There's another picture I think of, but I won't show it.
Absolutely. And I mean, for D+, I think there
W
were
Owner.
definitely a lot of moments in that game where they had success, where they were doing well. I think the Janna pick from Beryl was pretty interesting, set them up for some early success, and in team fights a lot of value, but the team
Show
fight
it.
execution, especially around a comp like this, which has such a strong, robust front line.
Holy enemy
Just
Jarvan!
some amazing play, setting up the carries.
Yo, Red Bull with the 20
diving onto the
gifted.
enemy
Yo,
backline and delivering a bounce
thank you for the
house,
20
and
gifted.
you
I appreciate it.
had
Much
Guma
love.
just shredding everyone from
Thank
this
you so much,
backline on
Red
this
Bull.
Sivir. Just
Shout out to Red Bull.
excellent T1 team fighting in this one.
My
It was
co-worker
beautiful,
on
not
Jarvan's
to
pretty
mention
good,
the fact
huh?
that They did it with
Hey.
Lucid's best champion in the J4 as well, so Owner being able to take that off the cards and also have such an incredible performance on it. But now it is time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space going to break it down, then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
Bum 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 bum. Wait, someone says listen to the caster reaction of the pentakill from owner. Okay, where is it? LCK live. Let's have a look. Where is it actually? Where is LCK live? Oh, here it is. Nope, this is not the right stream. Oh my god, here it is. They have 400k viewers right now. That's crazy.
그런데 지금 오노 선수와의 1대 상황에서 이렇게 레벨 차이가 날 정도의 상황이고요. 올라갑니다 T1이.
네, 이렇게 그냥 몸 부대끼면서 밀어내면 괜찮은데
그냥 어깨형들이 타워 그냥 툭툭 깨고 있죠. 근데 이거를 뭐라고 하기가 어려워요.
눈에 보이는 것처럼 T1 승리 플랜이 꽤나 단조롭고 쉬워졌다는 말씀이고
Listen.
플러스 기아는 이렇게 막 지금 바텀
Do the
부시에
pentakill.
제어와드 숨겨놓고 막 스테일 가능성도 있긴 한데 그럴 수 있는 챔피언이 없어요. 지금까지 오면 안 됐단 말이고요.
그래서 저 뒤태도 활용하기 위해서 어쨌든 이 병력들을 저 중간까지 밀어야 되는데 예, 밀릴 기세가 아니란 말이에요.
Go, go, go.
지금 계속 버티는데 이번에 도란도
들어와요?
그래서 3대 루시아 들어갔습니다. 역공! 근데 바로 끊어버립니다. 그냥 에어본 지옥에 갇혔죠. 그리고 1빙도 끝났고
잡아내긴 했는데
페릴까지 끝장납니다. 나만 루시들 창조 컨트롤 이렇게 깜깜합니다.
근데 이번 세트 활약상을 보잖아요.
The Korean casters go so hard.
2세트에 펜타킬이 터졌습니다. 그리고 그럴만한 활약이 나왔습니다. 1세트 상대편의 넥서스를 이렇게
JJ.
Honored Seneschal. When they speak of the foundations of our
Now you might think to yourself, Caedrel, is owner the MVP of that game? Well, no. Doran is. If Doran didn't steal that dragon, GG. Fact.
Speak of you.
Doran walked so owner could run. Alright, we got a series on our hands. You love to see it. We got a series on our hands. This is what I wanted. No macro. No macro, no trios. 5 games only. Full fist fight to the death. May their better hands win. I'm going back to do my homework. I'll let you know if I'm stuck. Brother, just write the questions in the chat. We got your back. We. The first ever Jarvan pentakill in Tier 1 competitive. And the third in here in LoL history. The first ever Tier 1 Jarvan pentakill. Damn. Da, 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 dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Who's the champion with the most pentakills in pro play? It's probably Zeri, I guess, or Jinx. Or, yeah, probably Zeri or Jinx, I guess. Or Kaisa, yeah, probably up there. I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the answer is. Anyone know? Yeah. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum.
Just following
bum.
the script, everyone. Just following the script. Game 1, win, give hope. Game 2,
The score is 1-1. It's 1-1. 1-1.
Get some team fights, and then give over a history-making pentakill to the Jarvan. Owner getting a pentakill, the first ever pentakill in top-tier pro play by a Jarvan jungle. And T1 tie things up 1-1 after 2.
And it was a bumpy ride, but we knew. We knew this was inevitable. We knew this was gonna at least go to either team getting a win here. And I do think that there were a lot of moments of doubt here. I think T1 still don't look like the T1 that we have witnessed over the last couple of years, particularly in how they set up their aggression. But they have been able in this one to fall back on their team fighting, particularly thanks to the efforts of Guma and obviously the main character for this one, Owner.
Well, let's talk about
Help the guy with the homework?
The
Yeah, I will
Jarvan
if he
was
asks. If he
picked
asks,
here
I'll help
first,
him.
which allows him to pick the Sivir quite comfortably. And even though the Lucian came through, they prioritized the Rumble over the Braum, so laning phase got a little bit weird. They picked Janna, which was fine in lane, but wasn't as easy to make, I think, get value in team fights. But my biggest problem here with the draft for D+ is the Ahri pick that they had at the end, because this isn't going to cut through a Scion very well. There isn't great setup for it in this draft, and it means that you're never going to be able to compete with the Sivir damage if you go late, and the Scion is always going to be a threat. It's always going to be an insane frontline, so it becomes a lot easier for Guma to play the game. When you have a performance like what we saw from Owner as well, getting into the backline, allowing Guma to be safe no matter what, the Sivir is just untouched.
And I think for fans of both teams, there's a lot to take away here. I think DK, given the game state, actually had a
DK's
great
drafts
performance. Showmaker
just
is also still
don't
very
make
clearly
sense this game,
online,
IMO.
and they did take away a couple
Really
of key
messy.
picks for T1.
T1's
But for
draft had a
T1, this
lot
was
more
obviously a
direction than they did
must-win.
in
I
game
think
1.
Particularly in Fearless, if you do go down, it is really, really hard, even for a team as decorated as T1, to climb your way back up.
Wait, he told me his
And
physics
that
homework
bouncy
question.
house with the CC on everyone besides the Sivir ended up being a big difference maker.
A rescue plane is flying horizontally, okay, at a constant speed of 70 ms, an altitude of 500 meters, okay? The pilot needs to drop a survival package to a group of stranded hikers on the ground. What horizontal distance X from the hikers must the pilot release the package so that it lands precisely at their location? What is the package's velocity, magnitude, and direction? Just before it hits the ground, neglect areas and assume the acceleration due to gravity is 9.81. I think just they're fucking dead. Just keep flying. It's cooked. It's just gonna break when it hits the floor.
But this fight was really where I think the tide turned. His Owner locks up the backline and somehow survives, sundering the sky.
Brother, I ain't working that shit out. We've got 10 minutes to drop this shit, and I haven't got a pen and paper. So we're just gonna keep flying.
Because if he goes forward here,
the answer is C for cooked.
Spell shield's at the ready for Guma. He can't really take this Sivir out, and even if Guma goes down here, you make the play, the fight is already over because of the heavy lifting that the Jarvan did in the initial part of the fight. So the Ahri pick just really not working out here for D+.
Also want to highlight, I think that aiming today has actually been playing well, even though I think this is a really hard Lucian game, and once you get behind, you do kind of just have to go in as aggressively as possible and try. But this fight, not specifically, because a fight later where I think if he has IE instead of Cleaver, I actually think they might win that fight. That came down to such minute
time to fall, T equals square 2x h quarters.
Didn't end up being enough, and from this
square
point on, T1 got into a position where they were actually
before the
leading
impact
tempo.
is 9.
That's obviously where they excel.
Okay, well this is negative 98 meters per second, so this guy's wrong.
The Drakes had already been stacked for D+, but here's a great Weaver's Wall to block
because
off
they
the
can't
fight
go
here
backwards,
by
can it,
D+,
idiot?
or for D+, as Faker comes on in.
And it's the follow-up here that I think from Keria at first looks like he is kind of caught, but then with the Alistar ult, sets up the pick onto Lucid here. And Lucid really is the only frontline that this comp has. The fact that he doesn't get his ultimate off, I don't know how much
What
it
are you
really
on
would
about?
have helped him, because if you look, everyone's melee.
Down
but at
is
least Faker's
negative
damage wouldn't have
velocity.
been that big
No,
a
it's not.
deal,
It's
but
falling.
because everyone else is so short range,
What?
they just don't really get to make a play here.
Oh, down is negative velocity.
So close.
I get it. I get it. Because you're here.
Maybe that's a difference
And if
maker.
you're on the
The other
earth, it can
thing,
only go up
in that
because
fight
it's on
is
the ground.
Equalize was placed
So
kind
it's
of as like a
negative
healing tool, but
velocity.
didn't really do the damage required because T1 were just constantly
Is that the
going
logic?
in. They kind of just moved
No.
past it and continued to do
Because
damage.
then it's a positive.
So I think that catch there on the Lucid throwing everybody on D+ off.
So
they
it's
reacted a little
negative
bit
to the
poorly,
ground.
T1 just out clutch.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah, it makes
those
no
are the
sense
types
what
of
you're
fights that T1 thrive in. It's, okay, hey, we're going to fight for Drake. They're going to step in for us. The Weaver's Wall goes in. It stops the plan, and then T1 doesn't hesitate to take that fight, which seemed a little risky at first. It's like, okay, you got the Drake. You have more time
You
to
should
scale.
study physics
but
on
they
stream.
did not hesitate, and it's those moments that we miss seeing that T1
Professor
being so
Sally.
dominant. And it's mainly been D+, even throughout that game, that were the ones leading the fights here, Cronny.
Yeah, and D+, I think, still would feel better in this series,
Professor
given that
Sally.
they were able to win on enemy side selection. They will now be going over the blue side, which I think does make sense. I imagine if they end up losing this game, they would swap to red. We've seen them prioritize red as they get deeper into a series. But it really paints an interesting picture where I'm not 100% certain. Because if you look at the drafts as well in Fearless, that Ziggs pick to me was...
How did you do your physics in school? I didn't do physics in school. I didn't do it. I did chemistry. Chemistry clears any day, by the way.
I think the Lucian pick also kind of felt like they
Trust
were
me, I can
more
mix the
targeted towards
beakers.
T1, than towards what makes sense for our comp.
And now I'm curious, like, is this where T1 pull out the Jin Bard? Do they run a composition that has a strong front line, the Jin
If
Bard?
you do biology, you're a
they
freak.
they
If you
can
do
block it
physics,
up on
you're
red side
kind of
really
cringe. But if you do
easily
chemistry,
and set up that bottom lane before it gets to the second
Walter.
phase. Maybe this is what why we haven't seen the Bard just yet for T1. They've been saving it for a draft like this as we get deeper into the pool.
Heisenberg.
Or are we going to
That's
see
what I
some
was
of
like.
those scaling picks?
Every time I mix two beakers together,
when there's no Nihilus available.
say
These are the questions
my
I'll be answering, I think, in this third game draft.
There's also the Kai'Sa for aiming, which used to be one of his best picks. Maybe that's something they can go towards, but based on these first two games, I think we're in for a treat.
Heisenberg.
Also, Braum now, not going to be Lucian Braum. It'll be Braum something, maybe something into an engaged composition to provide some disengage. But a lot of unique questions already asked in the draft. That was going to be a lot of the focus of this series. It was by our analysts, and the teams know it as well. It's all tied up 1-1.
All right, Lucid, we're stressed.
Basically,
Everyone's
a
stressed.
Best of 3
Lock in.
here on out. The stress is on the players,
Lock
on
in.
everyone watching, except our fantastic casters who have the call for game number 3.
Stop checking damage dealt.
Speak for yourself. I am stressed out of my mind, but Doran, not so much. 400 wins secured.
W Doran, 400 wins, clap.
Took the second one of this series, been waiting patiently, but does manage to get there. Just one behind Keen, our two veterans here in the LCK 1 and 2. Very exciting stuff. We'll see whether
take my
Doran
energy.
can join Keen at Worlds or whether that is not in the cards today. We'll just have to find out. A lot of questions posed and answered by the space. I have a question, though, for Degon. And I love the bleached hair look, but I kind of want him to bleach the beard as well.
Oh.
What do you think, Orcs? Would that be weird?
That would kind of give vibes. I mean, we've already said this to him so much, you know, Hunger Games host vibes.
But that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I'm down for it. I consent. Do you consent?
DK's blue side. Now, there's some crucial picks up.
I don't think
Barban is good.
it's our opinion
Crucial
that
picks
matters.
are
I
up.
think that's the most
Aurora's up.
important thing.
I think, well, I mean, I think that he
Azir.
can make the final call. I just hope he makes
Oriana.
the right one.
Yeah.
All right, we're into the
Nico.
draft here as Bard has been taken away, maybe listening to what was
Pantheon.
happening on the space. As the Azir also going to be banned, we're going to see
Kiana
taken away
out.
at the same
Ooh.
time. A pick that hasn't found a lot of success here.
Zaya Rakan's open.
Seem to be able to make it work, but we
Yunara's
can't.
open.
The Scrimbucks must be absurd on this pick.
They must.
They
Yunara's
must be
down.
absolutely off the chain.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
I
play
think
the game.
it's 0-4 in playoffs so far.
Wukong's open as well.
Not seen the stage success, but
Now,
clearly
Azir's
still
out, Yunara's
respecting the
out.
potential of the
I
pick
think a
if it
Nico
does
ban from
pop
DK
off.
is not a bad
In
idea.
terms of
They
junglers
ban
that
the
are left
Aurora.
available, Wukong
They
is
ban the
not been
Aurora.
banned yet, so I imagine
So two
that
junglers
might
are
well be
open.
this third
One
ban
mid,
that comes through
one
from
sub, and a bot lane.
T1.
unless they have a plan into it. But
ooh, the trading here for DK doesn't look that good if they ban.
Yeah, losing is a typical plan.
Yeah, that's normally what it is. It's
Orianna.
like, then we don't have to play against it.
They could ban Orianna here and
Yeah,
just play.
Orianna is
But I don't know if
also
Showmaker would
available.
first pick Orianna.
So they
Oh yeah,
ban
Annie,
Annie,
of course. Okay, that
which
actually makes
says
it a
they
bit
don't
easier
want to
for
play
DK.
against Annie Wukong.
I think
and they're
take
willing to
Orianna, by the
trade
way.
Wukong and
Take
Orianna.
Orianna.
In
Do
my
not
mind,
first pick
that's
Gwen
what
with
it says
Aurora
to
ban.
me.
Please take
so
Orianna.
D+ are going to take
Oh
Wukong.
my god, why don't you
T1
take
are gonna
Orianna?
Orianna.
Oh my
what do they
god.
pair it with? Because the favorites alongside the Orianna have been taken away in the Jarvan and the Nocturne.
Okay, I mean, Faker will pick Orianna any day of the week. And I think they will just take Pantheon with it, surely, right? Or Orianna.
Vi is available.
True.
I mean, Pantheon's
Wukong
available.
is
but
OP
the
though.
priority's
We take a
dropped a good
Wukong.
amount.
What, are they going to go Orianna Gwen? Nah, there's no way to go Orianna Gwen. Orianna Nico sounds kind of weird.
Most played in the Legend
I feel like a
so
jungler here makes more sense.
I feel like they might. You don't have to pick
I feel like a
jungler
jungler
now,
here
because
makes more
obviously if
sense
the
because there's
priority's
nothing
dropped
else
off on all of
that
those
is
big ones,
picked.
you
It's
could
all
just
just
leave it
dead
and
lanes.
look to secure something else.
There's
Maybe in
no,
the
no
top
OPs.
lane.
And there's
I wonder
Gwen,
if this Rengar is a
Pantheon,
shout-out to the guy
Naafiri.
that's been
That's it.
terrorizing Korean solo queue.
Yeah, Pantheon makes the draft a bit better.
I don't remember his name.
Oh, it's like...
Yeah, that's the guy. Anyway, Pantheon is going to be locked
What if
in.
DK went Xayah Rakan
alongside it,
now?
not necessarily like an
They
incredibly
won't. They're going to
synergistic
pick mid into
hasn't found a
Orianna,
lot of
and
victories,
Showmaker's
but we
going to
know
play
that it's
Victor
still
or
strong.
some
It's
shit.
been 0-5 in
Or some
playoffs.
champ
It's a
that's
small sample
useless.
size. The pick obviously strong, just hasn't been working
What about
out super
Galio? What
well.
about Galio Showmaker? He doesn't
Now
really
the
play
question is,
Galio that
what
much
did
though.
D+ want to bring in
Kaisa
here?
Nico? Kaisa
Looking
Nico?
at the
I
Kaisa
kind of see it.
aiming and the
I see it.
Nico. Oh man.
I see it.
This is
I see it.
a strong team composition already. For
They have to
D+.
pick
So
Karma on
threat
3
onto
and
this
then drop, don't they?
Orianna
If they want to play the
immediately.
lane.
And this is Kaisa, which is one of the best picks for aiming, specifically. You think of some of his career best performances, Kaisa at the forefront.
They're going to take
so
Xayah on 3 into Kaisa and drop Sup.
Because there are some moments that we also want to forget.
Well, it looks like
T1 looking at
Rakan
potentially
ban
securing the Xayah
and
as a response to all this
maybe
dive threat.
Rel ban
Classic
or
into
Karma.
the Kai'Sa, but not gonna
Rakan
be the
or Rel
last duo
Karma.
because that will be
And
denied,
then I
believe,
guess
immediately.
T1 is going to ban...
So one of the dangers of
I mean,
keeping
what
it
would
on free
Showmaker play in
and
this
having
comp?
an
Akali,
extra ban phase.
Victor,
Let's see what
Galio.
is going to be taken away here by T1 though, looking for solo laners.
I don't think he would play
most
Morgana mid.
likely. Maybe protecting Faker's matchup, maybe an Akali to be taken away, although Showmaker
He's not going to
hasn't
play
been pulling
Zoe.
it out very much
He could play
recently.
LeBlanc this game actually,
Yeah.
pretty
That
strong.
does happen.
I see a LeBlanc here.
I think what else specifically we could see Showmaker
TF
bring
LeBlanc also possible. I
Tryndamere.
doubt TF is going to happen
Diego?
though.
Probably not.
I would
Tryndamere.
say LeBlanc,
I feel like you wanna
Victor
have
are
an AP
probably the most
pick,
likely. He's not a big Lissandra
not
ban when you have
Lissandra.
Orianna,
Yeah,
really.
I think Lissandra kind of serves as that replacement.
But
for
Orianna
Annie
owns
when paired
Lissandra.
with Wukong. So I feel like it makes actually
That
a lot
lane
of
is
sense to
so
ban that
favored
away.
for
We
Liss-
saw,
for Orianna.
obviously KT
Ban Rakan
uses
now.
to great effect the Wukong Lissandra.
Don't
in
troll me, by the way.
unison.
If you give them
Play the
Rakan because
Syndra
you
as
think
well,
we
the
could
other
know,
thing that KT
we
used,
ban it now.
To pretty great effect.
I think Rakan, Rel, to me, would be good bans from D+, unless you want to throw something towards top lane, but I think Rel
it's
is kind of been
Rel or
pretty
it's
high tier in
Karma.
terms of, support
I don't know if
picks, and then
Xayah
movement
Karma
speed. I
is a
think it works
lane
really
though.
well with Pantheon. You just speed him
They
up,
could
he
also
goes
ban
in, gets one
Syndra
stun,
here
you
if
get
you're
another
T1
stun, you get a
actually.
knock-up.
Oh,
So I
Syndra,
could
LeBlanc,
see D+ banning
TF,
that
Victor.
out
Fuck
as
do I
their
know what
last
to ban there.
ban.
See where they do decide to go. There's
It's
one
too many
final
mids.
ban to come through here from T1. Do they protect that mid lane ever further, or are they going to look elsewhere? Could be a top lane ban type situation, but it will be the Akali taken away, largely just looking out for the matchup here. Because
Just
we
ban
have seen
Rel
Akali,
or Karma,
picked into the
please.
Orianna many, many times.
Yeah, in theory, I feel like earlier in playoffs, this is where we might have seen a Galio, but I feel like Galio has kind of fallen out of favor, especially into Orianna.
Yeah, I do feel like Galio suits the DK comp incredibly
I just
well,
don't
though,
think
if they can
Showmaker plays
actually,
Galio.
It's just kind of, you have to weather the storm in the early matchups. It's, teams have kind of a little bit lost interest, but if you play the Galio into the Orianna, you weather
Oh
the
my
storm
god,
a bit,
Greg
and then you
Aspen.
set up a gank, it's
They're
very
blinding.
punishing, you know?
Please
And
don't
once
blind
someone goes in,
Jace
you
or some
obviously
shit.
ult on top, so we'll see if they opt to go for that. That being said, it'd be a lot of... It'd be really committing to the dive specifically into the Xayah, which gives a lot of...
He wants to
late
blind
pool of
Jace or
value,
Jax.
so-
Yep. Does DK want to play Jax? What do you think?
Lulu
So
Xayah.
not going
Okay.
for something like the Rel.
So
Instead
we
go
could
for a
go
more
for the
defensive
Jax.
pick, gives that wild growth, gives those defensive
If
tools.
we're gonna do that, then I would like a Galio,
and
but
also gives a
Xayah is
range
gonna eat the
matchup
Galio, so
into
maybe
the
we should
Nico.
just
So not willing
go...
to give up the bot lane 2v2, do, which
Syndra.
picking like a melee support
But he's not going to pick
would,
Syndra. But I think Syndra is
ensure
so
you kinda
nice
lose
here,
in
isn't
terms
it?
of prio. And now you can actually kind of bully
TF Jax
Nico out a
dots?
decent amount, as long as you can dodge away from the route.
This is interesting. Let's see what DK decide to go with, as that Jax is pretty obvious with the Gragas being banned away. That is Doran's favorite
But
pick
Doran
to
will
this
go-
champion, and instead it's going
Oh,
to be
he went
Victor.
Victor.
Last second locked in for mid lane. One of Showmaker's less interesting.
It's time to
mid-lane
blind
picks, you
Ornn.
could say,
It just
but,
is.
the
Come on,
Jax
look
is
at our
still gonna be a
champs.
consideration. We'll
It
see
is
whether it does
time,
get locked
Shiwu.
in.
Just pick Ornn.
I think it's a,
They have
fine Jax
Pantheon.
game if you're
You have
confident
no
that,
globals.
Dawn's not going to pick anything.
Yorick.
I actually like the Yorick here because a lot of the picks you would
Okay,
typically
it's a bit
see
of a
into the
middle
Yorick
ground.
like
Yeah,
being
I
taken
see
off
it.
the
But
cards.
what happens if they go Jax? I don't know if they will go Jax.
Redacton do good into the Yorick.
What if he
Getting
goes
on,
Cho'Gath
finding
on
momentum,
5?
that's on.
Hello.
I think it adds
Cho'Gath
to the
on
wombo
5.
combo as
Cho'Gath
well. I
Lulu.
feel like Gullywall can
Oh
get a bit of
my
value,
god, he
but
went
instead it will
Aatrox. He
be
has
the
no idea
Aatrox
what to
locked
pick.
in, and Aatrox can also
I mean,
find
it's
a lot
better.
of
It's
value
better to go
in the
Aatrox than
brawl,
fucking Yorick into
as now
Cho'Gath because that's a
Doran
free
is
lose when they have
thinking
Lulu.
about becoming a Viking.
You're playing their game then.
Okay, that would be interesting. Lulu, Olaf together
I
is
think
a
he's
lot
gonna
of power.
play like a. I don't know if he's gonna play Olaf. I feel like he's gonna play like a Gnar or some shit, surely, right? Or like a Kennen, yeah.
Man,
Oh my
that
god, a
is
Kennen.
Which
Chat, I'm gonna run
T1
ads.
are
If
we
you wanna avoid
watching?
ads, you can use a tier 1 or Twitch Prime. Subscribe to the
All
channel.
right,
You don't have to
hey.
sub the channel if you don't
Even
want to. You'll be
Sunke,
back before
I
game starts. Big
heard,
kiss.
Korean cast,
I have to
a
run
little
the
bit
ads, so don't get the ads
baffled
during the
about
game.
what's
I'll
going
see
on
you
here.
in a
Doran
sec.
not
Much love to all the
necessarily
subbers.
known for the Kennen,
Sub
but
now
T1
get
are
ads
a
for
team
a
that are
month
very good
straight.
playing around it, as we know.
And it will kind of run into
And we'll
Worlds
see
because
whether
Worlds
this is
starts
actually
in
gonna be
under a
able to
month.
find the angle, especially like if
Okay,
Doran and Faker can
Kennen with
coordinate
Xayah
with one
Lulu.
another, you get a slicing maelstrom as well as the shockwave. You can do
Yeah, I was
devastating
thinking
damage
range top. I
alongside
wasn't thinking
Gumayusi.
Kennen.
This is a
Not
very
gonna lie.
sort of feast of famine composition.
That's
for
a strange
game,
one.
I mean, sorry.
You've
because
got me
you
there.
have a lot of squishy champions on the side of T1 and a
got
lot
me
of
there.
potential to blow them up from the side of D+. But if they get ahead and you get like Zhonya's
I haven't seen
on
Kennen in a
Yoriana,
while.
Zhonya's
Has
on
Doran
the
been playing it
Kennen,
in solo queue or what?
those ults will just explode
Lightning
you
Rat?
as you're diving in. The Lulu and the Xayah will be able to survive
Doran's just
the
been
initial
playing.
burst,
Oh, he
and you'll be
played
able to
it
turn the
once.
fight
He
around.
played
So I
Electrocute
think
Kennen
momentum's
with
gonna be
Proto
super
Belt, and
important
he
in
went
this game.
1-4 against the
And
Teemo
I
top.
think because you have that Kennen into Aatrox, since you have that range matchup, if Doran plays the lane matchup well, if Guma Carrier plays the
He's
lane
not
matchup
really
well,
played
I think
any
T1
Kennen.
could have an edge here, but it really comes down to them performing
He's just
well
playing Bruisers and
setting up for
Aurora.
success, and I think importantly, making
Cassante.
sure they get gold in the right places, because we have seen Aiming getting a lead in both games so far.
I'm not sure how
which
Kennen does in
obviously
swaps. It's a bit of a
ideal
sketchy
in this
one.
Just have to see how it does go. Some interesting drafts on both sides as we get onto the Rift here for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Man, the fan chants have been so incredibly impressive here in Lol Park today as we are on the Rift for the 3rd game. Winner of this one will get match point. That's what's going to happen as we are tied up 1-1. And DK, a lot of wombo. T1, a lot of wombo. I love it. I feel like there's going to be a lot of team fighting in this game, or it's just going to be an absolute stomp.
Whose draft do you prefer?
I
I feel like DK's draft is more
it will need to be a
coordinated.
by both teams if it's going to be close.
You have Kai'Sa, Nico, Wukong. This 3-man is very strong. You have a scaling mid and you have a bruiser top that scales well. For T1, you have like a good mid laner, Xayah into Kai'Sa, which is good. Lulu, it doesn't really fit Pantheon Kennen. These 3 champs don't really like work together.
It's going to be the electrocute on Shield.
But they have a lot of circles, if you think about it. They've got Orianna ult and Kennen ult and, you know, Xayah Lulu scales very well, but it needs like... Xayah Lulu needs like 30 minutes to be useful. I think they should lose lane, and they will need a lot of time.
If you can connect on your skill shots, on the sweet spots, it can actually do okay and have a good amount of threat, but it obviously is
I mean,
a lot
his
about
lane will
how
be good
well
as well,
you play
Doran, but
Aatrox and how
yeah.
well your opponent plays
I
Kennen.
think DK's comp
Kennen's
makes more
obviously
sense.
an annoying range champion to play
T1's
into
is a little all
specifically
over the place.
You have
I'm
that
surprised that...
ability to stun and that movement speed boost
I
on
guess
your
it's
E,
hard.
so it is
You can't really do it
awkward,
because you have to play heal
for the
bot.
Aatrox to
Is it
find
weird to have like
an
aiming go
advantage.
heal
Your
and
opponent
barrel
just have
take
to mess up to a
exhaust?
degree to
I
allow
feel like
you to
having
get into
exhaust this game on
favorable
DK is
trade.
really important.
We'll see how Doran is
But they
gonna play
can't
it
get
out.
exhaust now.
I think had a few whoopsies in the first couple of games, but ultimately did well in the later stages. His tank play fantastic on the Scion in the late game, and often just is, right? This guy is known for being a team fighter. As T1 don't have too much control here in this bottom lane, but everything is pretty even. And Xayah Kai'Sa, man, it dates back to 2017.
3 camps into bot. Is this really happening? Wait, are they actually going to die?
Owner,
Wait.
and is going to be unseen as he walks his way in. This is dangerous. As Aiming gonna have to flash to get himself out of the way, as the feathers not gonna be enough to take
Okay,
him
so
down, but
Owner
still,
just
he's
fucked
gonna
his
have to go
whole
home.
jungle
No
clear
flash in
to
hand
gank bot.
anymore.
Because now he has to do the Walk of Pain, which is gank mid into top camps.
To get chunked out of lane, especially as the wave
As
is
long
gonna
as
crash in
Showmaker
a tower
doesn't
in a
die
second,
to it,
so it's just a
world
nice
is
investment for
fine.
Owner. It doesn't cost very
Showmaker,
much.
no, no,
Wait a
no, by the
second,
way,
he's
no, no,
doing,
no, no, no,
like,
no,
the
no, 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 no,
Pantheon
no, no,
last
no, no,
season
no, no.
move, you know, where you just gank. That's all you do. Very Raptor-esque. I like it
Get
a
the
lot.
cannon
but
with
did
E,
need
get
to
the
make
cannon.
his way towards
Oh,
the top
yeah,
side
scheiße.
anyway.
Okay, Showmaker
So
lost
just
nothing.
Be annoying. Takes a bunch of health here from Showmaker.
Showmaker lost nothing.
Is going to allow that lane to feel
So
a whole lot better.
DK say, you know what, we're fucking out of here.
towards
DK
bottom
pull the
side,
swap, Siwu
as
TP's
DK
down,
wanting to-
bail them
wanting
out.
to get him out of
Doran
this
matches,
difficult matchup.
Guma
I feel like
bases
a lot
and
of the
runs out,
times
so
lane
DK will have a
swaps are done because
stacking
the
wave
bottom
top.
lane is
Wukong
feeling
will
a
probably
certain
base
way.
here and click
This
top
is not
after
bad.
warding Grump.
Yeah, this is the top lane.
Yeah, not having a fun time.
And then they will
But yeah,
just
I
play
think
top
this is,
respawn,
if
right?
you wanna have success in the Pantheon,
Owner needs to
the
clear
early
this and
pressure
then
from level
base.
3 onwards, so
He's a
much,
little behind, so
base potential
DK,
to
in
CC
terms
of
of
being able
map
to walk
state,
up and
is in a bit of a
stun.
healthier
Pantheon
spot.
has, I think he's tied for highest
Because
base
what'll happen
movement
here is
speed in the
Pantheon
game,
opens on Grump,
or at least
Owner
very high
finishes
up
these
there. So you can
camps,
just
shows
walk
on the
in
ward late,
and stun.
and
it
then
is so
Xayah Lulu
effective.
can't push.
Has fallen a bit behind in terms of farm compared to Lucid, but has put pressure down on both mid and bot for his laners. You can obviously see Aiming on the scoreboard is a little bit head and farm, but there's a big wave going to shove in.
Oh, nice trade. Oh, wait, she was playing Electrocute.
Did not want to do that.
Whoa, Electrocute Aatrox. What the
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
fuck?
about. If you misplay in the matchup,
This guy is just gonna
you can
one-shot
be very
everyone.
swiftly punished. And this is a Doran
Owner has
Shield
to press
Ruby
B right
Crystal
now. He has to press B.
Aatrox.
Unless
And
he
that's
goes
what
to
he can do,
Wolf's Grump and then presses
with
B
a
and
full
gets level
combo.
5.
So it just kind of shows the threat
He's gonna go
level
Wolf's
that this
Grump and then
champion
press
has
B.
if you eat
What is
those
Owner
spots,
doing?
if
He
you
still
eat a
hasn't
full
based.
combo, and why, especially when you get some items
Is he gonna
behind
click
him,
like this?
You really have to be
No.
respectful.
Oh, Showmaker pretty far up in this lane. And does have flash, is going to use
Lost
it.
the
Still
cannon.
does get
He's
stunned
fine.
momentarily.
Oh,
so
Showmaker's
just
lane
push him
state
away,
is
so
rough.
just stealing
It's
flashes
really
from everyone.
rough.
Yeah, just getting so much value here. And just
I wonder if Lucid
again,
can invade
he is
now.
a little bit
Lucid
behind
sees
compared to
Pantheon,
Lucid,
no
but
jungle
the
item,
pressure
and
he's
has only done
achieving for
one
his
clear.
lanes in return definitely feels worth it. And Wukong just can't do this. You know, Wukong is incredibly strong.
Oh my god, Siwu, if he hit the Q2,
Q
he'd kill him
looking for an
actually.
angle here once again, flashed for it. But now Beryl is looking for a bit of an angle,
He
and
should
Faker's
flash
in
here.
trouble.
Oh, he gets
Lucid
stunned.
turns
Dead.
up as well, and this will be first blood.
Why
being
doesn't he give it to
delivered
Showmaker?
To the Monkey King.
Showmaker's in a
I think
bad
Wukong
state.
can't do this. That wasn't Wukong. That was Nico.
Yeah,
you know, a little bit of tricky
Actually, that's
behavior.
crazy, no?
Coming down
Wukong
from
runs
Beryl.
behind you and starts
dressed
hitting you.
as Wukong.
How do you
Yes,
dodge
that
a
was
Nico
why
W?
Technically,
A Nico E?
Wukong did it twice.
But a great gank there from Beryl, and actually the first kill of the game comes down to him, and it's rewarded to Lucid. So a bit of an advantage given over to that Wukong, and you know, as I was saying, is that Wukong doesn't have as much power in those early ganks, but if
Whichever
you get a
champ
lead
gets
on
Thunder
this
Sky
pick,
first
it's
wins,
just
yeah,
so
but Wukong is
impactful.
a Triforce
Beryl
user.
coming down,
I guess
and the
maybe he
thing
could
is,
notice that it's
you know,
Nico.
you come out of stealth as a
That's just a
Wukong.
complete skill check, right? Like, you have to flash the Nico E in melee range, but that's like
to be rooted
flashing
by
a melee
Wukong.
range.
Why would
It's
you?
hard.
Just a great play there from
Really
Beryl,
hard to flash there.
And Faker doesn't end up flashing, even gets stunned by the gravity field.
Yeah, wasn't actually able to get out of that.
Yeah,
and I believe needed to get closer to the wall, otherwise he would have just flashed into the wall or had to flash in an awkward spot, right?
It's a hard
I think,
flash.
honestly,
wasn't really an angle for it.
Probably better just to save the flash, because I think you would have just died anyway. And then you would have been really vulnerable.
Well, Faker's lane lead's
so
kind of
6
gone.
Without flash.
Showmaker could ult
obviously
him here.
does not
Doesn't
feel
do it.
ideal. Does get stunned up by the gravity field as well.
Sometimes in these
Takes a
control
bit of a hit on that trade.
matchups, you just ult to get pressure.
Now
That's
Shu
it.
moving on over, does spot out Owner.
Just looks at him and forces a
So
swipe.
swap
Yeah,
back.
that's a bit cute. But is still going to be able to get the crab. So the Pantheon feeling all right here and has actually caught up as far as the farm number is concerned. So Rishi taking a bit of damage here, but aiming as well, looking worse for wear as Lucid finding himself on the bad end of that trade as Owner is...
Man, I'm actually
putting the
so
pressure
excited
down
for
once
Worlds.
again.
Holy fuck,
Feels
Worlds is
like
going to go
that
crazy.
kill may have made him feel a little bit confident here in this matchup.
I mean, you just don't want to tango with the Pantheon.
I need to stop swearing.
Early on.
Siwu no flash.
Doran looking for the angle. Owner is here as Shu
Dead.
tries to make the world end, but it's his
Yeah,
world that
Pantheon.
is going down. And T1 are going to
How
even
is
the score
Lucid
Such
like
an easy
so
play
even
there.
with Owner.
Such good setup from
Owner's
Darren
been
flashing into
everywhere.
Play. Owner's there to follow. Remember, Shiwu flashed on the bot side to try and find a kill on Darren and will pay for it with his life. So an answer back in terms of kills. And Owner, just the amount of ganks he's actually pulled off. We're 7.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
And how many is it? Like 4 now so far in total?
Yeah, Lucid's done 1 gank.
Yeah, it was 2 mid, 1 bot, and 1 top.
Yeah, and this is obviously the first one getting a kill, but I feel like everyone has got at least some value. so far, and that one was just Knees want to pick up the execute damage on the Pantheon. Very severe, and I feel like, you know, we've seen Pantheon struggle. We've seen earlier in the season it be extremely strong, but if you want it to work, compared to like such a strong team fighter like Wukong, this is the sort of thing you want to be doing.
Yep.
Getting all that early momentum.
Grub's fight. Cannon no ult. No.
Alright, we've just got a killer instinct as aiming goes in. Level 5 for Gumyushi.
Oh, he's just dead. What the fuck? Wait, Owner's ulting in. I don't think Owner can do anything here. Okay, so Guma gets caught, loses both summons and dies. Owner loses ult. So Grubs should be really free for DK.
Do you manage to catch Guma without his level 6 available? You get both his sums.
There's the Victor ult in mid, see what I mean? Just trying to chunk
so you just burn
for
so
push.
much from T1. You commit their jungler to the top side of the map and his ultimate gets burned. And your play
Maybe
is still
2. He doesn't have
successful. Guma
smite.
a decent amount behind in terms of XP.
Maybe 2 and out is best for DK here. Barrel's positioning is really strange here. Okay, we just
gets himself over the wall because
we
of
just
course
do that,
he was about to
I
get
guess,
sandwiched
and
by
it's
a
fine.
Lulu and a Pantheon. And all of the
Barrel
grubs
has no
will
flash.
be
What is he
picked
doing?
up by
He's just
DK.
gonna die
T1
here or
in
what?
Position. Shape splitter not going to be the option here.
Heal
As Owner
used.
walking so quickly as Lucid will get himself
He's just
out
dead.
of there. And Barrel
What the
will not.
fuck is
He
Barrel
is
doing?
extraordinarily
This is what I
dead.
mean with Barrel.
Barrel for grubs.
He just does this
A
sometimes.
little bit overextended when he had to burn that initial flash and then hung around a bit
He just
too long in the
overplays
offset,
so hard and just
T1
walks
end
up and
just
dies
taking
sometimes,
him
or he just
out.
gets caught.
So, a nice pickup for T1
This is like his
considering
signature
how
move.
the situation started, but still favorable for D+. and
Yeah, this timing
just the
kind of
fact that
sucks for
Wukong's
Guma,
able
but
to make
Lulu's
way in
mid, so he
here,
has to
avoid
be
taking effective
way
aiming.
further back.
So much burn by Guma. Trying to get the root with the flash there. Doesn't unfortunately manage to connect it. And you can tell T1 wanted to make more of it. Here though, Barrel cut off by
Here I
Furious
get
with
it,
flash.
flash out, but here he has to
But
click
then
back
moves in
now.
very
But he
aggressively to kinda
clicks
zone
forward after
away.
this.
Carrier gets the E onto Barrel and then lands that slow. And even with the heal,
I
and
also think
Nimbus
if he
cloak,
clicks
the
to where
movement
Kaisa
speed
is,
for
he's
Carrier
fine.
again sets up Owner just to charge
Actually, he's
in
not. I think
and take
Faker
a
could just
barrel.
flash
I was trying to
Shockwave, right?
draft the Rel Pantheon being really strong. You speed up the Pantheon, runs and stuns. Lulu Pantheon doing the same thing.
Flash Shockwave
Works,
kills.
Just the same. And as the game goes on, there are a lot
So
of
the
great
game is
wild growth
pretty
targets
even,
as well
but
to use
DK have 3
offensively.
grubs and Drake
In a lot
isn't
of these
taken yet.
fights, and keeping Gumyushi alive is going to be
Pretty
also
even
a
game.
big task for the Lulu as well. I think that T1's composition does definitely team fight
2
very
kills
well,
on
but you look over the
Wukong
other
is
side,
really big
Same thing can be said
for
I think it all comes down to
DK. Having kills on
execution. We're gonna have a look
Wukong
at
or
Lucid
Victor this game
versus
is
Owner
huge.
here.
Maybe
Both
not
of them
Victor, actually.
sitting at 2
Maybe
and
giving
0,
Wukong the kill was
but
better.
a whole bunch more damage done from Owner, who's been turning up at every single lane. But the gold is going to be an advantage of this Wukong, and as the game goes on, I believe we will see a bunch more monkey value.
I will say, first time Spike, you know, the Sundered Sky comes in for Owner, you're going to feel fantastic. But when you get like second item for Lucid, that's when he gets his Sundered Sky. That's when he really feels fantastic in those
The
team
Monkey
fights.
King.
It still feels like the Pantheon's definitely one of those picks where old Pantheon, you really thought of how he fell off a cliff, but I feel like he holds up so much better now. Especially they gave him so much armor penetration just for points in his ultimate, so his damage really feels significant even later in the game.
Yeah, Guma's not
But
really
definitely
had a
not
good
comparable
base.
to just
He's
the
had
Wukong's
Caulfield's
team
one
fighting
base, Crit
power
Cloak the other.
is kind of
It's really nice when you play
as
SSG with champs to get
seen
BF sword
in,
on your
many
first
games
base.
this year.
So
Indeed.
Siu is
This
just
pick has been very, very strong.
Aiming's
There is
playing
the Sundered
static
Sky,
shift
the
Kaisa.
item that, like,
What?
The entire post-match thread was just talking
I haven't
about
seen
how
that in,
broken
like,
this item is.
8 months.
So crazy.
It is very silly. As now Doran is in a lot
Wait,
of
guys,
trouble.
is this
Does have
doable?
Slicing Maelstrom, but there
Guys,
is
guys.
the Cyclone to come down. Lucid
What
will
the
die
fuck is DK
as Doran
doing?
even lives. Aiming comes in and finishes him off, and now Shiu
What?
is the
Oh my
one in
god.
trouble. Pop
What is
Blossom
DK
here,
doing?
And it's not going to be enough to save anything.
They
In
just
fact, I
click
think
top
Beryl
and
is
dive
just going
Cannon
to
when
die,
Pantheon has a global?
And Carrier is going to come on over and make sure that that happens. That was not the dive that DK was looking for.
Huge turnaround play for T1. The Pantheon
What a
coming in
strange
clutch
play.
there with the ult to find favor in the play. And you know, we just said he just picked up Sundered Sky. I don't think he really needed it to make that play work. But Doran getting massive value out of the Slicing Maelstrom to stay alive for just long enough.
That made 0
And
sense.
diving a cannon is always a difficult task, and we're going to have a look at this one once again.
She was a little bit low already. The ult stunned all 3.
Yeah.
And then Lucid has to commit heavily with the ult. Aiming has to ult in to find it. She was low enough that it's just easy for Owner to finish off. And then we even see
DK
Beryl
is back.
goes in to try and just save his 80 carry to get out. And that just means he's dead too. It's a massive play for T1. Owner getting a ton of value. And considering he was already in a great spot prior to this play, he's now 4-0 on the back of this. And yeah, he is
Wanna see me
thriving.
dive Cannon and get aced?
And he's also
Wanna see
going
me
with
do it
all the
again?
mojo. So this is definitely pretty devastating as Beryl will be able to find the snare onto Doran. But you can see Doran actually wanting to go in there, does have his dash cannon now completed. And aiming, still looking for some more plates. And the gold lead is not exactly end of the world levels or anything like that, but it's the tempo vibes.
Is Owner just that guy or what? Is Owner just that guy?
That is a bit of a worry.
He
here
refuses
for DK.
to miss worlds or what?
Mistakes coming back, overextensions, trying to get more. Impatience.
Almost a level up.
Is kind of the feeling that we're getting. We'll see whether they can pull it back just a little bit here and retake some control.
Yeah, I think they're taking that play slower, try to bait out the ult and just disengage. It could have been okay. You could have got a lot of tools from T1 for nothing, but they just heavy committed for the kill, and it really sort of bit them in the backside.
Did indeed.
Been a very slow game when it comes to dragons. 13 minutes in and no dragon taken yet.
Yeah, Orianna is scaling.
Old dragon. That's
I mean, they're playing Orianna Xayah Lulu, right? They do scale well.
Not by a long way.
Yeah, why is it? Why are they so? Why is Doran like their number one?
Yeah, you saw something like
Everyone's
that.
trying to kill Doran every game.
But we do see,
guys.
You know, I mentioned it. I spoke in existence. The pings are coming through. T1 heard me.
Ah, there we go.
Said, oh yeah, dragon exists.
So it will be a 9-minute-old dragon that will be taken down here by T1 as DK looking for a bit of an angle towards this turret, but Doran says no, and a massive Pop Blossom to come through, but it's only onto the cannon, and Carrier comes on over. Beryl is going to be dead yet again. That's
I don't know, man.
0-3.
I don't know what the fuck DK's doing. They're all over the place.
To the cannon.
It's a double, no? Oh my god, just open. This play backfires too because they have Pantheon ult. It's completely over. T1 runs the whole map. They run the whole map. Owner runs the whole map.
Owner is going to pick up a double. That's a 6-0
It's an Owner diff.
Pantheon. I thought he was supposed
Don't
to
be
be
game
0-6.
3 endies. Don't be game 3 endies. Don't be game 3 endies. Don't be that. Don't be a game 3 endy.
So much impact made, and here we see Doran going in with the rocket belt, finds the stun. And even though
this is the thing, you have no exhaust, you have no peel for Kennen. Kennen just goes crazy, I guess. And just 2v2s your bot lane.
Aiming's running away.
Carrier flashes here or what? Oh my god, the flash Q.
From Carrier.
Yeah.
Is it 2 kills for this Kennen? And on the bot side, Pantheon flies in.
Why is Owner everywhere?
So strong.
Immediate shockwave as well on top of the Pantheon. He also gets the orb for the extra tankiness. And
this is KT's fault. This is KT's fault. Fuck.
And T1 now 9-3 is the kill score. Okay, that snowball that you were talking about at the beginning of the game, that is starting to roll down the hill
DK just
for T1.
force everything now and just lose graciously.
Phage just picked up a Black Cleaver. He is
2-item Pantheon at minute 15.
He is very, I mean,
Riot.
Lucid does have a long sword, right?
True.
Yeah.
That's not a Black Cleaver's better than that.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So I was saying this game, if one team gets sizably ahead, is going to feel really bad. I feel like we're heading in that direction. Also, the fact that both the solo laners are kind of bulky, right? We have a lot of health in the Rocket Belt, a lot of health on the Rod of Ages. If you're not exploding Doran or Faker, you're going to feel bad.
TP in from Showmaker.
So if this engage from
Full
D+
send the Herald
doesn't
fight.
work,
Here it comes.
Your team comp kind of falls apart.
Well, Showmaker looking for a bit of an angle here. Gravity Field is down in a decent position.
Look, Doran. Boom.
Flashed on here. Shiu finds his
A
way
kill.
over, and
A kill.
there's
A kill.
shutdown. It's
Keck, wait.
Showmaker that actually collects the kill.
Keck.
T1 still in
Wait.
position, though. A lot of resources were used
They have redemption.
to take down the cannon. Shockwave connects
Shockwave.
onto a couple. Is now
Faker
Beryl trying
rooted.
to keep himself alive.
Lucid doesn't turn.
Lucid takes down
Aatrox
the
doesn't
Rift
press the
Herald.
ult.
They collect the
Owner
iron.
backs up.
T1.
Big
They're
shutdown
just
on
looking to
Owner.
get out of there.
Sidestep from
Disadvantage
Lucid.
coming on in, but still Faker doing so much work.
I can hear
on
Riot
this
employees
Orianna. There's
cracking
reason
open a
why it
cold
gets
one with
denied
T1
from
winning this
T1
game,
so
but it's not
often.
open yet, okay?
And
Put the
still,
bottle opener
DK
back on.
actually making a good play against
Wait,
the
it's
tempo.
only
Yeah, I think
2k
a good
gold.
job from them.
Alright.
Splitting apart Doran
Hang on
from
a
the rest
second.
of the team. Beryl finds a nice pick.
No
They
celebrations
managed to get the Herald
yet.
on the back of that, and they don't go for more. I think they obviously had some tools left. They still had the Arcane Storm. They still had the Cyclone, the Killer Instinct. They could have definitely made a play happen. But I think they go, look, we're still very far behind. That Pantheon's still very scary. And we see it happen here. Doran gets split from
Good
the team
play by
immediately.
DK.
With Shiu on the flank, they commit. T1 on in
I
position
just
to respond quick
need
enough.
to know-
It's a quick kill. And like,
I
cool,
need
we
to
now
know
get the Herald. T1
who
on really in a position
is
to do
doing
anything.
this
And even though
Kai'Sa
they get a
build.
shockwave that does a
Who?
lot. The gravity field kind of slows down
Because
Oda from
it
really
ain't
doing
anyone
anything.
else.
And D+ are like,
I'm
okay,
looking
great.
at all
Yeah,
Kai'Sa
we don't need
games
to do
around the
anymore.
world.
They
I
were
don't
kind
see
of
no
fishing a
static
little bit,
sticks.
but they don't over. Oh no.
Well, Shiu is likely to die. Unfortunately, his Sundered Sky's not quite enough.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it certainly is. That is going to be first turret going over to T1 as well. And the onslaught continues here as that gold lead heading back towards that 4,000 mark that it was looking towards last time around. Lucid gets himself over the wall as aiming.
Doran didn't have ult there. You know he's flashing over that wall.
Extra damage on
Doran
Lucid.
was aiming for him.
He was aiming for him, and aiming was there as well, so it was a bit confusing.
Yeah, a little bit.
Still, Showmaker has not really done all that much so far this game, but we saw.
What are you gonna do if T1 knocks out DK? Well, then T1 better fucking win Worlds, because then I have a reason to say that DK was actually gapped by the World Champs that year.
Well, can really warp these fights.
He has farmed up a good amount, so.
And that's the only reason DK didn't win Worlds.
He is going to be strong, and obviously Victor can have a lot of impact
so
in
if
these
this fucking T1 wins, and they better fucking win the championship again.
Threat in the enemy team, and this Pantheon is threatening. Here, Shiwa just sticks around too long, realizes his error a little bit too late. I think you just have to let the tower go.
Yeah.
At least you got Pantheon Flash.
True. But he didn't manage to keep his turret alive, and that is more money over to Doran as well.
People saying IG question mark. Brother, they haven't even locked yet. We're still fighting. Chill out.
7-0 now.
T1 just picking up more and more. They're going to get this bot tower as well.
And at this point, DK are just getting
that's
pulled
next
around
week.
The map. Gumiishi might be in trouble. This time he has Featherstorm, though, and a whole bunch of friends. And T1 are going to flash towards them. There's Faker picking up the two-man Shockwave. Now Lucid's in trouble. Cyclone has to be used very defensively, but I just don't think it's defensive enough. And in goes Owner to lock down the kill. That is a legendary Pantheon. And DK circling the drain already.
Just give Owner the flight tickets. Let him fly the plane. Bro, let Owner fly the plane to Worlds for T1. He is carrying so hard. He can have anything. He can have an entire floor on the T1 building office after this. You can have a 50-year contract.
Yeah. I don't think Shiu is going to be surviving this one, as Owner does leap on top of him. Umbral dash to get him over that wall, and
he can
actually he's going to flap his way.
Oh, the TP!
Can he actually get himself out? And yeah, the teleport will be able to get him out of there.
Make Owner tower next to T1 building.
Bit of good.
You take the small victories.
Indeed.
In this situation, because there aren't many for D+.
It's crazy to think that Pantheon was up for 3 games, well, for 2 games before this.
So
I think that Pantheon champ is so broken.
Yeah, so this is the play where you expect,
but no one wants to pick it.
He's going to have to ult here, and he just goes, no, actually,
how is this champ open? No one wants it?
Connecting on a both.
And you can't say, well, they need a good draft for Pantheon. Pantheon's playing with Orianna, Ken, and Lulu. This ain't a great draft for Pantheon. He wants Annies and Rises and Gallios.
Yeah.
This isn't a Pantheon draft.
He is a very, very large Pantheon. That longsword's still there for Lucid, though. We're still waiting for that to turn into a Sundered Sky.
Oh, he has the tunneler now, at least.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a pretty good item in this game if you just want to tunnel on the ground and hide.
Yes.
Which feels like...
He just wants to pause the game and be Rek'Sai. That would be even better. As aiming does have 2 items.
Lulu is an underrated champ. I mean, yeah, I agree for sure. Lulu is underpicked.
Behind himself.
I think as well, in a game like this, you really need to be.
What does DK do? I mean, DK just kind of have to throw all their champs. Oh, big gold lead in mid. DK just kind of have to full send it at T1 at this point.
Fight,
they're completely outscaled.
Flash. The next fight, we got his flash is still up. Everything is still up.
I mean, we're ahead in mid lane.
You know, this fight.
We're ahead in mid lane. We'll take that.
They're calling you to contest. They have all their tools available. The only thing they don't have is a flash on Faker. So maybe Faker needs to be the target. We'll see if they can pull that off. They do throw the Herald down mid, though, as T1 move
but
up
you smell that?
Arcan. So they at least find a window to throw that down. Yep. The mid tier 1, obviously,
smells like
some better angles.
Game 5.
When they are looking for those flanks.
And still,
my nose is picking up a Game 5 angle.
Either, so that is certainly good news. Doran does upgrade some shoes, though, so he's got 2 items and is feeling absolutely fantastic on this Kennen. Kennen, with a tempo advantage in a game, is so deadly.
Yeah.
And Owner is going to start off this dragon, and I just don't think that there is going to be any contest. Hopefully it's Cloud Soul, so we finally do get our Earth, Wind, and Fire reference that I've been looking for.
I think that's a one positive for D+, is that the first dragon was very late.
True.
So a potential soul is very late in this game.
Yeah, the soul is really far away.
There it is.
There you go.
I knew there was
I'm just waiting for T1 to click Atacans because Jesus take the wheel.
You know, the movement speed goes a long way. Kennen gets
is this really how DK's year ends? With static shift Kai'Sa? Is that it?
But
that's how you're going to get knocked out?
It's a long time before T1 get the soul, even if they
don't
stack
let
up the
this
next
be it.
Dragons, so I think D+ have
next
more
game
time on their hands, but I think things are going to be tricky soon because Atacans are unavailable.
Static shift Zeri.
Minutes. And you look at the items for Doran and Faker, I imagine they're probably just both going to buy a Seeker's Arm Guard next, and as soon as they have those, good luck. You know, that Wukong engage, the Nico engage, then becomes infinitely harder when all the carries on the enemy team have some form of untargetability. The only person you can actually hit who can't make themselves untargetable
the T1
is
Atakan.
Carrier.
Yeah. And he is not a target that you want to be focusing because the rest of the team will kill you. That is kind of how that one's going to go. The one positive that I have here, guys,
it's
is
brewing.
For DK is that they have more petals.
Yeah.
So that's
something. I guess Owner isn't untargetable, but you can't damage him, so it might as well be the same thing.
You don't want to target him.
Yeah.
You just don't want to be on the same screen as him.
Oriana level 15.
As aiming is now going to, speaking of which, just get
what?
flashed on this.
What?
The shockwave, and where did he go?
What?
He's just gone.
Yeah, I didn't see
It's
much
a
outplay
fucking
potential
one-shot.
in that situation. You know, I'm trying to analyze, trying to figure out what the strategy
Yeah, Atakan's
was.
gone.
I think you just die when that happens. So now T1 heading over towards
Owner is
Yetaka.
running
I
this
think
shit.
it's just a give up and let them have it.
I'm going to go with a foregone.
Is that just the budget version of Nocturne Oriana?
Now, on the Pantheon.
Instead of turn the lights off, you just fucking send the Pantheon at them?
Okay, Owner really wants POM, you know. He really wants POM, and also I think he wants to go further in playoffs, and also I think he wants to go to Worlds. That's the vibe I'm getting from Owner right now.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't want his year to end. I think that might be something that you have hit the nail on.
That's what I'm picking up. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from his play.
Yeah, and we don't want to like jump to conclusions.
I don't want to speak for him.
No, exactly.
You know, but I feel like his play is speaking for him.
I would
just a little bit at least.
Wanting to win is something I've picked up.
Yes.
From what he's putting down.
Yes, just a touch, a hint of wanting to win.
This has been a great understatement that you've just thrown out there multiple
What do we say? What? This game was lost 10 minutes ago. It's completely fucked. What? They're completely outscaled. They only have dive into Zhonya's level 16 full tank Oriana, Xayah, Lulu. Pantheon has 54 kills.
But there are some DK members in the area. I'm looking to move his way over. Lucid is in here though, so it should be that.
Have you played the finals? I have played that game.
And it will be secured.
It's okay. Look at mid CS. Bro, Victor's gonna do fucking nothing this game.
You gotta take the good with the bad. And there was a lot of bad, so
Mods lock in.
As aiming now, looking to try and defend this inner turret.
bullied.
It is going down pretty quickly though, as Faker possibly gonna get
failed his
here.
QE.
Shu gets on top of him, but the chain's gonna get broken, and now Shockwave connects onto this Aatrox, and he has to flash away. He thought that he was starting the fight, but no. No, that's not how it's going to work in this game.
Yeah, and Faker does have that Seeker's Arm Guard now, so
good luck.
Not dying so much. Doran went for the Oblivion Orb. So
now they're going to click Baron, TP behind you on Wolves, and one-shot all of you.
With the double Sundered Sky,
Worlds is saved.
But
they still need another game. Don't counter X before they hatch.
Pop Blossom is going to find
my new favorite saying.
Says goodbye,
look at this. It's not even a contest in terms of fights this game.
In an awkward spot as the angle from Doran is glorious. Just executes
he's out.
aiming
They have
and looks
stopwatch.
to make his way out. The man drop comes in and Doran goes down, but it does not matter. It's only Sheer left alive. He's going to try and umbrally dash away. He's a very cute snowman.
Owner, like.
But this game is still
Owner. He's had a crazy good year. And then he had like one dip in summer, and now he's like back.
Was looking pretty over long before that. 11-0-3 now for Owner on this Pantheon.
Follow the leader, I guess.
As well.
Follow the leader.
Looking to take this one a match point.
You good, Kyle?
Oh, okay. Another shockwave to come through here as Faker was pushing out this mid wave. And the Baron still hasn't gone down yet, and they still managed to get that inner. So Owner and Gumushi going to be able to finish this one off, and there it goes. As it's all over but the crying, ladies and gentlemen.
There's just not much you can do.
Nope.
Say the line, Sally.
So
Fuck the line.
The thing is as well, it's another scenario where they go on a Faker. Has Flash, has Seeker's Arm Guard, does not care.
Looks like a tank. Like his health bar is just massive.
He is.
Angle.
And look, aiming just gets base. He gets one shot through
everything.
Dies. Gets the Killer Instinct shield, doesn't matter. Yes, Doran goes down. His job is done. And Faker, well, he lost a little bit of HP. That massive, see how he's like the 3 big quadrants of health? He lost one of them.
Yeah.
So, you know.
What do people want me to do? Because DK is losing. Do you want me to sit here and cry? Is that what you're here for? Your entertainment value is not good enough? Do you want me to just burst into tears and sit here like my life's over?
Now you're really in trouble.
Oh my god, react harder!
For 5 people. He just kills 5 people.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem very fair. But now they're looking to catch Faker out of position. Nice two-man shockwave does come in as Pop Blossom will pick him up, but the wild growth is there, and Ona gets on top of Amy. They're like, that's cute, but now Oriana
it's
is
a fancy on
tank.
pentakill, by the way.
Huge trying to get in there, but Carrier just walks him around like he's taking the dog for a walk, and now Lucid, he's going to try and get out of there. And the Monkey not going to be able to affect the ending of this game in a positive way for DK. I think they're going to have to look for the next one if they want to make a victory.
If T1 win this, they don't... I mean, they do lock worlds, but they play against Gen G next. And if they lose to Gen G, that means they have to beat an LPL team to go to worlds.
And if there's ever a way to break a losing streak, this is a pretty good way to do it.
Honestly, this is
because only one 4th seed team can go to worlds from LCK and LPL, so they have to play each other.
Yeah,
he's been on a tear.
An absolute tear, yeah.
All right, go next. This game was lost at minute like 15. And was it the Herald? I think it was the Herald, right?
Back onto their fountain, trying to look for a return, weren't able to find it. And
Owner died. Oh my god, 1k shutdown. I don't even think that DK's plan was bad. I think DK's draft was okay. It made sense. They just made so many awful plays. They were diving top for no reason. They were greedy on grubs. They were terrible in coordination on fights. Everything was just poorly managed by DK. It's not like they're going to go backstage and do a good draft now. It's just have to fucking wake up, DK. You have to wake up.
And we'll see whether they can do it. As of course, DK, I mean, they do like to go the distance in their series. But I'm a little bit worried if this is what the series is settled into.
Oh my god, what is going on back
here?
here?
The momentum's been building, right? You know, we had the convincing D+ game 1.
Showmaker looks despair.
You know, there was some back and
Showmaker
forth,
needs to play a champ that can be proactive.
This one,
otherwise, they're just going to sit there and bleed out.
Just felt all T1. Onan was having such a massive impact on the map, reminding us why Pantheon was just permabanned during the regular season. And sure, there was
he needs a proactive. They need to go TF.
Do if you have that early pressure.
They need a Showmaker TF.
Just coming in strong behind him. And now for D+, you know, you have to win 2 in a row. If you don't, you're out of playoffs, you're out of worlds, your year ends here.
Yep. I also think that it's probably time to move back towards the red side. I think Chronicle had a really good point. I think counterpick is going to be very important here as we get deeper into Fearless. But that is getting towards the analysis. I'm a play-by-play. I'll try and stay in my lane. We've got some gentlemen to talk that analysis as we get to the space after this short break.
I don't know. The second I see fucking static shit, it's cooked. Bam, 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 bam. There is so many hate watchers today. It's crazy. The amount of T1, DK, and Caedrel hate watchers is insane. Everyone is on one on each other. Someone link a GeoGuessr 1v1. Let me get some bad juju out of this shit. Let me own someone in GeoGuessr. Someone link a 1v1. Someone link a 1v1 now. Link a 1v1. Link a 1v1 now. No, not chess. GeoGuessr. Chat, stop clicking the links that they're linking. I need to join the lobby. Oh my god. Chat, stop making a party. You have to make a 1v1 group. Here we go, I got one. Toby booted up. Toby booted up now. Toby booted up. Watch this. Fucking fraudulent chat about to get clapped. Watch this. I'm not reading chat, and you're not allowed to read chat either. Or stream snipe my answer. Yeah, that's gonna be around here. Yep. Boom. I knew that was Spain. I knew that was Spain. Hold on. I'm warming up. Island Image Creations. An island. American Samoa Visitors Bureau. American Samoa. Samoa. National Pacific Ocean. Oh my god, it's like in the Pacific Ocean. There. Boom, rolled. What? Oh, it's Samoa. Bienvenida. Ooh, this could be Spain. CA2319. CA. Colombia. No. No. Entrada y salida de camino. Bro, I don't know where it is. It's not Spain though, I think. I'm gonna go here. Closest from the furthest. Oh my god, smoked him. Smoked him. Sally wins that round, idiot. Yep, this looks familiar. It's the Earth. Wait, this is England. Wait, this is the United Kingdom, isn't it? Yeah, this ain't the United Kingdom. Wait, it's Lithuania. Boom. .lt. He's gonna ghost. Oh my god, smoked. Oh my god, headshot! What? Where's the double damage? Where's the double damage? Where's the double damage? I don't know. I'm gonna go here. I don't know. What the fuck? He's completely trolling. Oh my god, he's 1 HP. Wait. This is the round. Lock in Sally. .com. Bro, is this car broken or what? I can't move. Maria Candela. So I think we're in South America. Fuck, I should have gone Dune the Hill earlier. Diesel parts store, the machine shop. Machinery and weldings. There's an elephant. Are elephants native to South America? This gotta be South America. This gotta be here. What? Is that custom lobby hacking again? Was that custom lobby hack?
Between 3 games here, and if this was a best of 3, this would have been exactly it. But this is more like a TV movie special. It has to be 3 wins. It's only 2 for T1 as they were able to get the job done with the cheeky little cannon pick and some early game heroics by Owner, but we're not done yet. They've still got 1 more game to go. Degon alongside Chronicler and Wolf, and this means that D+ still have an opportunity here to make the comeback.
I think this is going to be such an insane test for D+'s resilience, right? In that last game, they, while behind, continued to double down on plays on the top side, kept forcing fights with Barrel that didn't go well. and it felt like they just were ready to move to the next game. There's a way you could kind of cope and look at it like, ready to move on. This game is not playable. It's not winnable. But you really need to keep your mental straight coming into this next game because that last game was a stop. Everything you tried failed, and at the very end, they just sent it, and it didn't work.
I think it's also a game where a lot kind of fell apart for DK what had been going well. I think Barrel had a really rough game. We saw Shio really struggle, and I think that he's been struggling to not get focused and silent, as has Doran in this series. But the difference in this one was there was no counterplay, and the attempted counterplays were answered very, very well. So definitely, I think T1 showcasing the continued form of Owner in particular. Yeah, DK. Not looking so hot on that one, but it's fine. They'll bounce back, and instead they'll bring us to Game 5, surely.
So there were a lot of plays by
surely
surely
DK will take us to Game 5, right? Surely.
To protect him, right? There was this one, and
surely.
Then up here, looking for the dive onto the cannon, Doran actually strikes first, sets up an insane slicing maelstrom, and I don't think they expect the Pantheon to be on top side.
DK is one game away from going to Cancun.
Not the last one either.
And this, to me, is the play that kind of turns the game firmly in T1's favor, because I think before this they were doing well.
No, I don't know where that is on the map.
Free gold is given over. There's nothing on the cross map that is gotten, and if that dive doesn't have Owner there, that just works. And obviously diving cannon is always risky, but it's a crucial mismanagement and misreading of where Owner is on the map. And this is when we kind of knew the game was.
This was when I was saying they kind of just sent it. Like, you know, they continue to try to make these plays. Like, this is a Kaisa dive into a level 10 cannon who had turret. And if anyone is there, it's a disaster. If no one is there, it probably still doesn't work out that well.
I think they were just trying to push as hard as they can, but even that, like, you need to still respect the cannon's damage. And then this is their attempt at the cross map. But because Lucid and Shio are so far behind, and Faker has gone for a tanky build, Owner shows up again in perfect timing, and this is why the Pantheon has been so high prior. We hadn't seen it in a lot of games, but in this one, it really showcased again. If you do have a tempo lead, any cross-map play will just get blown up. And I think it was an exceptional game.
And if you have the game sense that Owner has, and your team is ahead, you know where D+ is looking. You know the angles they're trying to push.
DK's losing?
Like
no, I know that.
Quintessential Faker is
No, I know that. That's why I'm saying T1 need to go on to win the entire fucking tournament. If IG doesn't make it, if DK loses T1, then I can say that DK lost in the World Champs. Boom. Because they made FearX look like a bunch of frauds.
Yeah.
So DK's level must be high.
Victor was on D+'s side, so the
I think this will go to 5 though. I don't think we're done here
yet. The door
yet.
gets shut here.
We're not done here yet.
At 25 minutes.
It's pretty telling. DK also knows how bad the game state is that they full send it here, because the angle onto Guma just isn't great, and Barrel just sends it solo onto a tank Orianna, so he doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. She wasn't even here in the fight, but even if he would have, I think at this point they just...
I do feel like you're right, you know. Owner rocked up this series like he already had his flight booked, his seat chosen, his meal on the plane ready, the hotel booked. He's got the fucking room, the suite. He's gone for the fucking room service. He knows what he's having for breakfast the day he lands. Like, the way he's playing, he's got that shit sorted. His fucking suitcases are packed, everything's ready.
The side lane was trying to get online, but ultimately the game was just so cooked by that point that the fight was a wash.
Yeah, and it goes back to me for the first pick, right? We're thinking, okay, maybe
Put it up
Orianna just
now.
won't be the first pick. They decide to go with the Wukong, and it was a nice little
Chat,
response
Worlds is
there.
gonna go
Orianna
so hard.
in the
Oh
side,
my goodness
and the
gracious
Pantheon,
me.
a really
Oh
good
my
answer
goodness
here
gracious
in
me.
this specific draft. As we take a look at the Fearless bans, because D+ Kia has selected red side. We've seen this a lot after 3 games. In the 4th game, usually the team with side select goes to red side. They really like having the counter picks in the end of the draft.
Yeah, we're really getting towards like the Lee and Zed type junglers here when it comes to AD. So it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen there. Kiana was banned last game. Maybe they'll continue doing so. For DK though, I want to look back to the game number 1. I think that we need to see both Lucid and Barrel have a good early game, because that's what made that game feel the way that it did. If Owner gets to play his game, I think we see that there is just not a lot that can be done.
DK
I like
choose
I feel like
red
there
side.
might be a lot of value for Shio in particular to get a counter pick.
I wonder what sort of like 1-2 punch they're going to be looking for. Something mid-jungle has been more successful for them today than anything else, but trying to draft for an aiming bottom lane without the Lucian there, I think is probably not the way to go.
Red side.
But there's no Ahri, for example. That's one of those picks. I think Annie's going to be banned on blue side again. T1's not going to let them have it. I wonder what sort of strategy D+ has prepared, because I think this is not going to be a standard standard setup here in the first phase if they're picking red side.
Yeah, a second round
This is actually all because Gen G chose
to
KT.
prevent Showmaker from having playmaking ability. What else? I think Jin Bard. Jim Bard's still something that is still up, going to be prioritized by both squads. So big questions here. Chronicler, you are our D+ man.
I'm a believer.
You are out of games.
In Game 5.
Out of games to give.
Game 5 exclusively. I'm not going to make any statements as to whether I believe in anything beyond the Game 5. But I think that thus far, we're kind of getting a retread of the first series we had between these two teams as well that also went to 5. I expect DK to have a great plan here in the 4th game on red side to be able to use that to kind of get T1 off their tempo.
The rage baiting in this chat is
T1
so
will
bad.
start
Look at
selection.
this.
Go into that Game 5
Like
if
the
it does
rage
come
baiting
to
is
fruition.
awful.
My last thing
Awful
is,
rage
the thing
baiting.
I said at the very beginning of this
Awful.
desk, gotta keep your mental straight. Do not get boomed after a tough loss. Rookie players like Shu, a big test for them right now going
You
into
are
their
not
final
fooling
game. Potentially. If they
anybody.
lose here, don't go to Worlds.
Yeah, we've talked about the stakes before in terms of consistency, in terms of streaks heading to Worlds for both of these organizations, specifically for some of the players haven't missed out on Worlds. Well, one of these
Faker,
teams won't
fight.
be continuing on, and D+ Kia have their backs against the wall. No more losses to give. T1 trying to make that step closer towards the LCK championship. Let's see how things unfold. In
Bengi,
game
you
number
better
4.
cook the best dish of your life, but I don't think it's going to matter if they're going to keep
And gentlemen
ending.
on the space is yes. We'll see whether the bounce back can come on through.
He's looking at
I think a lot
champions
of
that
us were
begin with
expecting
G.
this, the DK red side choice,
Gwen,
but I
Garen,
wonder what it
Gragas,
means for the
Nami.
draft, Dorks.
Yeah.
In the lobby, in the draft. Here we go.
You know, we've seen a lot of roles get really thinned out. One role that I feel like is actually interestingly not being thinned out that much is support. Because typically we see engaged supports get like pummeled.
All right,
as we
DK
go
bans
through the draft,
Azir,
but considering we've had like Poppy,
Bard.
Janna,
They're going to ban
Lulu,
Aurora,
and interestingly,
Yunara.
Nico, even though Nico's an engaged support,
Then
she's
we
often
ban.
banned.
Yeah.
So the fact that she's come
They
through and
banned
being picked,
Kiana.
it means we still have like Rel, we still have Leona available, we still have Rakan.
What am I
So
scared
it's
of?
actually a lot more of those engaged supports at this stage.
What
We
am I
sometimes get to
scared
game
of
4,
if
we're
I'm
like,
DK?
okay, You know,
Hmm.
we're grasping at straws. We get to game 5, it's like, you know,
There's
is it
Yunara.
Shen and
So
Maokai
Aurora's
angle?
open as a first pick here.
it's
I
interesting,
think T1's threatening
how
Aurora
this
first
series
pick.
specifically
I
has
think you have to ban
developed.
Bard and
As
get
we
more
get
info.
underway, though, we do see the
They ban it, fuck it,
Yunara
they ban
being
it straight
banned
away.
again on blue side and the Kiana coming through.
Aurora also going to be taken away as the AA bans come through here for D+.
Yeah, that Azir staying constant. I feel like the Bard and the Annie are the big ones, really. If you look at the bans from the last game, those are the two big ones that open. So maybe T1 bans something else completely, and they kind of force D+ to choose Bard or Annie, which you banning. We might take the other. So they
Tristana
ban
ban.
Tristana. So now T1
Are they first picking TF? No
is
way.
Bard first pickable? Maybe.
There's no way they're
Annie
first picking
definitely is.
TF, right?
Yeah, I assume the Annie is probably what has to... Never mind. The
It
Bard
has to be
will
Annie
banned
first pick.
away,
It has
so
to be
T1
Annie.
can have the Annie if they would like to, and then the
This
question
doesn't
mark
make sense, though.
becomes, do you then have to pick away Rakan?
Because
Annie
Ziggs is
Rakan
down.
has been
Okay,
so
they take Annie. I would
Oftentimes
love
paired
I
with
would
the Wukong
love
as well,
DK to
but,
just pivot to
you
a TF
can't have
draft.
that because that was played in the
Or
last
Galio,
game.
but they don't
So
really
that
play
will be the
Galio.
first pick here for
A
T1.
Galio TF is what Showmaker
And
needs.
Annie is a big ticket one as well. Now they can utilize it. We'll see whether it is going to work out. As DK, what is the plan?
I have no
are
idea
you
what the
going
plan
to
for DK
reveal
is.
to
I
us
really don't. Gwen is open.
as they
Jax is
choose this
open.
red side?
Galio
going down,
TF
no
working
others
to
just
Annie.
yet, as the
Chin is
Jhin
open.
that
Yeah.
the space has been talking about.
Yep,
Oh
I think
my
pretty
god,
big
is
to
it the
the
fabled
from
Jhin
Guma. Not a
Maokai?
pick we see as being one of Aiming's best, but something he has played a good amount. But definitely denying from Guma huge. I wonder also if they take the Vi. A big pick for Lucid, but also Vi Annie can be pretty scary to play into, so maybe worry
Yeah,
about
T1
that.
could go
Because
Vi
to
Gwen
take that away,
2-3
especially
here.
since
That's
the
a bit
jungle pool
scary
has
to
been
play against
in
if you're
so
DK.
heavily in
But I don't
terms
know
of
if
picks
Guma
that
can
do,
drop at this point.
thrive
He has
on
like, what does he have
Superstar,
left?
which
He has
is kind of the
Varus.
meta at the moment.
Is like a
Vi
pretty
is one
key
of the
for
higher
him. I
prior
wonder if
ones
they
that is
take
left
Varus 2-3
available.
here.
And the Jax also.
They
gonna
take
be
the
left
Jax,
available. I don't
okay,
know
so
whether
not
that is
taking mid yet.
necessarily the highest of
I
priority,
mean,
but they will be
Gragas
taking
top is
that
good
one
for
away.
T1.
Gragas up
Varus is good.
and
He has
possible
Varus,
to be
Caitlyn,
picked
Kalista,
into
I
it here
guess,
for Doran
if he wants to
would
play
like
Kalista.
to.
Yeah,
Could
that's
do
question.
Varus
Do you want
Gragas.
specifically
Would be very
respond
T1
to
to
the
do
top
that.
lane pick?
Could
Or do you wanna pick in different
do
areas? You know, obviously the
Gragas
Rakan was something you mentioned.
Vi.
There are a lot of engaged supports. That being said, with it being
MF,
D+, they can obviously ban away engaged
MF.
supports and pick one themselves. When we go to the second rotation, if you leave it, looks like it is
Mod's
going to be that
fucking-
MF. So going for
He
a bit of
really
a
doesn't want to
wombo
do Varus
combo here
after
for
nerfs. He just
T1.
wants to do MF.
MF
Yeah.
Rel could be pretty good.
MFRL could be good, but I think you're dropping Gragas, which sucks a lot if you go Rel here. Someone has to sacrifice Keria or Doran. I don't think picking jungle here works very well. You could go Vi, but I don't really think it's that much value. Gragas is a lot of value, Rel is a lot of value. Leona is decent value, but what the fuck are they doing Leona? Beryl should just go Rel on 3 here. Just drop mid, surely. They should go Rel here on 3 and drop mid, surely. Oh my god, me.
Yeah, it feels more denial with the Leona, because I will say Leona not fantastic into Jax.
Me.
The fact that you can obviously
My mouse.
the strike, the stun can be a bit annoying.
My mouse.
Otherwise, Leona definitely fine for setting up some
My mouse.
ultimates.
My mouse.
Definitely means that aiming will be running cleanse as well
Morgana.
in this game. And the
What the
Morgana
fuck?
comes through. So we've seen the Morgana
My mouse.
specifically in the Annie. And if you think about the value this game, Morgana into Annie, into Leona, it's pretty absurdly high value.
But I understand.
Here.
Okay, I get the Morgana pick, don't get me wrong, but I see Galio, TF, Morgana there. They lose Gragas now T1, and now they're gonna lose Rel for sure, right? Surely Rel is out now.
As far as
even in the jungle.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually
Rel what though?
Potential triple flex in theory.
What is Beryl playing this game? Is he playing Shen support or
Things a little
something?
difficult. They will now ban the Gragas away. I also think it makes Vi a bit uncomfortable.
There's
because
Rel,
going in for a Vial
Shen,
and a Black Shield,
Elise, I guess. I hate Elise
not
though.
a fun time. So we'll see what ends up coming out here. The Rel makes sense to ban in this situation.
Oof, what's another good ban from
Maybe
DK? Maybe
Rakan, if you wanna
Jace?
do your due diligence and just ban away all these engaged
Maybe Jace?
supports.
I feel like Rakan's like kind of awkward.
think
as well,
Jace
just
can be
because
very
if
annoying.
The bullet time is going off. It's not like you can really do Rakan things unless you can really.
Yeah,
get on
Rakan
top
will be
of
banned here for
Misfortune.
sure, right?
Yeah,
Surely.
it's a bit tricky.
Lee Sin. Lee Sin
As
ban,
the-
Lee Sin ban,
I
Lee
think
Sin
with
ban,
the
Lee
amount of
Sin ban.
CC available,
Why are they
so
banning Lee
there's
Sin?
so much setup for Lee Sin, so I think it makes sense. They will still go for the Rakan, so
Lee Sin
I feel
ban.
like all of the meta engaged supports
What is it? Viego?
have kind of been
No way.
cold now. There obviously are other alternative options you can go for.
The classic Jin Braum.
Nefiri.
Let's go.
Ooh, I like
As it will be
Nefiri there.
Nefiri locked in here
I
for
think
Lucid.
DK's comp
He
is
was on the
getting really
receiving end of
strong.
this champion,
How do you stop this
when
if you're
Raptor
T1?
played it, and so has now
Nocturne's
picked it up
out, which
himself.
counters
This is
Nefiri.
like the least
Wukong's out.
playable Vi game ever.
Yes.
You
I
can't play
think
Vi
someone
this game,
happy
no
they
way.
didn't pick
He
the
has
Vi
to play
area, because
Viego
if you're playing Vi into this, it'd be absolute
or
nightmare. I honestly feel like the angle could be even
Sejuani.
like an AP jungler, especially if
I
they
don't
go
like
with
it though.
something like a
GP
Gangplank
is
here.
crazy here,
If
actually.
you go
Holy fuck.
something like a more AP focused jungle here, you could get a lot of value in this
But they
situation.
need like a bruisery
comes
engager
out.
now, but there isn't
Something
any.
with like high pace, you know.
Zed maybe
like
could
a
cook this
Lilia or a
game?
Zyra, I think could make a lot of sense here.
I think Lilia is certainly going to be a powerful option.
Lilia would
if he
be a
does
scary
wanna
one
go
to
that
play.
way.
I'm
And
thinking
he's at
like
high
Zed.
damage as well, so I think AP is
Maybe
going to be a
Fiddle
good,
kind of
shout
works
if Ona
into
does wanna
Nefiri.
go that direction.
With the GP and the MF, you have
Volley
more
Bear
than enough AD in your
jungle sounds
composition.
awful. Oh my god, he's going Silas jungle.
And that will be locked in as
And it's Beryl Maokai
hovering a
support.
tree.
Chat, I'm gonna run ads. If you wanna avoid ads, you wanna
Maokai,
try and
it
have sub
seems
channel,
like
don't
it's
you
the
back
choice
against
they
that
wanna
pick
go
is.
for, but you
Yeah, you can't pick
give the
Maokai here. You
Maokai
should.
ult
You.
for the
Ooh,
Silas.
Shen is a
I
bit
think that's
sketchy
just
too.
Not what you want to do.
Rammus
so
support?
You can see he's kind of like, oh, I don't want to go.
Rammus!
Is he playing Rammus support?
Rammus.
Hang on, where is everything going? Ox, help me!
Okay,
Where's there a Rammus?
Morgana,
Where's there?
Rammus
He's playing
support.
Rammus support.
And Defiri jungle. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Right, okay, never mind. So Beryl's just picking his champion.
He's playing Rammus support.
Taunts people.
Got it.
Has a lot of armor. I guess
Got
the
it.
thing into the Leona specifically.
What?
Is when she goes to stun, you taunt her, so she stuns you instead. I guess is maybe
The
the theory.
fuck?
Some ways similar to Shen, a little bit less swift. A lot of ganking power. You know, I mean,
How
Rammus
can
has a lot
chat
of
running
ganking
ads if you're
power
not avoid?
in
You can sub it
general
here
as
to
a
try and have
jungler,
sub
so
down channel.
the theory is going to
Bro,
be similar here. I
is
expect
Beryl
to see
just
him
the
running on the
Don?
map, trying to make things happen, similar to what we saw Ona do in last game.
Oh my god, he went 110 when he played it.
It's been a long
Oh,
time since
wait,
I've
he actually
seen a
plays
Rammus.
Rammus support.
Like a really long
What the
time.
fuck?
Kyoshik played it last year, I think, in the jungle. I don't think we've ever
Really?
seen
He's
Rammus
played it 3
support.
times.
Yeah, I think this might be.
Was it last year, or was it? He definitely played it at some point in the last couple of
But
years.
wasn't he not here last year? No, was that the year before? I'm getting confused now. When was March?
Rammus support.
Pioshik
Rammus support.
Pioshik, while I was here, Pioshik played Rammus in the jungle.
We will have the little lower third that'll say how many days it's been and stuff like that.
But
We'll get that,
he'll
right?
say Rammus support, and he'll say first time ever.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We'll say that. That makes me a little bit sad. But what doesn't make me sad is fan chance. So let's get into game number 4.
T1 is fighting Jesus. D plus Kia is also fighting though.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
We're both
on the
fighting.
rift for game number 4. And yes, it's Rammus support. Rammus Jin. I don't have very many stats on the lane.
Rammus support.
Yeah.
Holy.
And actually going Aftershock and Ignite, not going
What
for
is that
Spellbook,
skin?
So
Infernal
Carry
Rammus?
also going Ignite.
Holy.
And both 80 carries going Cleanse. So this is a little bit of a different taste from what we've typically seen, where we have both 80 carries with Barrier, both supports
Molten
with heal,
Rammus.
and Spellbook
Oh my
on
god.
both.
Do you think he said that in
I
draft?
think
Lock
Aftershock
me
obviously makes a lot of
Molten
sense 'cause
Rammus?
You get so much value from
Holy.
distances on Rammus.
Oh my god.
And the Ignite, one of that extra early pressure in this game.
What does Rammus do? You're about to find out, buddy.
This is a type of draft that makes me really like Fearless.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't get
The GP value this
Rammus
game is a
support
little
without
bit
it,
scary.
which is just
Because
fantastic.
Morgana Jin just get eaten by the
And
ult.
it is
He's gonna
Beryl,
take the
so
first
if there's anyone who's going to do it.
Oh god, now there's Beryl and Barrels in
The
the
Morgana
same game.
pick does a lot of value though.
Yeah, we'll take it.
By the way,
A lot of value.
2015 was the first time Faker was counterpicked by Morgana in the mid lane, so he's had some experience with it. Don't know whether he'll be caught off guard yet again, especially because it's already happened.
My god, can you imagine
here
Lost
in the
Ratuni's
LCK?
Rammus flex?
Was not a fresh pick.
Holy.
Certainly was not. As we're seeing the Rammus in action. Just wandering around in the brush. Pretty cool that Rammus gets picked right as the new Mario movie gets announced as well.
Yep. It doesn't have
Mario
that much
Galaxy.
laning power is the only thing. And obviously
Me, Rammus, me, push
engaging
wave.
onto the enemy 80 carry is a bit tricky, especially because Leona can kind of block it.
Yes, you
So
Rammus Barrel.
It very
You
much
are
feels like a
Rammus.
sort of pick where you're like, okay, if you go in, I'll kind of stop you.
Yep.
And then I'll roam. And that's kind of like the game plan.
God, just keep the camera there. What a
Thankfully,
beautiful
Jin
sight.
can
Look at that
farm from
fucking
range
thing.
with a few of his buttons.
Rammus.
So that's going to be pretty important.
Why is Owner so why
some
is
vision down as Owner?
he always does these 3 camp ganks?
Oh, it's Barrel's
Or,
first
well,
Rammus
not always,
support pick.
but
Good that we have that.
Wow.
No, yeah.
There you go. The learning does come in.
Oh,
Flash
barrel
immediately
reaction.
Going to be traded here towards the bottom side, and they get aimed.
Okay, 1 for 2 in Flash.
Owner with a
Yo,
successful
Owner
gank.
loves these
Yeah,
ganks.
there it is. The Rammus support LCK debut.
Yeah, we are not surprised to see that. Good reactions from Barrel not to get stunned there. Could have maybe been in trouble if he was. But still, Owner, despite not being on the Pantheon, despite being on the Silas, not the early jungle
Show me your last
ganking
hitting,
champion you
Pagtron.
expect to just spam gank, but getting a lot of value already in this game, burning both summoners from the enemy bot lane.
Okay, Owner base got
will
Antome is
definitely
clearing
make
top
things
side.
easier
She
for
rewarded
Carrier
his
and
blue
Guma in
Grom,
this
so they'll
one.
know where
Feeling
Ona
pretty good.
is. Top seems to be
CK
going
not gonna be too worried
okay.
about it. You can see the gold is not changed or anything like that. It's
W
great
hits
stun.
into
Comes
the
through
taunt.
onto Gumayushi.
No
I
taunt
think
for
Barrel
Ramos.
cannot quite get in range
But he
for the
stands
taunt.
there
I think if you
menacingly.
asked Barrel how he'd feel after that gank, he'd probably say, okay.
I think he probably would.
Yeah, he'd probably be okay. Oh my god.
As the Powerball has
Powerball
now
into
been-
Ignite?
Ignite.
Okay, there it is.
Oh! Into the cancel.
And even gets the cleanse. Oh, this Rammus value so high already.
The tech, he's a nowhere.
All right, now just gonna walk in and start hitting the turret.
God,
get
this is
some
beautiful.
Money. Look at that.
This is like watching Salty Timo, except it's not,
He's
it's
a big
real.
fan of Atlas, so you know.
Yeah, oh, that's pretty nice. Don't make me blush. Don't make me blush. As Lucid, he's a hot dog. And he's just hanging out in the enemy jungle. As right now, Carrier is going to sweep his way through. We'll see whether he does get in trouble. As there's the Powerball.
No
once
flash
again.
Carrier.
Let's see whether
No
he
flash.
hits the
Is there
jackpot
damage
as
here though? You have
Carrier
no items,
going
guys.
to be
Hello.
taken down to
Oh my
about
god, I thought that was a
50%.
rumble ult for a second because it was so
Gumayushi comes
zoomed
on
in.
over here. Maybe they've overstepped
Flip out,
their
flip.
bounds. As the chain lash not going to quite find anything.
Yeah, and Guma bounced the what's it called again? The
double up?
The double up. He bounced.
Oh,
off the
Jin W.
hot dog.
Okay, no flash GP.
Okay, she not going to be able to quite find the angle here as aiming almost gets the deadly flourish, but gets the flash out of Doran.
Yeah, pretty nice. Yeah, he bounced the double up off the hot dog to hit Lucid.
Oh, that's some anti-Neferi tech.
Yeah, so getting a good amount of value there.
Well, so far, nothing to report as far as advantages built up. First Dragon is going to be a Hex tech, so that'll take that one out of the pool of big souls that could potentially happen.
Wait, darn, he can just Rammus onto you.
Yeah, he can.
It's okay,
eat
he has his
oranges.
orange.
I just don't know whether he'll necessarily BK as the taunt does come in. There is the orange, and there is.
So the
Doran being
swap
K.
comes
So
out
we've
from
got
DK. Don't
8
forget
oranges
GP6
BK,
is
and then
really
you've
good in the
also
swap.
got Rammus, who's just always okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
He has
okay.
no orange now.
Both sides of the rift here is the Powerball once again
Barrel.
going to come on through here as Deadly Flourish comes down. Carrier will turn up.
Run, you rat.
Beryl is doing his very best to get value out of this, but he
Is
will
he
just
dead?
get hit by this Zenith Blade as in goes Carrier.
No, the Remus is gonna die.
Latch on to Beryl. Shielded Daybreak comes in, but Beryl is gonna be.
Hey, Owner, you rat! Hey, leave the Remus alone!
But he is
What the
not
fuck?
worried about it at all, and as it turns out, Beryl is not actually.
Owner just came in like a
Carrier coming in
fucking
at the
wrecking
perfect
ball.
time, and I think
Are
Barrel
you
might
kidding?
Be okay if he didn't get hit by the barrel, but Ona finds the kill first on the board, and it's been a great series for the T1 jungler so far.
How are they
Doesn't
not
feel like
diving
it's
MF right now and they're doing
stopping
Drake? That's a
here.
crime.
Though, she will get a demolished
Oh, they
down
are
on
diving
this
MF, but we
plate.
see fake her.
Tibbers. Okay, Lucid
It's
looking for a
too
little bit
late
of an
to
angle
dive
here,
MF now.
as
We
they
should have done
might
Drake.
get a
Now it's
bare
too late.
surprise
We're making
from the Bro.
indecisive
I feel like honestly
decisions.
could have dove that, but it just spooked a bit by Faker moving down. Because remember, it's no cleanse on Guma.
Where he's here again. He's here again to walk up and talk.
If in doubt, if at first you don't succeed, taunt again.
The walk animation is just so. It's
He just
fantastic,
walks at
isn't it?
you.
I'm just gonna be real.
This is Molten
No
Rabbits
matter-
as well, right? One of the oldest skins in the game.
No matter what happens with this series, no matter the outcome, whether D+ continue on in their playoff run or not,
Beryl,
isn't
you're
this the way Beryl wants to go?
a Remus main and you're
Down
doing
there
this?
as,
Oh, he's dead. He's
Doran
dead.
was kind of baiting. Cannon Barrage does come on through. As there is the slam from Ona. Picks up yet another one.
Owner just did a
onto
front flip.
Beryl.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
dear.
my god. I can't do this anymore, man.
Not feeling as okay as it was.
Guys, is Rammus support a scaling pick? I need to.
Well, at least DK is going out the ban. I bet you Owner was laughing. Like, why is there? Oh, this is the first kill. Never mind.
He closes so much distance here. The E to the minion.
What the fuck?
Man, that was
That was
clean.
insane.
Yeah. Max range E to the minion. And then here, Barrel's trying to step up. I feel like roaming would have been better than trying to gank the own lane that has the oranges constantly. And the little slam from Ona.
Yeah, he's like basically Pantheon again.
You know what's the thing as well, right? You're probably thinking, well, how many times will you have seen Rammus that much? How much?
Rammus Cam!
Oh man, this is beautiful.
Oh, that is fantastic. Can we have that permanently? I don't need the minimap.
Yeah, I just love the walk.
Yeah.
You know, this is Beryl at his finest.
I don't.
He may be
think he's
0-2, but he's okay.
He is, and he will always be okay, even if.
Dom asked me, he
this
said,
is
how
the
can you
last
put
game
Beryl
that
in
we see
second of
from
all time?
DK
And I
in
said, well, who else would
2025?
say on 5 pick, give me
He's
Molten
gonna be
Remus?
okay.
I don't think
Like, no one else would do that.
Chronicle's gonna be okay.
No one. No one
he'll
else
be
would do that.
He'll recover. I'm sure of it. As Lucid is starting off on these grubs.
Gary actually level 6 already, so being
Okay,
able to
Grubs.
speed,
Alright, focus
so
up. There is a
Soul
Molten
Flare
Remus
is
running the game
available.
down. But it is an elimination point for DK, Mark. Like, hello.
Speaking of spooky,
What is
Ona making his way over, and Beryl
There
getting
should
some
be a lot of
work done
Merc
yet
Treads
again.
value on
Soul
DK,
Shackles
right?
picked up
Silas,
here
Annie,
by Ona.
Leona.
But that is 2 grubs now secured. And it looks
Yeah,
like
Jax
T1
is here.
not
He's
wanting
hovering.
to contest for the
Shiu did this in
third.
game
here,
1 as
and
well
the
with
fact
Renekton, where he
Doran
hovers
doesn't
for the
have ult,
grubs.
doesn't have
Really
TP.
nice.
He's down bot lane.
All we gotta
He
do
must
on the
move there,
on the
top
Remus
laner up, and that's enough to secure them.
is
All three
taunt the
grubs
Silas.
in the situation, so good moves from them.
Oh.
Ona has the Morgana ult though.
I think they have a game plan.
Beryl, be careful.
They are challenging how okay Beryl is at every turn. As now aiming's going to get slowed down. There's a Zenith Blade. That'll get the flash
Why are you flashing,
out
bro?
from
He had
aiming.
taunt up. You're
And
chilling.
That is job done here towards his top side. Shiu does make it down towards the bottom lane. We'll be able to clear things out. An 800 gold lead has occurred after
God,
those
I wonder
first
how
couple of
aiming
kills
feels about
onto
this. Do you
Beryl.
think they've scrimmed
That
Remus
means that
support?
Ona is
Or is he
really
just sitting there with the
accelerated once again.
I mean,
And
Beryl
think he's
did
the guy
once
that you
say
don't
in an
wanna
interview,
have accelerated in this
if you're not
series
willing to first
because
time a
he's been
champ on
playing
stage, you should
so
not be a pro
incredibly
player.
well.
Oh,
And I think we're
man.
seeing that
Coming in with
here.
Morgana ult.
Oh,
I think Amy's going to try and ult to assist Beryl.
Well, let's see whether the curtain call is going to work because Beryl is very, very dead. Feats of Warfare do come down.
And you can see
and Carrier
he's
is
just
able to tank up the turret. It is just that easy as Showmaker comes in. Lucid is taking a dragon.
He's just
They
running
are
it like, what
trading
is this?
things
I thought
for
that
the
DK was going to get
Rammus.
knocked
Let's
out
be
by
honest,
Static
right?
Shiv Zeri.
I think
No,
other
they're going to get
players
knocked out by
in
Remus
the
support.
elimination game of playoffs.
Yes.
Do or die situation. You're 0-3-0.
Yeah.
Could tilt. Could maybe be a little bit nervous.
Not Beryl.
Not Beryl. I think he
is the right one to be 0-3
He's
in this
cool as a cucumber. Now his teammates might be feeling the pressure, but I'm certain
Just
that
look at
Beryl
right side
is
draft
having a good time.
and go back 2 years ago.
I
just
don't
show
know
it to
whether
someone.
That's a good thing for DK yet. That's the problematic
Jury's
part.
out on that one.
Yeah. As Gumayusi now parked in this mid lane, we'll be able to clear out
And
these minions.
Ona gets the kill again.
Yeah.
Go to 2023 Worlds and show someone that draft.
Yeah. Doesn't feel very fair, as Lucid's still looking for that Eclipse as quickly as possible.
Here we go!
Flourish comes down, Beryl doesn't find the Powerball. And he will just back away. Ooh, Lucid going for some different tech.
Hydra and a Fury.
Just give you a good amount of burst with that proc, with that active when you get up close.
Hydra and a Fury.
But yeah, big lead for T1 so far, and particularly on that jungle. Obviously, if Ona does overstep and get punished,
She will please do
can
something.
wipe a good amount of that lead away.
Somehow just carry the game.
Far, definitely D+ still very playable from this position.
Yeah. Playable, but somewhat difficult, especially when there's a Gangplank. Gangplank going to be printing money towards the top side of the map. You can see already has a gold lead, but a CS disadvantage. That is kind of the TF way, and the Gangplank fits the same bill. Solar Flare going to come on through as, if at first,
He's kind of tanky though.
Well, never mind, he is going to be able to slam his way over the wall.
Hey,
That was
we
close.
fucking added.
Nicely played, but another one does come in there, and they landed onto Lucid. He just gets blown up. And now Beryl will maybe survive. Gets the Powerball out. Is now aiming, trying to get some work done onto Ona. But they had the Cannon Barrage there in position as well. So Ona is going to be just fine. And it's Lucid's turn to die in this game this time.
4 kills.
Guys,
now
it's
for
Worlds
Ona
in
this
3
game,
weeks.
Able to pick up another.
What is happening?
Just walking back home.
There
She
it
with a little bit of
is.
trouble here. Has to back off away from the tower with the pressure from Carrier.
Why? The cameraman is
For Faker
obsessed.
as well, so that is a big spike to come on in. He's about 20 CS ahead.
For a second, just because we were talking about Beryl, you're going to see Malignance is done for Beryl, and I was like, what?
That would be dope.
Yeah.
Where's my
Looking rough
5-game
right now
banger?
for T1.
What? That's me in the
Looking rough
crowd.
for the
Look at
D+
their faces,
fans
bro.
as
They were like
well.
this.
Yeah. And
They are on struggle street.
Yeah, if we got a shot of the space, it would look very similar. Or at least a shot of just Chronicler. As the Trinity forces are now in, and yeah, no, he's probably on the floor in the corner.
He's left the building.
Yeah, or left the building.
So this was pretty close. Beryl just making it over the wall with the ultimate.
Well,
And I
T1 will
was like,
make
damn,
Worlds,
he-
I guess.
Like pixel perfect just got over there. And then D+ try and make this into something. Like Lucid's like, okay, I'll go in.
Can you just imagine being
it's a
Shiu
triple
in
Venn
this
diagram
moment?
as well as all
Just put yourself in
Ona
Shiu's
nearly
shoes.
gets Beryl as well, but just disengaged in the
He's
turret.
like completely
Using
frying
minion
versus Fear
as a little,
He's playing
escape route
Jax into
again.
GP.
And aiming just not really doing enough damage
And he
yet
just
to finish
like-
him off. And now Ona has a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's even harder to kill. He already felt pretty difficult
In his
to kill.
rookie year, he's
And
got
it's
a
only gonna
2-time
get worse
world
from
champ
here.
on
We
his
do
team
have
that says
Blackfire
pick me
Torch
Molten
completed here
Remus
for Showmaker,
on
but
match point.
it's been a bit of a
He's like trying his
non-factor
best
so
to
far
like
in this game.
play the
Carrier
game.
just wraps around looking for Shiu. He does press the Grandmaster's might button, but I still think he's just dead. Lucid turns up, but a little late, and finds a couple of pickles, but not too much more.
Yeah, the Grandmaster might not.
It would be very DK to
after
just get
that one.
perfect gamed on the way
Well,
out
at
of
least
out of
not all the kills are on
gear.
Ona now. Carrier picks one up, should be able to finish his redemption with that one. It just feels a little bit rough for D+ from this position. And the composition, I feel like from behind, lacking in the damage department a bit.
Yeah.
You know, the Jhin, definitely not a ton
Faker
of
is
damage
just
from behind.
chilling.
Oh,
Neferi and
He's probably just listening to the World's Anthem while he
Morgana are
lanes
definitely these
because he knows he
champions
presses
where
tab, he sees
if you're
T1
behind, you
owner
just
on his
can't
team.
really kill targets who are a bit bulkier.
And the Gangplank as well is just getting out
He's
of
just like
control.
singing it as he walks the lane.
Gangplank with tempo in a game is just nigh unstoppable.
I mean, he actually has a bigger lead than Ona does.
Yeah, it's
What the
completely
fuck?
ridiculous as now Showmaker tries to put down the Soul Shackles,
Oh
and
my
the redemption helps Faker out here and just destroys the Morgana. Cheeky little assist there from Carrier across the map.
Yeah, so
6-0.
Counter matchup, by the way.
Yeah.
Not going so hot.
So,
the counter
if T1
factors
wins
in
this game, they lock 4th seed minimum, which means
Otherwise
on
it would've been
Saturday, I
fine.
think it's
I feel
T1
like
Genji.
You know, the answer to the counter is just drop a barrel.
The
in there.
winner of T1 versus Genji. Hey!
And Gumayusi going to come on over, and another slam. This time it just fails. But that's
Goes
fine.
to
Beryl
Worlds
will
as a
get
3rd
himself out of
seed.
there. Has to
The
use
loser is a
ult to do
4th
so.
seed.
Yep, little misplay there from Ona.
And if
not
you're
sure
4th seed,
would've
you have
been
to
let
play
you kill
versus LPL4.
Yeah.
I love Ramus Cam.
I'm just glad we can enjoy
Before
that,
World
you know,
starts, you have
in
to
this-
play
in
that
these trying
series,
times.
a best of 5,
Back on the map.
and the winner
Getting
goes to
stuff
Worlds.
done. Not dead.
and the loser goes home.
Gold is the lead though for T1 at 15 minutes into the
It's a new system. Normally they have play-ins. There's no play-ins anymore. It's just that
momentum thing.
4th seed LCK plays 4th seed LPL. Winner goes to Worlds.
Game 2 was, you know, was close-ish.
And I think that's gonna be just before World starts.
Game 4 is this.
That's the only pre-Worlds thing that happens. Then it's just straight to Swiss stage. No play-ins.
It's gonna need like a balance of a mistake from T1, like significant mistakes, but also like a big punish from D+.
If T1 wins, that means Genji plays that best of 5.
He's okay. Lucid might be okay as well as Faker throws down a
Faker's
bear,
dead.
but the dogger is looking to take him down. Still very close, as it's a 1-for-1, but that is one on the board.
It's 5k in 15 minutes.
And I'm pretty sure Faker's worth a lot more gold than Beryl is right now.
I would say so.
I will definitely say... Oh no.
He just gets ignited, and the solar flare comes down. Thankfully, Black Shield is going to be there, but he still dies. The last tick, and that's why you buy potions, ladies and gentlemen, I guess.
Good thing as well, Carrier had redemption.
Oh man, so he was still able to probably kill him.
And he just knew he didn't need it. He was just like, you know what?
That's a hot dog. Okay,
shut the
Worked out the math in a moment. It was like, I don't even need this.
Well, Deadly Flourish comes down. Cone put up there by Gumayushi as Beryl trying to protect his AD carry.
Well, I guess T1's at Worlds, which is great news,
you know
but
how obviously we were looking at the jungle
it
matchup
sucks that DK can't be there.
4-0, that's a big lead.
It's the first time in 6 years that DK don't make
lead
Worlds.
between the supports right now.
I feel like Showmaker Beryl being at Worlds is iconic. They always have their moments at Worlds. Last year they went 2-0 in Swiss and got reverse swept. In 2021 or 2022 they made like a miracle run and almost beat was it Genji in a 5-game series?
As it turns out.
Perhaps.
Well, Carrier just
I
gets
feel like DK always does something fucking goofy at Worlds, and it's so nice to have them there.
Just gets a little bit of extra damage.
This is fucking KT
I think the Black Shield blocked the damage.
Well, it should have, yeah.
He's just sending the message.
And the message
I
was
think
received.
KT and DK should have a best of 5, and the winner goes to Worlds.
Yep. It just says, you gotta die. And he did. All right, Carrier now in position once again as Aiming looks to try and lock him down with the blast cone.
Oh, Beryl
going to get him to safety.
The locket buy, not the redemption. So once the extra resist,
Genji series was a fluke.
The locket gives.
I'm sorry.
See whether that's going to work out here as the curtains are being called. Gumayushi going to get slowed down momentarily. A couple of bullets will land as now Showmaker. Let's see whether he can land the Dark Binding, and he can't. So Gumayushi does take a lot of bullets, and now we've got Lucid going in, and then going untargetable. We'll see whether he can actually survive as the Pickle's not going to connect, and Owner is so incredibly strong. He'll find Beryl yet again as Shiu now trying to do
Why does Owner like play the game like he's 5 champions?
Bowser. He's going to be able to slam his way out.
Bowser.
And there is Owner going golden as well. Man, he can afford that.
Oh my
God.
God.
That is ridiculous as Showmaker looks for the Soul Shackles onto Carrier.
Well, I think Owner has showed his quality this series.
It's only Lucid that's died so far, but now Showmaker might be the one going
like
down.
Owner is just fucking everywhere.
Will be avoided, and Owner now looks for some chains, but does not get them. And Doran is taking.
He's actually just styling on everyone.
And they got a turret mid as well. I feel like Owner's chains just go further. You know, I feel like the chain length has just been so long whenever he's throwing them out. And D+ just going from bad to
Why is there like the degenerate zoom in on the ref?
Let's protect the turret. He got the barrel.
Gets the taunt.
Barrel versus barrel as it turns out.
Now, we could have picked Rel on 3 and avoided this whole shenanigan. But we picked Morgana, so now you get the Rammus treatment, sucker.
Needs some oranges, not quite as K as he wants to be, and so that is a kill. Coming on through for Aiming.
That's only an 8,800 gold lead. It's not.
There's a new Genshin update out, is there?
You know.
There we go, Rammus Cam.
Guys, look at the Rammus.
Rammus Cam is helping. Was that a steal? No, Lucid managed to get it.
Look at him go.
There it is. All right.
I like the Celestial opposition, just forming that perfect sphere around him.
Yeah,
very nice.
He is spherical.
Will Beryl retire at the end of the year? I hope not. I hope not. Did he say anything about retiring? Is this his last game? Is he going to go out with a bang?
Well, there was a step in the right direction, right? Doran died. I don't know whether
he's
it really
thinking about it. Really?
500 gold ahead.
No way Beryl retires on a Molten Rammus.
He has a collector.
He said it's
and a BF sword.
something he's thinking about.
To the Tunneler. All right. Flash out from Faker. Showmaker looks for a bit
Wait,
of
the
an
binding.
angle. Curtain call comes in
Oh, the redemption.
The Black Shield and Aiming is able to finish it
Okay,
off.
a couple kills. A couple kills.
Maybe Tippers can block.
Eba! Oh, Tibbas dies next to Annie.
Didn't quite work out there, but still, sometimes you just got to throw it down. He's got Malignance, it'll be fine. It'll be back
An
up.
objective bounty? Okay, we'll take an objective bounty.
Turret. That could be a big deal.
Oh, with the objective bounty.
There it is.
We'll take an objective bounty.
It's only 7.7k.
Okay,
Ramus. For a while. Okay, Barrel's going in.
This might be a bridge too far.
Ramus
Shu is actually over here.
Jin W missed somehow. Don't ask me how, because I don't know how the fuck that.
Helping out now. The cannon barrage comes on through.
I know you're gonna die for Ramus' sins. I'm sorry, Shiwu.
I
love it how Beryl just fucking skates away every time.
Trying to jump over a wall. He might be able to do so, but instead it's Gumiushi that locks this one up. T1 dropping their wallets on them in the end is now aiming, looking for an angle. Showmaker, can you actually find the CC? As Beryl power slams, and he's dead. Gumiushi's going to be able to lock that one up, and now Showmaker, oh, the chains just
I love it how last year's
game,
last year's series versus KT was like insanely hyped for T1. Oh my god, they lost in 5 games versus DK. Insane hype, LeBlanc being picked game. What the fuck is this?
Question mark thing in the tower.
Where's my stakes, my value?
He just wants Shelly to help with the Otacon.
Yeah, there were definitely some question mark things coming out on Darn for that one.
Yeah, he was allowing Shelly to now help them secure this, which will go to T1 while we watch this replay.
No man left behind, or no woman.
Yes.
Keeping Shelly with them, so... Yeah, the binding comes through, and unfortunately Tip is not able to block that one, so... They get the Annie, and then Deepos like, hey, it's go time. We have a man advantage. We can make something happen. Unfortunately, they don't have a gold advantage.
No.
And they just kind of get run down and just aren't really able to pose any threat.
Will you support T1 at Worlds? Yeah, of course I will.
During this passage of play,
my
co-workers. Running montage.
My co-workers.
They did manage to escape with a few people, though.
Yeah, not everyone died. So
is T1 winning because I'm supporting DK?
Okay, this dragon now up and available. T1, they can take it whenever they would
My
like.
teams for Worlds hopefully are T1, IG,
like 7 minutes ago. We need the Ramuscam again.
Yeah, Ramuscam could really
and
help. We're in need.
CFO. Those are the teams I want to do well at Worlds.
So we can get some Ramuscam for everyone that is looking
IG
for
better make it. And AL. I kind of want AL to do really well.
Goodness, look at him
I want AL to do well.
And
I want Peanut and Viper to do well.
From one of those gacha machines.
He does.
And I want BDD to do well, but not get far. No, if KT get too far at Worlds, I'm gonna be fucking eating too much fucking shit in this chat.
Oh, that was great. That was exactly what we needed. Thank you so much, LCK.
So I would say T1, IG,
CFO,
could
just take the dragon. They indeed
Viper,
yep.
BDD.
Okay. DK have
Peanut,
the only Sundered Sky on the map. That's got to be a good thing, right?
Actually, yes, Sundered Sky advantage.
Yeah.
EU4, yeah, we're gonna put EU in like this.
Because there are 2 of them.
It's like monster support.
Yeah.
AL.
They also don't have redemption advantage.
We're gonna secret circle this.
They do have locket advantage.
And
though.
I kind of want.
We're just gonna go through items.
I kind of want Duro to do really well.
They do have Profane Hadra advantage. Don't have Malignance advantage.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, they're soon to not have Death Cap
World's
advantage
Peanut.
either, as Faker is about to put that together. It's a little dangerous as Beryl and Carrier do
So you want everyone to do well.
Paths.
Yeah, I want everyone to do well.
Too much more going to happen as DK are restricted to behind their inner
What the fuck is this? Ramus Neferi?
Look at him.
What is happening here?
What the fuck is
What the heck?
This is the elimination best of 5 for Worlds!
So
and
glad
that's
that
my
the Korean
teammates!
broadcast as well has realized that this is the more important thing to focus on. As all right, we got a slam on in here from Beryl, who taunts up Ona. Oh, it's not actually on the Korean broadcast. This is actually Jisun and Yundo that are doing this just for us. Oh, that is even better.
We're blessed.
As we might be blessed with a team fight as well, as Beryl is in a bit of trouble. Some bullets coming on through there, stolen away by Ona, as it's curtains for Beryl once again for the 6th time. We call that the reverse Ona from the Pantheon
The reverse
game.
owner?
He's trying to go the distance.
You know what?
The other direction.
If he's gonna go out, this is the most Beryl way to go out I could possibly imagine.
It certainly is.
Oh man.
No, not like this.
And the
sum of this series
right?
is
huge.
owner diff.
I
think IMO. I want to glaze him a lot for the
A
series.
chance to play against Gen G. To go on further and try and
There's
get
a
the
big
LCK
glazing
trophy.
owner
We
session.
also have a 061 Ramus support. and what am I supposed to say?
Yeah, it is hard to keep up the epic nature of what this best of 5 represents. So maybe we'll save that for when Nexuses are exploding.
I think that's a good plan.
Some shackles
Okay.
coming on through. Dark Binding will connect here as the taunt comes down as well. The chain CC comes in. Doran is difficult to kill, but aiming, he's got a third bullet, and he's going to put it in the Pirate.
There's some value.
Something back.
And you know,
Don't
aiming's
give me
3-0,
hope.
so he's bordering on being able to do the nicer
Just let me out.
thing.
Yes.
Just finish it off.
He's playing Jin.
Yeah.
Don't do
Which
that.
to me makes that irrelevant.
Stop it.
True.
Sadly.
Cameraman.
But I'm a bit of a Jin anti. Less so this year. I feel like I have turned a corner. Still don't like it very much as far as being able to do damage in the later portions of the video game.
I think it's not really helpful when you're 10,000 goal behind.
Yes, the 0-6
Oh, no, sorry.
Rammus
I was going to
situation.
say there were only 9,900, but then it ticked over to 10,000 again.
Yeah, it got worse again, didn't it? Infinity Edge is now done for Gumushi, speaking of things getting worse, but aiming does have 3 items as well. They're just worse.
Yeah, I mean...
Not that much worse. Bit worse.
Okay. Look, all they have to do is if they kill Doran before the fight starts, and they don't expend anything major, then the gold's basically even.
This is DK's last game of the year.
There you go.
Actually, it's not.
Also,
They're going to
all
play
they
in
have
the
to do is
SE
kill the
tournament, aren't they?
As Beryl is going
I guess
to
if they lose
discover
this.
Ona, or has Ona discovered Beryl? Not sure, but Gumushi's going to make his way up as well.
Oh my god, he nearly died.
Yeah,
They win
so
that, by the way.
much damage.
SE tournament, they win
Yeah,
that.
the
Bro, I swear to God, if
Cannon
DK and
barrage
IG
comes
both
down,
have to go to this
just
SE tournament,
barely survives.
You know, if he wasn't playing Rammus, maybe he would
that's going
have
to
died,
piss
so-
me off
there it
while
is. The
Worlds is
Rammus
going on. It's going to be like the
value
fucking
coming in
Squidward
hard.
meme.
Didn't even need to use the locket.
God
He was
bless.
fine. As, all right, flash in from Shu, looking for Faker here. But Faker's still offering a fair bit of damage back, and they did manage
Another
to get him.
kill.
Okay.
And also getting the bear value as well as buttons.
Okay.
There could have been a Teemo there, you know,
True.
for all we knew.
And this is Summoner's Rift. There is always a Teemo there.
Exactly. So I think they were maybe thinking Lucid might step, but I don't know.
Sometimes you got to send it.
Okay.
Sometimes you just send it.
And
Oh
honestly,
my God, that's
them
like-
not
Another
having
kill.
those buttons
That's a
doesn't really
3.5
matter.
level.
We'll take another kill. We'll take another kill.
This is just... Guys, in case you thought the game was close, in case you...
Yeah.
Maybe you've got like actual tunnel vision and you can't
Run,
see the
Siwu.
outside of the screen, you can't see the scoreboard at the top.
Oh, Shu actually able to avoid the barrels. That was very
Mama.
cute. Does
Ooh.
manage to get the last one as well, and leaps away.
Ooh.
There you go.
All that
was
just
a
to press tab
positive
and see
play.
barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying, if you just can't see any of the scoreboard, then I'm glad we have these little pop-ups to remind us
Yeah.
that the game...
Also, the minions
Isn't
just got
close.
bounty gold.
Nice. Good work, minions.
Why isn't
Okay,
T1
let's
starting
have a look
Baron
at
and
this
just
one again
ending
as,
the
Faker
game?
sieging and in a
They're
turret
10k
here
up.
at this stage of the game.
Are they scared of
Shu
throwing
just
on
jumps
Nesh?
it.
Yeah. Able to find Faker, but he didn't have his stun immediately prepped. He did obviously prep it with the Tibbers, but the stun came down first, and aiming there just to help with the follow-up.
Are they
It's little
clip farming,
things.
DK?
Is it enough to get them back in the game? Absolutely not. But if this keeps happening again and 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 again
And again.
Like it already has.
and again,
Yes.
then we can have a conversation about whether that's enough to get them back in the game. But for now, still very favored towards T1. They are now one dragon away from Seoul.
I like
and
this.
still setting up around
This is
Baron.
full screen, Rammus Cam. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
yeah, they're speeding around in the... Oh, they're just starting up the Baron. They're like,
There
guys,
we go.
we've been
That's more like a T1.
messing around too much. Let's spice things up a bit.
Well, it's precisely what they're going to do. Lucid going to be able to dodge the Solar Flare relatively well. Bullet Time is going to get eaten as well. And Beryl finding a wraparound, looking for Carrier. Let's see whether they can actually lock him down. Down he will go. As now Shu, oh, the Cannon Barrage not getting the most value. Shu's actually able to go golden as well. But the Leap Strike gets himself out of there. Faker follows with a huge bear, though. Drops it on top of them, aiming just barely, limping his way out. And the flash in from Ona finds the slam to take down the Jin. Showmaker just doing his best to clear out some of these minions. And the Soul Shackles to come on forward. He's dead, ladies and gentlemen,
That's
although
crazy,
he does
by the way.
flash to get himself...
That
Oh
is
my God,
crazy
what the heck
business.
just happened? Okay,
That
Showmaker's
is crazy
sort of
business.
lived. This game's a mess.
There's a lot of damage coming through. I feel like T1 just beat them down with the wallets. Only Carrier dies. The rest of D+ just have to run away. I mean, only Showmaker. But he's still running. He's still going.
He is. He's on a mission.
Nowhere is safe for him. And
Wow.
the Baron's going to go over to T1.
Owner taking
hard to
Rammus
see.
is
I
just
mean,
funny.
initially
It
they
is
got the
just
pick
funny.
on a
It is
Carrier,
just
right?
funny.
They go for Lucid. Lucid able to dodge away from the Solar Flare and then go untargetable from the ult from the MF. And then here, they get the root back. They actually managed to kill Carrier. Then the follow-up fight Shiwu just gets like exploded. Does manage to just survive with the stasis. Beryl gives him a route out, but then Faker flashes over and does so much damage. And look at the Pyroclasm that follows aiming. Nearly takes him out. Tibbers is just trying to run him down. And then the Power Slam. Actually, it's not. What's his ult called?
It is Slam. I can't remember what the first part of the slam. Soaring Slam.
Oh, because it's Q's Power Ball. So I was combining abilities.
You were.
Sorry about that.
I used to think it was the Tremors. I like the Tremors from Rammus.
Yeah?
When his ultimate just did a circle around him a bunch of times and it just went ba-bonk, ba-bonk, ba-bonk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool now, and a little like flip.
It's definitely an actual ultimate now.
Yeah.
Feels a lot better.
It's a Baron into
He
end.
was an actual champion. as
Well,
a
it's nice to have
support.
T1 at Worlds.
Oh man.
I feel like Worlds.T1
This has been a journey.
is a strange world.
Closing on 13,000.
But I'm quite sad for
T1 pushing
DK. I'm a
in
bit sad for Showmaker.
to end the game, end the series.
Now
D+,
what?
Final chance.
What's
to
DK roster going to
stop
look
this.
like next year?
Let's see what they can do here. The wallets are extraordinarily
I have no
heavy.
idea what DK roster is going to look like
Knees
next year.
weak,
I
all that
think
sort
they'll
of
change.
stuff.
They will do bot lane changes.
Not sure about Mom Spaghetti because
I think they will do
Boris
bot lane
doesn't sell
changes.
that. This turret is going to survive at least for the moment, but Ona is just going to come through and take this
If
one
I had
down.
to
That is
guess,
a taunt
stopwatch,
on
no.
top of Ona, and he goes golden.
He's
with
level
that Sonya's
18.
purchase
He's
early,
5
and now
levels
Lucid
up
in a little bit of
on
trouble as
Lucid.
he is able to
He's
get through
5
base
levels
gate.
up.
Ona's 5 levels up on Lucid. He
What?
is 5 levels up on Lucid.
That's
He's
what
level
I
18.
said.
He's 2 levels above the highest level on the other team, and now they go in. Faker is going to go down. Shiu's going to go golden once again. The interruption is decent as Lucid gets into the backline to take down Gumayushi. And Shiu looking for an angle. There is no Zhonya's on Ona, and that is actually going to be almost an ace. Doran is alive, but DK just want to fight.
Wait a second!
Fight this far down in gold. It was
Wait a second!
13,000 plus. Ona was level 5 levels up on his counterpart, and T plus aren't ready to be done yet. Look, level 18 to level 13. T1
Wait a
think
second!
They have the series done. They think they've tasted victory. They think they're done, and they go in over aggressive here. Faker ends up stepping too far. I believe gets hit by a binding.
Let's see how this one
Wait, what did they
goes
get from
out.
it? What did they get?
Deadly Flourish comes out. The follow-up is all there. He gets deleted. And then they try and chase in afterwards. And that 4th shot from aiming, the follow-up as well from Shiwu and from Lucid does enough. And then the route onto Ona under the tower. Remember, he doesn't have the stasis anymore. He goes down. And that's a ton of gold for
What did DK get?
Plus, and a ton of experience as well. This game, for the past maybe 20 minutes, has looked done and over. And look, it is
Soul
still
is spawning.
not in a good position for
Have
T+.
to click
That is
Dragon
the most
now.
life we've seen from them
Now, have to
for
click
maybe
Dragon
half
now.
an hour.
10k gold
And
deficit.
it's been 32 minutes of this game. Maybe you can include part of the other game as well, but being able to get a few things back, certainly important.
I've seen enough
as
LEC to know that this game's winnable for
might be in
DK.
position to try and challenge for this dragon.
Hold
Aiming
on.
is pretty strong, as you can see by that dragon damage. And now Lucid.
Okay,
Oh
well.
my god, those barrels hurt so much. The cannon barrage comes down as well. Aiming does a lot of damage, but that is going to be Cloud Soul coming in. But there's the slam from Beryl. They're looking to try and take down Gumayushi, but Ona is able to take him down. Oh my god, the damage from T1 is disgusting. Showmaker looking to lock down Faker, but I just don't think it's going to work. Aiming, finding some bullets, but there he goes. That's the ace. That's the last-ditch effort. And T1 here in Game 4 will book their ticket to Worlds and give themselves a chance to still win the LCK here
DK
in
down.
2025.
The back-to-back world champions won't be denied an opportunity to run it
DK
back one
is
more
down.
time and still can run that lower bracket
DK is
and
down.
try and win the LCK. T1 ramped up and take down D+.
T1
3-1.
locks a chance
In
at
the nick
Worlds.
of time, ladies and gentlemen, but man, if
T1
we talk
locks a
about this
chance
quite
at
often,
Worlds.
The ease of
Not fully
PLM
locked, but they will have a
votes.
chance.
This one
Because they will have at
never
least a
been
best of
easier.
5 against an
I
LPL
don't
team to
think
get there.
that there has ever been
At
a
least.
time where that tick in the jungle box was
LPL 4th
as
seed,
easy
I don't
as
know who it
was
is yet.
today. Ona
I don't know who it is
really
yet.
wanted to go to Worlds. Ona really wanted to keep T1's chances.
But without
here
T1 at
in
Worlds, it
the
would just be
LCK
weird.
to
It
try
would
and
just be
pick
weird,
up
man.
that trophy
It would
as
be
well.
weird and freaky without them.
Oh my goodness.
It was just
Next round of the LCK
domination.
playoffs.
It was.
T1
all 3
Genji
games
elimination.
that T1 won were just, he was just on top. He was just
Elimination.
absolutely on top, having such a massive impact all throughout the game. The pentakill on the Jarvan. I feel like because it was a while ago, right? Because it was the first game of the 3, but also I feel like he had such a massive impact early on. The Pantheon was taken over the game, was everywhere. The Silas game was 4-0. They were so far ahead in that one.
elimination? Well, losers out, T1
Gen G.
Gen
I feel like the Jarvan game, it may not even have been his most dominant, right? And he got a pentakill in it. I feel like the more dominant one was the Pantheon, maybe even the Silas. I mean, he just completely took over. Absolutely a series defined by him, but the whole team came together when they needed to. On the back
we gotta watch the interview. We gotta watch the
loss
interview.
to HLE.
We gotta watch the interview. We gotta watch the interview.
And as much as the fans always have faith in this team to come through clutch,
I think Owner is just MVP interview Owner.
It's always going to be a little bit like, oh no, we just lost 0-3, went to the losers bracket, the lower bracket, and they came through again. You know, they came in clutch, and thanks to a mammoth effort from Owner, they will again be attending the World Championship and have more of an opportunity to make a playoff run. Next opponent will be Gen G, so their work is, it's going to be difficult still.
It will, but we get the El Clasico once again.
Oh, we do, and an El Clasico with a lot of stakes. And,
absolutely.
Deciding whether you will be in that first portion, the play-ins, the day one play-ins, to decide if you go to the...
So the bracket looks like this now.
Seed is terrifying.
Yeah. Day one on a new patch, best of
The winner of
5
this goes
against
here, the
LPL,
loser of this goes here, the winner of this goes to finals, the loser of this is out.
Swiss, or you go home. So
The winner of this plays against the loser of KTHLE, the winner of that goes to finals. That's the bracket.
Go straight into Swiss.
For some reason, T1 Gen G is the lower bracket, and KTHLE is the upper bracket.
Yeah, there's only one winner this year as well, right? Like, this is 2025. You only get to hoist that trophy the one time.
Yep.
The extended series season just
crazy
makes
business.
It all that more impactful.
And only
crazy business.
The LCK trophy.
One of those two
Wait, when is T1 Gen G? Is that on Saturday or Sunday? Because that shit's gonna go fucking ballistic.
Is the last stage before that point. We see
So KTHLE is on Saturday, 8 AM CEST, and I presume Gen G T1 is Sunday,
It was still impossible. They were still 10,000 gold down.
8 AM CEST. The LPL finals is on the same time as Gen G T1. Ooh.
Some levity in this,
Yeah.
these troubling times.
I want to thank Yundo and Jisun for giving us the Rammus cam.
I think it was needed.
The Rammus cam was so important for, I think, multiple people's mental health. Here in Lol Park today, but also across the world. So a huge shout out to the Rammus cam and whoever came up with it, because it's just beautiful. As having a listen to T1, still
Yeah,
all
T1's
business
track
here,
record at internationals is
even though
crazy.
they were so
They finished
incredibly far
second,
ahead,
first
not
for Worlds.
underestimating DK,
And
we'll
they played
systematically
third,
take them down
fourth.
here in that
That's
final team
T1's
fight.
last
I think
4
especially
years of
after
Worlds.
losing that team fight in the base, they were definitely
Semis, finals, win.
The scale of this goal difference, by the way,
So,
like, is not
I
represented
mean, having
very well.
T1 at Worlds is always good.
It's a very, very big up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's pretty
it's not that
ridiculous
steep,
levels of
but it's
performance.
large.
Yeah, I feel like we need something for ref.
The LPL 4th seed, the LPL 4th seed is probably IG, JDG, or Weibo. It's one of these three.
Ever in the history of the LCK comes on through here.
Those are probably the 4th seed.
On the 9-1-11 Jarvan, and then having one of the most ridiculous games, only dying once per game in T1's wins. Oh, that was unbelievably ridiculous. We're going to need more Rammus cam, I think, to really help
More
us there.
Rammus cam.
Thank you so much.
Well, at least Beryl ended with like a banger.
Trying so hard.
At least Beryl went out with a
so
banger.
far, but in the end, he
You'd love to
gets
see it.
some time off before 2026.
Yeah, you know, sometimes maybe it cooked a little.
He ended in the
little
most
bit too
Beryl
much,
way
cooked a little
possible.
bit too much. Molten is a bit too hot. You wouldn't want that in your kitchen.
You said cooked a little too much, and I think literally he was very cooked in that game.
Yeah. What was this final? Like 0-8?
I don't recall.
All the LPL teams are like, fuck, why couldn't DK win? Because then at least playing versus DK maybe is doable for a BO5 to Worlds.
I always just go back to that simple phrase. It is what it is.
In hindsight, looking in reflection, we'll do the interview first. Ooh, Faker and Owner.
Might be a few worries though, and
Talk to me.
certainly some things to study for D+, if the team does indeed stay together moving towards the next year. Of course,
Okay, it's not dead.
are a huge organization.
At the start of the year,
In Korea, so
it
we're
looked
hoping
like
that,
these were the top
they
4.
are going to be able to get things back together. But of course, it was a decent showing.
Because KT just wasn't good. And now it's just these two have swapped towards the end of the year. In Winter Cup, this was it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation, joined by owner of the POM and Faker.
My co-workers!
You just secured Worlds and will head over to the next round. How do you feel? Today really determined whether we go to Worlds or not, which made it so crucial, but we made it, and I'm just so relieved. And what about you, Faker? Now that we made it to Worlds, I feel at relief, and we'll make sure that we are prepared for the next match. And on day one of playoffs, you guys had a match against the UK, and it was a close 5-game series. So how did your lower bracket preparation look like? Yeah, we went all the way to 5 games, and we won at the very end. But back then, I felt like, as long as we play as we normally do, I thought that we would get a 3-0. So today, we just had to make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And after dropping game 1 today, it looked like you guys kept improving throughout the series. So what was the main feedback? No, we just talked about what to do in the draft for the next game and how to play out the game.
Yeah.
And just as owner has mentioned, I think we just really tried to make sure that we brush up on our fundamentals and basics. And in game 2, owner got a pentakill with Jarvan. This was the 5th LCK jungler pentakill and your very first penta. So how was it? I never really pay much attention to getting a pentakill when I play. But the moment I saw the quadra kill pop up on the screen, I said, oh my god. I told myself, this might be my moment. And despite the pentakill, I feel like just the
BDK
fact that
backs
we were
against
able
the
to
wall.
win
Barrel
today
picks
just
Remus.
made my
Question
day.
mark. Lose the series 1-3 and Showmaker
And
6-year
so
long
what did
retreat.
you think, Faker? Did you guys have some comms to let him take it? Honestly, in my mind, for a split second, I thought about stealing it, but we just let him take it. Would you like to congratulate him? It's a bit iffy to just congratulate him because he has stolen my penta before.
True.
So does that mean that
Owner
you'll give
Nidalee.
him,
I remember.
you'll give Faker a pentakill next time? I'll think about it. And in game 3, you demonstrated Pantheon's true powers, and you were proactively engaging in lanes. So, what were some shot calls you were making with your laners? Yeah, I think I ganked a lot in the early game. And just from discussing about warding and vision, I actually talked to the bot lane more often. And what about you? How did it feel as one of the laners? Yeah, I feel like he always would follow up whenever I asked him to look at my lane, so it felt great. And in game 4, Rammus support was picked by your opponent. It must have been pretty hard to predict, so how did you guys react? When we were talking about it, we thought that, the only support that we could see is support Maokai. And I think the enemy was quite aware of that. Maybe that's why they went with the Rammus. And we thought it was quite funny. It was quite entertaining. And we had a lot of fun playing against him. And when it comes to T1, your strength in teamfighting really stands out. And you guys picked Silas, Annie for game 4. And we've noticed that even in LPL, Annie has high pick rates. So what is good about Silas Annie comp? Owner? Is there none? I mean, since Annie has hard CC, I think that's just something that you can follow up with. And she's just really strong.
Worlds in China this year. So,
in team fighting, there's a lot of strengths. But this time around in game 4, I guess
it's in China,
I
so that
really
means
get a
if
lot
you're
of
an
games,
EU frog,
not a
it's
lot of
probably going to be
action in mid
morning
lane, so
start. I would presume
we
like
didn't really see
9
much
to
there.
10 a.m. is when it'll start.
And with Worlds
I'm
on
guessing.
the line in today's match, there
Normally
must have
that's
been a
what
lot of
time
pressure
World starts in
for
China and
T1
EU.
as the defending world champion, and must have been so desperate.
For NA, I would
to
say
watch
like
you guys win.
midnight,
So
11
when you
p.m.
broke the Nexus in game 4, what was the very first emotion that hit you? Since we were able to secure Worlds, I've just felt a massive relief.
OCE gang probably like 6, 7 p.m.
And honestly, we had fallen to the elimination match, but I think this is our spot. World's spot is ours, so I think it's just where we belong, and I feel like it just ended up happening the way it should. And Faker, now you will move on over to meet Genji. So what message do you have for Genji? Since we are down in the lower bracket, we didn't realize that we would meet Genji there, but I hope that we get a good match in. I'm thinking, I hope we have a good match, you guys. And what would you like to say to your fans, Faker? In this playoffs journey, there are a lot of ups and downs. And I'm just grateful for all the fans that continue to support us. And we will keep on trying and preparing hard for the rest of playoffs. And Owner, honestly, there were a lot of moments where we struggled, but I think we always managed to pull through, so we will make sure to
somehow.
try our best
It's
to
the classic
be prepared
T1
for
rage
the
bait.
next match. So please continue
Oh my god,
supporting
we're
us.
losing and we are quite
And
bad
that's
at
the
the
end of
game.
the
We
interview
might not make it to...
Faker
Oh
and
no, we
Owner,
won
and
Worlds
back to the
again!
space. Thank you.
It's just the way it goes.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya. It is T1 getting
It's just the way it goes. Chat, I will be gone until Saturday. Today is Thursday. There's no games tomorrow. No games tomorrow. I know, Chronicler, I'm sad too. But at least T1s make it. If that was KT, I would be fucking pissed. No games tomorrow. There's no esports. I've streamed for 15 days in a row, so I'm gonna chill tomorrow. But I won't be fully chilling. There will be Los Ratuni scrims today. I'll be there with the boys on stream. Player of the week, Cuz. Yo, W Cuz. Tomorrow there's Los Ratuni scrims as well. But Saturday, LPL, top versus AL elimination. KT versus Hammerlife, upper bracket finals. And, oh, it's an LEC break week, isn't it? Okay, and we'll do variety, I think. Unless we've got scrims. If there's no scrims tomorrow, we'll do variety. And Sunday, we got LPL finals and Gen GT1. So the pace is... It's not slowing down. The pace isn't slowing down. But esports in general is just Saturday, Sunday. And then it's kind of chill next week. Nothing Monday, nothing Tuesday, nothing Wednesday. Thursday next week is when IG begins their lower bracket run for Worlds or their regionals. So LPL regionals start next week. So it's big pace Saturday, Sunday, and then it's off for 3 days in terms of esports stuff. And then we've got like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday run. And then all the domestic leagues are done at the end of next weekend, I believe. And then World starts on October 14th. So if you want to get an esports schedule rundown quickly, you'll see that we'll have games on Saturday, Sunday, games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nothing, and then World starts. So there's a 2-week break. In that 2-week break period, it's going to be very Los Ratones scrims heavy because EU Masters for us starts the 6th, I think, somewhere here. So our first EU Masters week is here the week before. There's also the ASI tournament. I don't know what day it starts, but we're going to co-stream that if we can get rights to it. And then I'll be working on... So the next 3 weeks will be Los Ratones, finishing domestic leagues, ASI tournament, and lots of Worlds content. I'm going to be doing a load of Worlds content release on the YouTube. It should start on the 6th, I think. It'll be like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th will be a video a day about Worlds. If you want to get updates on Worlds and all year for the teams and tier lists and player tier lists and breakdowns and formats and regional breakdowns and all that stuff. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's going to be lots of Worlds content recorded and lots of leagues and stuff. Anyway, chat, I'll see you on Saturday, deal? Stay safe, take care. I'm going to slow it down a little bit for tomorrow. And then we're going to full send it next week, late next week. And then we're going to take a little bit of a break again. And then we're going to full send it for Worlds. Big pace. I don't know if tracking the pros is going to happen. I will see if my Chinese homie can hook me up with some fucking co-streams like I did last time. I'll be in the stream of the boys. All the boys will be streaming. I'll be there. It'll be Los Ratuni scrims. I'll see you there in 15 minutes to scrim start, okay? Shout out to the lurkers, bidders, gifts, shout out, Starbucks, donors, resubbers. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. Stay safe, sleep well, enjoy the rest of your day, night, morning, evening, wherever in the world. I love you all. Thank you for being in the stream. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for memeing. Thank you for supporting. And I'll see you on Saturday. Bye.